welcome to a new video from Editors League. Now this video is very exciting because we're gonna be doing our first Iman Gadzhi animation. And for the first one, I kept it simple and complex. So I chose a very specific animation that does require experience of years, but doesn't really require experience of years. So if you basically follow what I do, you'd be able to follow it. But if you do it from your own head, you'll never be able to execute it. This is why I went with this tutorial. And I feel like this animation is very unique. So before we get into animating, here's a preview of the animation. As you can see, a very unique animation with a couple of camera angles and stuff. This is pretty much what we're gonna be getting into. So I think, yeah, with that being said, we're literally ready to dive right away into After Effects. So yeah, I'm pretty much in After Effects. And as you guys can see, I have the YouTube video open right over here. And let's just play the animation. So here.
To execute on an action-based goal, you know exactly where you failed. You know exactly how far away you were from the goal and what you need to improve on in order to get there. And just like that, you have a map to your desired destination. Now,
yep, so that's pretty much it. That's the animation. Let's dive in right into After Effects. Now the first step is obviously opening up After Effects. For this video, I'm gonna be using After Effects 2020. But don't you worry, because all the After Effects versions are the exact same. So I'd suggest you use 2024 if you have that. And pretty much, even if you don't have 2020, it's fine. If you have 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I think we're ready to get into the animation. So the first thing we're gonna do is literally create our composition, and I'm gonna name it our first Iman Gadzhi animation. And this is gonna be the settings pretty much. Frame rate is gonna be 30. The duration, I'll make it like 8 seconds. You guys should already know by now how we made our duration. So if I press, like, for example, let's say I want 7 seconds, I'll write 7 and then I'll just keep adding zeros until I see 7 seconds over here. So obviously this is the hour, this is the minute, sorry, this is the day, I think, and then this is the hour and then minutes and then seconds, or like this is gonna be 7 frames. So if I press 70 and I do add another 0, now you can see it says 0700. So that's 7 minutes and 0 seconds. And you can see over here, exactly 7 minutes. It might stop on 6:29. That's because in After Effects, you can never jump on the last frame. It's just how After Effects is made. Don't ask me why, but yeah, don't worry. Like if I was to extend this by 1 more frame, okay, if I made this 7 seconds and 0.1, you can see now I can jump to 7 seconds. But it doesn't matter. We don't want to overcomplicate the situation. Just gonna keep it like this. So pretty much the most important thing that we need to do first is setting up our design. And then after we have our design set up, we're ready for animation. By the way, the animation is around 15 seconds. So I'm just gonna make it like 15 seconds. So it's a bit shorter, but don't worry too much about it. And here I just saved my project file, by the way, by doing Ctrl+S. So especially for this composition, what we need to do is we need to set it up first. So how do we set it up? We have to look at the design. So I'm gonna open this video. All right, over here, I'm gonna have this. I wanna set this up with you guys. We have this first circle, then we have the second circle, then we have the third circle, and I think we have a fourth circle up over here. So we have like a simple line that goes pretty much to a certain length, and it's basically a bit big. Okay, so anyways, now that we have seen this, let's literally get into it. First thing you want to do is go on to this tool and just hold over here. Once you hold, you'll see ellipse tool. Once you're in ellipse tool, make sure your fill is filled and your stroke, just make it like 15. I'm gonna make my stroke color white as well, just for now. Okay, and literally I'm gonna start right with the circle. So over here I made a circle, and the circle is gonna be like almost of this size. Okay, so you can see the circle is pretty much big. Now I'm gonna make my anchor point in the middle of the shape layer, which is just gonna be by clicking over here. Or if you don't have these tools, then you have to press Y on your keyboard to get the pan behind anchor point mover tool and take this like this. Or if you have a full keyboard, just do Control Alt Home. And once you do Control Alt Home, it will automatically go in the middle of the layer. So, but you should have like the keyboard for it, Control Alt Home. You should have the home button on your keyboard. Okay, now that we have our first circle, let's create our second circle. First thing, I'm gonna make this a bit smaller. Okay, by the way, if we click on this button, it's a very important tool. If we click on this button, we can see where the fill is. So if I click on it, I can see that the fill is here and the rest is stroke. But right now I'm just gonna unclick it just so we can see the circle size properly. So the circle is this big. I'm gonna make it a bit smaller. Boom, 70 is a fine size. Now I'm gonna duplicate this and then duplicate this and then duplicate this. So you can see right now we have these 4 circles. But one thing is, how do we know if they are properly aligned? We don't even know if they're properly aligned. So to make sure of that, if you click over here like this, and then you go on your align tool, okay, in case you don't see align, go to Windows, and then literally like go up, you see align first thing. And then you'll have the align pop up. And then you can see over here, distribute vertically. Now it is distributed pretty well, but you can see that we have one problem, is that over here the size is lesser and over here the size is more, or the space is more. So we have to make sure of that. How do we fix it? Is if I go over here, okay, and I do title action or proportional grid, we'll be able to size it like very similar. You can see this is how it is on the proportional grid, and then I go up. So it is like spread equally. You can see it's very equally spread. This has this much and this has this much. This is why we use grid, to help us measure properly. And now I'm gonna press here again, and I'm just gonna click on it, so it's gonna declick. And now what we want to do is make the line across this. So first thing you're gonna do is click on your pen tool, and once you click on your pen tool, go to fill and literally remove fill. Once you remove fill, you're gonna see stroke only. Make the stroke like 3, only 3, and then press Ctrl R on your keyboard, so you'll get this ruler thingy. You can see with this ruler we can like place this anywhere. You can bring it out of this thing, this ruler. You can bring infinite numbers of them, but we don't want that many. We just want a vertical one, which is gonna be exactly in the middle. And that way, now if I create a line, if I press with my pen tool here and then I take it up, you can see we can like make this straight. And now if I remove my scale, you can see we have this very straight line. Now one thing is that it might still not be in the center. So if I select everything and I do this, now everything is in the center. See what happens? The line was a bit not in the center of the balls, but the lens is straight. The line is straight, so that's not a problem. So we have this. Now literally we're almost done with the design. What we need to do now is write step 0, step 1, step 2, step 3 over here. So now the first step is you go on this text tool over here. By doing Control T as well, it works. Or you just press on this, okay, and then you can bring up your text tool. And I'm gonna write step 0. Okay, let me just zoom in so we can see properly. For the font, I'm gonna go with like an extended font. I have this font that's called Microgramma D. Whatever, you can download it, but it doesn't matter. Just go with any font, okay? Because you're gonna learn what you need to anyways. I'm gonna bring my scale again just to have this like lined up. You can see this is how it is. I'm gonna do the same thing again. Duplicate this by doing Control D. Like place this in the center of the circle. Duplicate, bring this up. Boom, duplicate, bring this up. Okay, this is gonna be step 01, step 02. By the way, I'm moving this with my hands. If I hold space on my keyboard, I can take this up and down. Okay, step 03. And now you can see we have the design almost ready. Now, one thing is that this whole design, it might not be in the center. So how do we ensure that the whole design is in the center? Again, I open up this. We can even use title action, or we can use proportional grid. And if I select everything, by the way, after you select everything, do Control Alt Home, so the anchor points will go in the middle of everything. Now you can see this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need to place it between 4 and 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, we need to place it between 3 and 5. So now it is actually like very close to being in the center, all of them. And we need to make these closer as well. So I'm gonna make this closer by selecting all of these. Now I'm gonna select all of these by holding shift, left click. I feel like it is a bit far, so Let me select all of this and get it closer. It is a bit too far. I think this distance is good. Now if I remove the grid, let me show you something. You can see like we have empty space over here more than here. So we need to make sure everything is in the middle of the whole scene, which is very important. This is a very important design concept. So if I just look at the grid, I can tell that this is gonna be our middle. Now, if I remove the grid, you can see it is in the middle. It's in the middle of the whole scene. Now, literally, that's it for the designing. Now we just need the arrow. And for that, I'm gonna use ChatGPT just to ask it what kind of an arrow it is. And you can see if I open here, we can't really find any similar arrows. But if I write triangular arrow, we can find some simple arrows that are kind of close. And I have this free pick arrow. I think this one can do the job. Over here we can find a bit more. But yeah, this is pretty good. I'm just gonna download this and I'll drag it into After Effects. Now, I'll drag the arrow and you can see the arrow is black. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna color the arrow purple by adding an effect called fill. You can also add effects from effects and presets and then drag it. I already went over this. And then I'm just selecting the purple that it is. It's close to this color. You can see over here, this is how you can choose color. And then I go over here and I literally just drag it to where I think it's similar. So yeah, this is how similar it is. And what I'm gonna literally do is place the arrow over here. We have to make sure that the arrow is the same size throughout the whole edit. So I'm gonna place the arrow over here and size it around this much. Okay, now this is our literal design. We can literally get right into the animation. So for the animation, first thing we're gonna do it in 2D and then we're gonna be using camera and everything to fix everything up. So yeah, this is our design. Let's get right into the animation, guys. So right off the bat, here is where our scene will start from the first second. And what I'm gonna do is you can see the circle. I'm gonna keyframe the circle, take the scale, like pull it a bit somewhere else, like to second number 1 for example. Zoom into mine and then make the circle bigger so that the arrow can fit. I think the arrow is a bit big. Let me just decrease it in size. I'm gonna make my circle bigger. And for the stroke, I made a mistake. I made the stroke very big. So we're gonna decrease the size of the stroke to like 3 only. And I'm gonna make the stroke around gray. You can see now we're in gray and our stroke is noticeable. I'm gonna make the stroke even smaller, make it 2 or even make it 1, whatever. I think 2 is better. 1 is too small. So yeah, we have this. Our arrow is like this, and this is gonna be the size of our arrow. We need to remember the numbers. Our shape layer will become 168. So just to make it very accurate, I'm gonna make it 170. So 170 is gonna be our circle number when the arrow goes onto it. And now our arrow is gonna start moving. So I'm gonna position my arrow, go to like 1.5 second. And take the arrow exactly in the middle of this circle in this way. Okay, now you can see this circle should start becoming smaller. So this is how it looks. Now before I start graphing the circle, let's graph our arrow. So for the graph, I'm gonna select both of these, make this like 60 on or 50 on this side and 50 on this side. So it's gonna look like this, our graph. So this is how smooth our arrow is. And our circle will start to small down once the arrow is like halfway through. So I'm gonna drag my keyframe over here and I'm gonna do F9 on this as well and make this 50 on both sides as well. So this is how it's gonna look. You can see I'm just gonna drag this a bit closer. So this is how it's gonna look right now. You can see once the arrow exits, our circle becomes smaller. There's not even any complex graphs in this one. And by this point of time, our arrow is starting to enter the next circle. So the next circle is gonna do the exact opposite. So I'm gonna literally copy the scale. Look at what I do. I'm gonna copy the scale and paste it onto this circle. And by the way, let's fix the stroke again. It's gonna be 2. The stroke should be 2 and the color should be this. So I'm gonna copy the color over here. You can see I copied the color and then I come over here and I can paste the color. And now you can see if I select on these both keyframes and I right click and then I go to keyframe assistant and then time reverse keyframe, it's gonna exactly reverse it. So I'm gonna time the keyframe over here and I'm gonna make the circle go maximum big at this point of time. So see what happens now. Let's look at what we did. Okay, it is a bit unsmooth slash fast, so I'm gonna extend this and I'm gonna press F9 and drag the second keyframe and make this faster. Nice, that's much better. But the animation should be done when the arrow is exactly inside. So I'm gonna drag this closer, drag this further. Nice, perfect. That's amazing. This looks amazing. Amazing, this looks amazing. So this is what we have for the movement. And now if I give it a bit more time, I'm just gonna pause until 2 seconds, and then after 2 seconds the exact same process starts. So now we already know the process. I will just copy this and I'll paste it onto here, and then our arrow, the movement will start. We already know it's gonna be 1.5 seconds. So jump right over here and we're gonna count how much time it took from here till here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames. So now I'm gonna copy this, okay? I'm gonna jump 8 frames, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then paste it over here. So by this point of time, the arrow will already be there, don't worry. Now I'm gonna take the arrow and place it in the middle, and the graph should remain the same automatically. See, the graph was automatically imported. So let's look at it. Boom, boom. Okay, but we have one thing, is that some things were untimed. So I have to drag both of these. You can see between this and this we have 14 seconds. So the first, what I'm trying to do, I know it's getting a bit complicated, but see, our first keyframe for our arrow, after 14 seconds, the keyframe for this started. So I'm just looking at exactly what's happening over here and I'm gonna paste it. That's what I did. So after 14 frames, not 14 seconds, sorry, 14 frames, I'm gonna drag both of these and I'm gonna do this. See, now it's exactly the same, and the only thing is for this circle, the settings is old. So again, I press on the circle, I go on the stroke and I press 2 over here to make the stroke the same, and I'm gonna paste the color code that we had. So for that, if I don't have the color code copied anymore, so I'm gonna go over here, copy and come over here and paste it. So now see what's happening, guys. Let me play it. Boom, boom. The exact same thing happened twice. Now over here there is one thing that we need to do. Once it reaches over here, we're gonna have a bounce for the arrow. So the arrow should pretty much reach the circle a bit earlier. So I'm gonna cut this, have it reach the circle a bit earlier. I'm gonna take this a bit back, and what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna add an arrow linked, because right now if I open YouTube, okay, look at what's happening. Over here there is a bounce, which is what we want to do. Just so you can get my point, this is the bounce that we want to do. That's why I'm gonna add a null. So let me add the null. I'm gonna press new and do null, and then I'm gonna take the null exactly in the middle of the arrow, and I'm gonna link the arrow to the null, and I'm gonna do the bounce with the null. So position, I'm gonna tell you how to do the bounce. Let's jump 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames, and then jump 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames again. By the way, it's page down to move frame by frame. If you don't have page down on your keyboard, then I already went over keyboard shortcuts, how to fix that in module 1. Make sure you check that video out. I'm gonna extend this a little bit by holding Alt on my keyboard and left clicking, holding left click. I extended it. I'm gonna press F9, and once I press F9, you can see we want to take this up. So it's gonna bounce up like this. So see what happens. We have the bounce. However, it's not too accurate and it should overlap a little bit. So to make it good, I'm gonna do a graph, a very famous graph. This is gonna be 80 in the middle, and this is gonna be 80 in the middle. So I just took this a bit backwards and see what happened. What we have right now. Boom, the jump is happening, and it's jumping a bit higher actually, like it even gets out of it. See, you can see what's happening. Nice. And the second it lands back at this point, the fill inside this gets lesser. So now to do that, if I click on my shape layer, and then I go to contents, I press on ellipse, we have our fill over here. Now I can keyframe my fill as well. So if I keyframe this, and then I go like until over here, and I make this 0, see what happens. But we need to make this faster, so I'm gonna press F9, drag this a bit like this. We're gonna also make this earlier because right now it's a bit late. So let me drag this and make this earlier. So see what happens now, guys. Okay, don't worry about the bounce. I know it's a bit weird, but the camera angle will cover. Now we have one problem, is that the line over here is showing. So how do we hide it? To hide this, there is a certain strategy which is called matte. It's basically matting. So what I'm gonna do is, you see this circle that we have, I'm gonna duplicate it. I'm gonna name it matte layer, okay? And then for this matte layer, I'm gonna hide it. And then I'm gonna press U on my keyboard and I'm gonna remove the fill opacity, the fill keyframe that's happening. So it's gonna be filled. You can see I hid it, that's why we cannot see it. But if I unhide it, this is what happens. Now I'll show you what's gonna happen. Let me have it hidden. Our line, I'm gonna take it all the way down and I'm gonna take the matte layer all the way down. And if I do this, okay, alpha inverted, see what happens. Another way we can do this, in a way where that it's a bit more efficient, I can do set matte and then I can select the matte layer and then you can see it happened. And alpha channel, make sure it's alpha channel and then invert matte. So now that I inverted matte, see what happens. Perfect, boom, amazing. There is one more circle that I forgot, guys. My apologies, but there is basically another circle over here which kind of messes up what we have done, but it is what it is. Completely my apologies, but yeah, I'll tell you how we can deal with this. First thing, let me set the stroke to and fix the stroke. I'm gonna take my shape layer, and this is purely gonna be off of guessing the positions, but I'm gonna select everything, okay? And I can't really drag everything down. So I'm gonna have to make basically a null layer in the middle and select everything except for the image because it is already linked to another null. So we cannot link it again. And then through this null, I'll take everything down. And then now I'm gonna delete the null and you can see everything is placed down. Now what we wanna do is introduce another circle. So I will do Control D and take this up. I'm gonna use grid just to make sure that we're doing the numbers accurately. You can see this is the distance between them. Now it's purely gonna be off of like guessing, but yeah, it's gonna be almost this much. Now I'm gonna take the line that we have, okay, which is this line. I'm gonna rename this to line. I'm gonna rename this to circle step 0. Let's rename everything. Circle step 1, circle step 2, circle step 03. And then we have this line of ours. I'm gonna press V on my keyboard, click over here. Now I can extend the line this way. You can see now we fixed up everything. If I remove the grid, it should look just fine. The only thing is I can tell this is a bit overextended, so I'm gonna take this a bit down and then even drag my line a bit down. But yeah, pretty much this is how it's gonna be. Nice. Still, like everything else remains the same, don't worry. Now we want to do an animation, again another one. I'm gonna give it like basically a 1 second break. Gonna go to 4:15, and at 4:15 we want to do another animation. So I'm gonna place a marker by pressing this button on my keyboard, and we're gonna make it around 1.5 seconds. So it's gonna finish at 6 seconds. I'm gonna press it again so we can know that the animation is gonna be from this length to this length. And the animation is also pretty simple. We go to the pen tool. Let me show you what the animation is, just so you guys can see. This is the animation we want to do, this line animation. And as I said, we're gonna get into the camera angles later. These are all camera shifts. This is the line animation that we want to do. So it's gonna be from the first circle almost to the third circle like this. So if I was to get this, I'm gonna get my ruler out, Alt tab just to check again. Okay, it's like almost this close. It's very close, like this much. Okay, now I'm gonna bring up the line, bring up my pen tool. Let's check the stroke of our line, which is 3. Okay, so my pen tool is also gonna be 3. It's gonna be a white color. Alt tab again to check. Okay, the line is gonna start from here, and then I'm gonna press space to take it up, like take my comp up, and it's gonna end right over here. Now if I remove this and I zoom out, this is our line. Now you can see we have these dashes, which is what we want to do. So that is very easy. If I press on my layer and I literally just search up dashes from this panel, I can press plus now, or if you don't want to search up, you can do it another way. Press here, press, boom, just keep going down, stroke, and then dashes. I'm gonna press plus. Now you can see dashes got introduced. We can optimize this by doing this. Our dash is gonna be a bit lesser, almost around this range. This is how our dash is gonna be. And now we wanna do like an animation from the middle, just to show you. Look, ignore this. Over here, look at the animation that's gonna happen. It's starting from the middle. Plus the dash was moving. So it's two animations actually. The dash is moving, plus it's like leading up. So how do we do this? Very simple. We're gonna use an effect or a new tool that you guys did not know about. It is called trim paths. So I'll show you how to use trim paths right now. If I select on my shape layer and I press the arrow down, you can see over here we have this add button. What does exactly this add button do? It will basically have added properties that we never saw before. But one of them is trim paths. The other stuff is like almost useless. I mean, we have these shape layers, which is important, fill and everything. But yeah, for now, we just need to go over trim paths. I did trim paths. And over here, you can see if I mess with the end, for example, you can see this is where it ends, right? Our layer. And see if I take this down, if I take this up, what happens? From the end, it is optimized. And the same thing with the start. It will happen with the start. See what's happening? So we want to do this from the middle. How do we do it from the middle? That's if the start is 50%. So if I take the start down, if I take the end down, it's gonna literally go to 0 because they're both like contradicting each other, if you get what I mean. But see what happens. If I keyframe both of these at 50% and I go over here and I make the start like the default value, so I'm gonna do reset and reset. See what happens. Boom. It's coming out exactly from the middle. I already went over this deeply in the last module, but this is just an overview in case you might have not remembered or forgotten. But yeah, now I will do F9 and let's look at the graph that he used for the line. This is gonna be the graph. Yep, I'll tell you the graph. I did F9, right? I easy eased it. Select both of these and drag it all the way to the left. So this is gonna be the graph, not all the way to the left, a bit lesser. Nice, that is way more smooth. And then this circle is gonna be purple color, by the way. So I'm gonna go to fill, not purple. Yeah, this is the color almost like this. This is the color, and I'm gonna remove the stroke. Now this shape layer that we have, I'm gonna name this top circle purple. It's gonna scale up. So scale to the normal numbers that we have, which was 170. Oh no, that's too big. Like almost 129, whatever. I'm gonna press F9 and I'm gonna extend this out and do a graph, which is gonna be this graph. A bit harsher, to be honest, like 100. Extend this all the way, extend this. Yeah, this is how the purple is gonna be. Let me drag all of this to be closer. Nice. So yeah, the distance between both of these is like 1 second exactly. Now, what if I told you that was literally it for the animation? There's nothing more. Let's play and see what we have done in 2D. Okay. Boom. 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 Amazing. Perfect. Now we need to get into the main part, which is the most exciting part ever. It is the camera, which is the hardest part, I'd say, plus the most exciting. And it's easy, bro. It's easy. It's just understanding how we're gonna pan these angles. So literally, the first thing we need to do is select all of this, make it all 3D. Okay, by pressing over here. If in case you don't see this, you might have this first toggled off. Okay, so it's gonna toggle on again. Now, after you've made everything 3D, literally press right click on your keyboard and open up camera. And for this tutorial, we want to use a 2-knot camera. Make sure we have enabled depth of field. I'm gonna press OK. And once we do that, let's literally get into the setup. So the first thing, we need to look at the camera angle that we have. You can see it's a bit like skewed, basically. Imagine we're viewing it like this. Okay, imagine this is our screen, okay, straight, but we're viewing it like this. So this is how we want to view our screen. So let's get like right into making it. It's very simple. If I click over here, the dolly tool, I'll take everything up. Okay, and then I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna press on this. You can see now I skewed it to a very similar position. I'm gonna take the dolly up again, and one thing is that we need to position this in. So if I go over here, basically dolly towards center, and I do this, now it's positioned in. Perfect. That is literally very close to what we want. And now you can see this is what we have. If I compare it, very similar. One thing is that we are a bit above. You can see my circles were a bit smaller in distance than the editor that Iman did, but anyways, we did it in our own way. So I press position now. We want to keyframe everything, and let me see what he did for the graph. Nice, the graph is like literally still. So I'm gonna go to 3 seconds. Okay, gonna go 1 frame before 3 seconds, and I'm gonna keyframe another position. So we're gonna go from step 0 to step 1 within 3 seconds. So now I'm gonna take my position up. You can see because our point of interest is messed up, we literally cannot optimize it from here. Which means that we're gonna have to keyframe everything randomly. That's why I usually do it from here rather than use these, because now it's like a bit more complicated than it should have been, but anyways, that's fine. I'm gonna hold shift on my keyboard and literally just dolly this down. So this is how it's gonna be for 3 seconds. So look. Amazing. And now if I play it here, you guys can see we have a very similar. Nice. We have it very similar. Our movement feels a bit slower. Why? Because we're more zoomed out rather than zoomed in. So if you guys want, actually we can zoom in a bit more by going dolly towards center, then over here also. So now you can see the movement will feel faster because we're more zoomed in. And I'm gonna click over here and hold shift on my keyboard and take this down. We want to zoom in more actually. So let me just do this. Nice. This is what we have right now. Look at it. Amazing. And now our camera angle will change right over here. So I'm going to make a cut at my camera. We want to go on all of this and literally remove keyframe and then reset. So this is what we're going to have. Now we want to do our new camera angle. So let me go back to the YouTube video. Okay. Boom. Nice. That is a bit easy animation. That is not too hard, that camera angle. Not hard at all. Let's have like 3-4 views just so we don't have to get back to this. You get me? Nice. So first thing we want to do is zoom in as much as possible. And now that we're zoomed in, you can see over here, if I just zoom out, that we have more space over here. So we're also going to be like towards a bit to the left center. So I'm going to select the dolly and I'm gonna take this to the left. Okay, and then now we're gonna do the animation. So how it's gonna start is literally take orbit around tool, keyframe everything. So now I'll tell you what we need to do. Because we're on 2-node camera, it's a bit different. 2-node camera is complicated. That's why I don't use this shit. I'm just using it for the sake of this video. But look, if I do rotation, it's literally not happening. Like it's happening across the whole scene. So if I give you guys a 2 view, if I select this camera and I select this camera, you don't need to do this, by the way. No need to switch to 2 views. I mean, it does help a lot if you do. But see, if I rotate X, for example, it's doing across the whole scene. If you can see the camera over here, it's doing across the whole scene. And so what we want to do is, you can see if I position, it's even rotating, like because our scene is like placed far. So because it's positioned, it feels like it's rotating as well. So what we want to do is we want to move it from position. See what happens? It's gonna move like this. Honestly, I believe they did it in a way better manner, but I literally wanted to make it this as simple as it is for you guys. But if I make a null, for example, and I make this null 3D, and then I link the camera to the null, we're gonna be able to do this in a better way. So see, now if I rotate, it rotates the scene rather than the camera, which is basically kind of what we want. So I'm gonna take the null by pressing Y and making this point of interest. And now I'm gonna rotate using the null. So let me keyframe Y rotation, take this a bit closer like this. And we also wanna do position. And then at the end, it's gonna end like this. So the Y rotation will go the opposite way and the position is gonna go a bit to the left. One thing I'll tell you guys is I 100% think it was not done in this way. But anyways, let me go back to one view and see what we have right now. Now let's play and see over here if we did something similar or no. So let's check. See? Boom. Amazing, amazing. We did the exact same thing, by the way. The exact same thing. Okay, we did the exact same thing. The only thing is it's positioning a bit from here. And for this point of time, I'm gonna just hide this, you know, for this cut only. I'm gonna hide this so we don't have to change the camera in order to mess with this. I'm gonna cut again, and then I'm gonna appear it again. And then over here, our camera changes again, like a frame later. Literally changes again. So I'm gonna make the cut for our camera, take this up and delink it, and then reset everything. So now we're back to normal view. So see what we have. This is the first movement. This is the second movement. And now we want to make the third movement. Now for the third movement, you guys can see this is our third movement. So let's set up the scene in that manner. First thing we want to do is go very, very close to the arrow. And then we want to make the orbit that we want. So I'm going to take this, do it like this. I'm going to hold shift just so we have this. And now we just want to rotate it to the left. And to rotate this to the left, we'll need another null. So I'm gonna create a null, link it, and if I do this, Y rotation, Z rotation, sorry, you can see this is what we have. Then I can orbit this to be. I'm just fixing it. I hope you guys still are getting like what's happening right over here. I know it's getting a bit complicated, I'm not gonna lie. Especially for you guys, beginners, you're probably facing a lot of issues. But I'm just trying to fix my angle. The project file will be there, so don't worry too much about the camera and everything. I think this is one of the most complex animations to do, even as like a beginner motion designer. That's why I was saying that this is easy, but at the same time, it's not easy. But yeah, this is what we have. If I open this, see, this is what we have. Very similar, very similar. It's just a bit more zoomed in. So I'm gonna make another null, link that null to this one, and through this null I'll zoom this in. We can't zoom this in. And let's play the scene right now. Let's animate it. Just keyframe everything again with the camera, and I'm gonna go like 7 seconds over here, whatever, like random, and I'm gonna select the dolly tool and literally move my thing by holding shift just so that it's diagonally going. So boom and boom. One thing is that I just started from a bit further, so we need to start it from close. So amazing, this is how it is. Amazing. And now the scene cuts again. So you can see there is a lot of camera angles. That's why it's getting too confusing. So now I cut my camera again, and I'm gonna reset everything again. I keep resetting because when you reset, you can get again from like a fresh perspective. So, but let's look at what we have right now. This, boom, boom, and now we need, I think this is gonna be one of our last camera angles. So let me play this, and nice, this is our last, this is one angle. That's an easy one. So let me just zoom in with my camera as much as possible. Do this, okay, and now do this. And now the only thing I need to fix is the rotation. So for that, I'm gonna get a null layer again, make it 3D, and with that null layer, just fix up whatever we can. We just want to fix the angle, no matter how like you get it, doesn't matter, to be honest. So yeah, this is kind of what we have. We should have zoomed in a bit more. Now for this one, we have a very simple one. So let me just play it. You can see, very simple. So to do that, let me literally, first things first is zoom in as much as possible, like literally this much. And then I'm gonna go orbit around, and I'll do this. So it's orbiting around. Now we have the angle fixed. We just want to rotate it like a bit to the left. So for that, I'm gonna link a null, and I'm gonna use my Z rotation to do this. Now you can see we have something similar. Nice. Now I can use the dolly tool to literally like keyframe. So let's keyframe all of this. Let's keyframe everything over here. Not rotation, actually, it's just position and point of interest, but anyways. And now using the dolly tool, just come down like this. It's gonna start almost like this. So yeah, let's play this. It's not perfect, I won't lie, but it's pretty good. So if I play this over here, nice, nice. And then over here we have our last cut. So let me make a cut, and reset everything again. Make sure this is unlinked and then reset everything. Take this, take the null, cut that, and let me remove all the keyframes. Now the last one, I think it's similar to the first one. So if I play the last one, look at how it looks. And if I play the first one, look at how it looks. So it's the exact same thing. What I can do is copy this and paste it on here. But the only thing is that it's gonna have to be from above. So as I told you guys, to move it above, you can, instead of adjusting the actual position for the layer, I will just connect this to a null. And with this null that I connect, I will press 3D. You guys already know how to connect a null. I'm just doing it with a shortcut over here. And then I can literally just do this to place this up. The ending position should be like this. So see now how it's gonna play? Exactly like this. So it's gonna start from 0, from almost like over here. And then it's gonna go up and up to reach its final destination. But it hasn't reached its final destination, so I can just adjust this point of interest to come up the final goal. And one thing that we forgot to add is basically step number 3. So I'll duplicate this, I'll take this up, and I'll write the final goal. And just, you guys can see why I added that. Look at it now. We have this, boom. Now the final goal is gonna come. Amazing. That is the final goal that came. I can't believe just for like one scene he put this much effort, you know. And this is literally us copying. So imagine him doing it from scratch. Must have taken like 3 hours, bro. But anyways, let's play what we have right now, guys. As I told you, the camera was the whole thing. The scene was very easy. So boom, play, boom, 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 boom. Fucking amazing. I'm really happy with how this turned out. The scene should end over here. So just gonna press N and trim comp to work area. This is our animation. Now we just have like final tweaks. This took some time, guys. This took some time. Wow. But I'm really happy with how this turned out. Now we just need to make our layer alive and like final tweaks. So first thing, we have this. So on this layer, I'm gonna add deep and it's gonna be required for text. We don't need to adjust much of the settings. We can just make the exposure like 0.6. And you can see the line is visible. So to remove the line visibility, I'm gonna press V on my keyboard, take this down so that it's like not going in the middle of this. So now we have this deep glow done. And we had, he added some things in the back, which was very creative. I'll tell you what he did. If I open the preview, okay, come over here, you can see we had this thing over there and above. He put it down and above, and there is this small dots. So how do we do these? Let's get right into it. It's very simple, nothing much. First thing, we're gonna do the overlays that are down. So I just opened up like one of my light leaks over here, or actually it's like more like a glitch, you know. So for that glitch is just I'm gonna drag the whole folder into After Effects. So I just dragged the whole folder into After Effects. I hope my After Effects does not crash. I'm just gonna press stop actually, fuck it. But yeah, we have 26 glitches over here. I'm just gonna go over any one of the glitches. This is all gonna be the description of this video, so don't worry. It's all gonna be there, guys. We need like a glitch with more colors and stuff. This glitch will do. I don't really have the exact glitch, to be fair. But yeah, let me just take this glitch all the way down, and I'm gonna add 3D to it. And then we wanna make sure that this glitch is screening. Let me make the glitch smaller. I'm gonna have the glitch fade in like over here. So see, we have the glitch, but over here it's like it's cutting out, as you guys can see. So we need to fade it. So to do that, I'm gonna click on the rectangle tool and I'm just gonna double click. So it's gonna create a rectangle mask around this whole thing. I'm gonna select this mask, take this down, okay, and now I'm gonna go to feather and feather this up by a lot. So now it's gonna fade. As you guys can see, it's now fading rather than a cut. Obviously the glitch is not as good as Iman Gadzhi's, or the editor that Iman Gadzhi used. There is even one glitch above. Holy shit, what's happening? What the hell? I don't know how this happened. But yeah, let me just drag this and make this way smaller, bro, because what the hell? This is because of the weird ass angles that we chose. But anyways, now it's gonna be visible over here as well. You should be able to see it. Nice. You can see it came up there. We don't want it to come on this scene, so I'm just gonna cut. So now the next step that we have is adding the overlay that is in the back. So if I open the video, you can see we have this little dots. So how to do this? In order to do this, the first thing we'll do is open a new composition, okay? And in this new composition, let's create a solid, and we're gonna add an effect called CC ball action. So CC ball action, and if I do transparent, you can still not see anything. So first thing, you gotta make the grid spacing 4, and then the ball size. So if I zoom in, you can see over here we have the ball sizes. I'm pretty sure that he used an overlay, but I'm just showing you guys a bit of a manual way. It doesn't matter that much, whatever you use. So for the ball size, we're gonna have it something like this. And literally, I'm gonna do fill, and I'll make it white color, just because it was white for him. And then we decrease the opacity for it to be like 45. So now it's like overlaying, you know? So I'm gonna copy this and paste it on over here. Make it all the way back. You don't need to turn on 3D. It will automatically just happen. So you can see we have it. Let me decrease the opacity a bit more. Now we have one problem, that over here it's cutting out. Like you can clearly see it's cutting out. So how do we fix that? If you add an effect called motion tile, what motion tile does is that it extends the overlay. So if I do motion tile and I make the number like 333 333, I'm just making it 333 because I not bothered to write 300. And then I take this motion tile above the CC ball action. So see what happens now. It's extended. If you guys can see, this is without motion tile, this is with motion tile. And now we literally have the effect as well on top. So let's play the edit. We have the overlay happening as well. I'm just gonna make this in quarters so that we can preview it in a bit of a faster pace. But yeah, it's over here, you can see. Amazing. Perfect. One thing about this overlay is that it moves. You can see it's moving. This is what CC ball action does. So now this is an issue that we have. If I play this in full, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. But see, the overlay is moving. It's not only the background, but the overlay is moving as well. And we don't want that. That makes it look uglier. So how do we fix that? Is if I remove the motion tile now and I pre-compose it by doing Control Shift C. I pre-composed it. Now you can see we have it, but it's not 3D. The layer is not 3D. Like this is 3D, but the background is not 3D. So I'm gonna make this now 3D. And after I make this 3D, I'm gonna add motion tile by doing the same thing. And now this is exactly what happens, but now the overlay does not move. You can see the overlay stays still in the background. See, it stays still. So this is how we fixed with this problem. I actually did not know it was coming, but I do know the solution because this happens with a lot of other things. This is not the first time it's happening with me. Now that we're done with this, we have one last thing remaining. And I promise you that's the only single thing. And it is referred to as depth of field. So if I play the original video, guys, okay, see over here, you can see how this is becoming blurry and that is becoming blurry. Why, how is this happening? It's through depth of field. So the first thing I'm gonna do, okay, now that we have this preview, I'm gonna go into 2-view camera, okay, 2 views. This is gonna be our active camera and this camera is gonna be our custom view. I already went over this a lot, by the way, in the camera tutorial. So if you watch that, then you should know. And if I click on the camera, you can see our camera is pointing right onto this. Now, if I go down here, you can see we have depth of field and camera options. So if this is off, turn it on, please. And we want to reset all settings. Now you can see we have something called focus distance. So I'll show you what focus distance is by just zooming out. If I go over here, just gonna zoom out. Don't worry about what I'm doing. But you can see like an external line. Can you see this? There is this and there is this. That is the original camera. This is the focus distance. So you can see if I take the focus distance, I don't know why the focus distance is so high, but if I make this, for example, 12,000 or 1,200, you can see our focus distance is now back to where it was. So the focus distance is now fixed and you can see blur level. If I increase the blur level, see what happens. This is what happens. So we want to fix the focus distance based on where our camera is focusing. So you can see now the closer, the more it goes up, the lesser it is blurry. So this is our exact, this is very hard to explain, by the way, guys. Like, I literally cannot explain this if you don't have experience, but I will just show this regardless. So now you can see what will happen is that the 1 is starting to get a bit more blurry. And if I increase the aperture, and you can see now, the 0 is starting to become more blurry, and 1 is the main focus. Over here, this is blurry and this is not. So we want to just fix up the aperture. And you also need to have like a bit of camera experience in order to know this, to be honest. But yeah, now look what happens. Is that the 0 is blurry and the arrow is not blurry. So that is what exactly we want, and that is exactly what he did. Is that the arrow will never be blurry, but the other things will be blurry. This is literally by adjusting the focus distance. And because we did not do this from before, we'd have to like adjust the focus distance over and over and over again across all cameras. So now if I take the focus distance lesser, I increase aperture, I increase the blur level, you can see what's happening. Now if I take this a bit up, the arrow is less blurry and the step is more blurry. It is a bit confusing again. I literally cannot explain this to you guys because it's very confusing, guys. And it's even me myself, I'm not too clear on this because I don't have real life camera experiences, but I increased the blur level right now. This is purely just off of me using After Effects for a lot of years that I know this. But you can see now, even over here, the focus distance is perfect. This is like a bit blurry and this is less blurry. And now the closer we get, the more visible this is, I guess. And yeah, pretty much like we'd have to do this on all of them to fix it. For this one, I can just copy paste the camera options, come over here. And now you can see, look at the left side, by the way, not the right side, obviously. I'm just purging my cache because my After Effects has been in use for so long. So yeah, let's play. You can see over here, this is less blurry and the down is getting more blurry. The time we go up, what's down is getting more blurry and what's up is getting less blurry. So this means that we actually fixed it. But yeah, that was it for the focus distance. We did it on all the cameras and I can preview this with one view right now. It's gonna be active camera. And yeah, I'll be back to you guys once we have this thing rendered so we can preview it in full quality. Here I'm previewing my video. I'll be back once this is rendered and I'll show you guys the final preview. Here is our video, guys. Let's play it. Boom, you can see how the focus is very optimized. Nice, amazing. Yeah, I think we have a bit of problems with the focus at this point. But anyways, this was the video. I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. This is gonna be, the project file is gonna be in the description below in case you want to use it for any of your projects. And I do understand if this got a bit too complex for you guys, to be honest. It was a hard animation. It turned out harder than expected. The starting was so easy, but then the ending got so hard. But anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed this tutorial and I hope you're having a good time. Honestly, in Editors League, I put my soul into this, lots of hours, big investments. But anyways, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out. Welcome to a new video from Editors League. In this video, we're going to be doing an animation from Iman Gadzhi. And this video is made even for people who are beginners. It won't be hard for them to follow. As well as if you are an intermediate or an expert as well, this video is also for you. And here's a quick preview of the animation that's going to be in this video. So now that you've seen that, I think we're ready to dive in right into After Effects. I'm literally just gonna open YouTube and show you guys where the animation came from. As you guys can see, I have hidden the URL link because I cannot show you guys, but I've got it internally from Iman's team as I have a very strong connection with the internal editing team. But yeah, pretty much they've sorted me out by giving me one of Iman's top edited events. Here is just like a quick 20-second preview in case you guys want to preview the video, or in case if you guys have watched it before, then you're gonna just remember, because this has been unlisted and it's a video that has been literally hidden since a year from now. So I'm just gonna play it for your guys' sake with audio as well.
For the last 4 years, I haven't been completely honest with you. And it really took me a long time to come to this realization. Now, before I tell you what this realization is and why I haven't been completely honest, you need to understand the full story of how I've gotten here in the first place. And instead of telling you some long drawn out story, I'd rather just show you by having you step into my life for a week. This is a box, but it's not any regular box. Inside of it holds one of the most valuable assets I have. What's inside of this box is worth way more than just money. It has taken me almost a decade to get this. It has made me tens of millions of dollars, and now I'm finally ready to reveal it to you. This is what allows me to live life on my own terms. This is what allows me to do whatever I want, whenever I want. It allows me to architect my life exactly how I envisioned it when I was 14 and broke. Now, it's time for you to do the same. Are you ready for the remote revolution?
So I showed you guys literally the whole video. Maybe I might have cut it out in the editing process, but you hope you saw it completely. Anyways, the animation that we're gonna be doing, as you guys saw over here, I literally chose one of the hardest animations from this video. I could have gone with an easier one, but I went with this one. Why? Because it doesn't have much complex, first thing, something too complex for beginners to follow, as well as it is something that is advanced that even masters almost can't do it. So it's a combination of both, and luckily you over here, I think even if you're a beginner, you can easily follow the tutorial. So yeah, with that being said, let's dive in right into After Effects. So first thing you want to do in After Effects, literally create a composition, and let's make it 1920 by 1080p, and I'll make the duration 4 seconds by doing this, and I'll click OK. If you already feel overwhelmed by how I created the composition and did all this stuff, then you're clearly still not on the right path to even start doing this animation. I'm gonna be completely honest and truthful to you. Just ignore this video or go to my another Iman Gadzhi video where I did the camera angle changing. Over there I went too deep, but over here we want to focus on the core animations and stuff. I don't want to literally go over here and explain to you guys one by one what each thing is, when I've done it over 10 times by now in this course. Every time I create a composition, I go over every single thing over here, and I think that if you got overwhelmed by something that I did quickly over here, then you're clearly not in the right path to even start doing this animation. And if you already know what's happening over here and what I did at this quick pace, then you are at the right path. So yeah, I think we can start with the animation right away. Now, the first things first, and the most important thing I always say, is setting up your scene, or is designing your scene. Some parts in your scene come later on, but you always need to have the raw idea of how your scene is gonna look. So clearly, if I open this and I come over here, we have this person, we have something that says internet millionaires, we have this car, and we have the background. I think the most important thing we start with first is the background. So first thing I'm literally gonna do is go to solid and create a solid that is black in color, and I'll drag it down like this, around this much. I have a scale at around this much, and I just put it up with the scale, and then above we're gonna have an overlay, which you don't gotta worry about for now. Now what I'm gonna do is add an effect called gradient ramp. So let's go to gradient and then ramp, and I'm gonna drag my black color at around over here, so you can see we have a gradient. I'm gonna press PNG just so we can see the image. You can see over here we have like a grayish scale, and over here we have white. So if I drag this, I take the white further down, I'm gonna drag the black point a bit closer. Now you can see we have a very similar literally gradient. And now we need the overlay over here, and this type of background is called topographic. So if I just import topographic textures, I'm gonna import it and I click over here, you can see it's very, very similar. And what I'm gonna do is just scale this up and take this below the solid so you can see what happened now. Is we have this and we have this topographic, and then what I'm gonna do is add an effect called tint, and you can see through tint I can customize colors. So the white one I'll make black, and the black one I'll make dark blue almost, so this color. And now if I alt tab, you can see we should have a very similar look. This and this, it's very similar. Now this is a very good start to what we have, but I honestly think this is a bit high, so I should take this a bit down rather than have it this high. But anyways, I'll just revert it back to be the same and I will say about it later. And the first thing that we're literally gonna have is the text internet millionaires. And what I'm gonna do is control alt home and then control home to take it to the middle, or you can just do a line over here by doing this and setting the anchor point in the middle. And I'm gonna make this bigger. Once I've made this bigger, I'll take it up and I'll make the font a font called Pixels. It's a similar font, it's not the exact same though. It's a bit too pixelated in my opinion, but okay, let's just have it like this for now. And the first thing we need is literally the vector layer. So for the vector layer, what I'm gonna do is open up free pick, and over here you can see I have these two bookmarked illustrations. And then if I just write man standing, we didn't really receive the results we wanted in this one, so I'm gonna open this one and I'll write man standing, and then we have this one which is very close, we have that one kind of close, this one is close. Okay, so I'm gonna actually use this one as it's one of the closest we have, and I'll download it as EPS. Now that I download it as EPS, I will then open on Google something called Photopea, and I'll literally drag my EPS over here, and then I will select everything else and delete it. Delete this, delete that, or delete this gray thing, we don't really need it. I think we don't need it. Boom, boom. I'm just selecting all of these and deleting this stuff. So now this is how our character looks. I think if we keep the other parts, it's gonna be better, so I'm just gonna Control C, and yeah, this looks a bit better. And I think, yeah, we're ready to import this into After Effects. I'm gonna press on file and literally save as PSD, and then I'm gonna now open up After Effects, press on project and drag this. Just we can have it as footage, to be honest. I'm gonna press OK, and now if I drag this, you can see we have this as a layer itself, and I'm gonna literally have it stand over here. And by the way, before everything, if I do open up YouTube, you can see we have these black bars. Let me put it in default view. So let's add these black bars as well. We usually don't add black bars in the animations, but I'm just gonna do it to show you guys how to add black bars, I guess. So I'm gonna add black bars in the most manual way possible. I usually don't do it like this. I use an effect that can automatically add black bars, but we're gonna do it using shape layer. So select the rectangle tool by pressing Q, and then have the fill on black, and the stroke just make it 0, and then do a black bar like this over here, for example, and then literally duplicate it and take it up over there. And now I'm just gonna pre-compose this and write it as black bars, and then I'm gonna lock it, take it all the way down and literally lock it, not all the way down, sorry, take it above this too and literally lock it now. Keep it above everything and lock it. Now you can see I need to adjust the sizing of this character, make it smaller, take the internet millionaires to the middle, something like this. And now we need pretty much the car, so I'm gonna open up again my free pick and I'm gonna write Porsche and then make it vectors only. So let's see what we get. There's a lot of modules over here. You can see this is also something that Iman has used before, if I'm not wrong, but anyways, I'm gonna ignore that. Let's look for a better module. I'm just going down and down. Over here I found this one. I'm gonna press on view similar as well, and now we have all similar ones, all similar cars, and I think this is a very good car. So I'm just gonna take this. It's a PSD as well, which is perfect. So let me just download this Once I download this, I'm gonna extract it. And you can see we have the image over here, the PSD, and I'm gonna use Photo P again. Let me just open new, Control Alt N. See if we can drag this. No, we can't. Okay, I'm gonna open Photo P from the beginning again. Literally drag this. And let's see what we have. We have this and this. Let's see if we can remove the shadow. Okay, remove the background, remove this, remove the shadow. And we have the image only, which is what we want initially. So I just switched the PSD, and this is gonna be in the description below, so don't worry about it. And now what I'm gonna do is literally just save it, and I'm gonna name it car, and then open up After Effects again and literally drag the car. It can be as footage as well, doesn't need to be composition. And then this car is gonna be like this basically. Now it looks like it's floating on it, but it's not actually. Everything is an illusion. That's what they're good at. And this is gonna be below the character. And now you can see with this illusion, it does look like he's standing on a floor and that the car is moving on a floor as well. Now what we want to do is literally first thing, have the car in the middle and pre-compose it. Move all attributes into a new component and then open up this pre-composition. And then what I'm gonna do is select these wheels. That's all we need to do. I'll show you now. I'm gonna make the quality full, hold space on my keyboard to move this, zoom in using wheel up, and I'm gonna just circle around the wheel this way. You can hold space to move your shape layer, by the way, and I'm holding shift as well to make it an exact circle. In case it's not an exact circle, then we can adjust it, it's fine. Okay, so now let me do none, just so I can exactly select it. So like this, boom, 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 boom. I think we just select everything that is inside, kinda. But we want to make sure that we don't make it look messed up. Okay, this is our wheel. Now I'm gonna duplicate the mask and literally drag it by holding shift over here. Take this down. I thought the wheel size would be same, but it's not. So let me just redo it. Hold shift to mask this wheel as well. Let's do the most we can. Okay, I'm gonna do none now. I think this one is pretty accurate. Yeah, we don't even need to adjust this. Yeah, now I'm gonna duplicate, and once I do, I'm gonna do subtract on both of these and then add on both of these. Duplicate this, remove mask 2 and remove mask 1. So now this is our wheel 1, you can see, and this is our wheel 2, and then the rest is car. So I'm gonna name this wheel 1. It's very important to rename your layers. It helps with productivity a lot. I'm gonna name this character, floor, and background. So now why did I separate the wheels and the car? Because see, if I select both of these and I do Control Alt Home, I take the anchor point in the middle. After it, I can literally rotate the wheels. And that is initially what we want to do. And we want to rotate it exactly from this point. So I'm gonna press Y on my keyboard and take it in the middle of this. So now if I rotate, see, it's rotating from similar to the middle. It's not exactly the middle. This might be the middle. Is this the middle? It's not. Is this the middle? It's not. What the fuck is the middle? I mean, all of it is the middle, but it's just not the best or the most accurate because it's 3D. Okay, now I'm gonna select all of this, press R, go to the end, and we're gonna just do a constant rotation to the front, because if the car is moving to the front, the wheels will move forward, and this one forward. So I'm gonna make both of them like a complete rotation of 360. Now if I play it, see what happens. It's actually too slow. So we want to make like one more rotation. So how do we know if it's a complete rotation? This will become 2. This is 2 rotations. If I do more, it's 3 rotations. So you can see, let's have it complete 3 rotations. Even faster, you want it even faster. 5 rotations or 6 rotations. Yep, that is a good speed. Now I'm gonna add an adjustment layer by doing Control Alt Y, and I'm gonna make it match colors. So I'm gonna do tint. I'm gonna switch this white into blue of this color. So now our car is bluish, and I'm gonna take the black a bit upper so that it becomes grayish. Yeah, that is pretty good. That is solid. Now let's go back, and this is what we have. I'm gonna do the same tint with the character as well. So add tint on the character, and let me just drag this black color on the blue. So now the character is blue, but the character should be like a different tone of blue, not the same, darker. Yep, this is good. So it doesn't camouflage, you know. Now, lastly, we need the money bag. So I remember there was a money bag over here. This is the money bag. We need the money bag. So let me open up Repic again and write money bag. And then literally make it vector. Let's find a similar money bag. I think this money bag is pretty solid. So let me just get this one. And I'm gonna download it as... I don't like what's happening over here with this. So I'm actually gonna ignore this one. We can go with this one. We have also these ones. But yeah, let's go with this one and download as AI or EPS. So we want to do the same exact trick again. Photopea. You always need Photoshop and all this stuff. I use Photoshop actually, not Photopea, but you can see why did I add it to Photopea, because I can remove everything by itself. See, I can remove, for example, the background. I can remove these coins that we don't want. I can remove this. And over here, we can just make it easier by having these groups. So if I delete this complete group, this group, I'm just gonna delete it. This group, no. You can see each group has its own role. All of these groups we need. This is another cache group, which we don't need. Designed by FreePic, let me remove that. Now we have this, which is the most important thing. And to be fair, we don't need this as a Photoshop file now. We can save it as an image, but I'm just gonna save it as PSD anyways. I'm gonna name it money bag, and then let me import money bag over here, PSD, and make it as footage, not choose layers, just footage. Now we have this money bag. Now the first thing we want to do is give the money bag a bit of a realistic touch. So there was an effect in CC, I forgot its name, so I'm just gonna write CC in effects and presets, and then scroll down until we find CC. So now you can see over here we have all of this, and I think it was called CC plastic, but let's see. These are very useful effects. For example, let's say if I just throw CC cylinder, see what happens. This money bag becomes a cylinder. In case you want to make anything a cylinder, or you want to make anything a sphere, you can. But we have, you can see I can even make it a bubble. Like, it's so stupid. But anyways, we have things over here that give it that kind of an effect. So just to give you a presentation, see how this is how the money bag we want it to kind of look, especially with like the effects and stuff. So I'm gonna add, for example, CC plastic, and I can do some effects from here just to give it a bit of a lighting, plastic view. So you can see it kind of added like the sunlight on the bag, which kind of already made it better. We can adjust some things. It's nice lighting, by the way. I didn't know the lighting was this good, like genuinely. But yeah, this is good, a good start. We want to add an effect called posterize, I think. Posterize, not posterize time, posterize. And this like posterizes the effect. You can see what happened. Literally posterize the effect. Along with CC plastic, it becomes even better. And then I can add a gradient ramp, I think. Gradient ramp will remove some of the texture, which is why we don't like gradient ramp. That's why I always add tint, so the texture is not removed. But I can even add change to color, and I do this, for example, and then to like blue type of, and you can see our money bag now looks aesthetic as fuck. I can decrease the posterize. I can now add kind of a noise effect on the money bag. If I add noise and I remove use clip color noise, and then I take the posterize below, see what happens? The noise kind of eliminates it. This is without noise, this is with noise. We wanna keep the noise a bit viable. So this is how our money bag looks. But the only problem is that the colors are not fitting to this at all, which is why change to color in the first place does not work. So what if I do colorize, and then I change the purple to this blue color, everything to this blue color? Does that not work either? I'm generally surprised. So I added an effect called BCC colorize, which you guys might not have, unfortunately. But just download the effect BCC from YouTube, and you can see our texture looks even better than Iman Gadzhi's, I'm not gonna lie. Especially with the noise and everything, it looks like freaking fire, bro. I love it. So now I think we're ready to start animating. First thing we're gonna animate is the easiest thing, which is the car. So literally move the car positioning all the way to the left, from the left, to buy at the end of the animation come like this. And the graph that I'm gonna use, I'm gonna do F9 and I'm gonna use this graph. So see what happens. This is our car. This is our car. And the car, I did one mistake. I did not realize that it stopped, so I just kept it going. That means we need to do F9 and I'm gonna have to do the same graph for my car, which is the exact same graph. And this is how it's gonna be. Now it's gonna sync with the movement as well, which is what's good with the exact same graphs. You can see it's syncing with the movement exactly because it's the exact same graph. Amazing, this is perfect. 10 out of 10. Our character is gonna have an effect called puppet. So I'll show you what that is. Over here, if you go, there is an effect called puppet position pan. Just click on it, don't worry much about it. And if I click over here, just keep clicking where I'm clicking. Just clicking in these common areas, basically where I think there are bonds and everything. Don't worry too much. Now see, if I do this, I can literally move this back and forth. If I select this, for example, and I delete it, select this as an example, I want a bit more movement. So I'm gonna have it start slowly to the front, go to like midway, take it a bit to the back. By the way, it's automatically keyframed, so we don't like really need to worry about the keyframing. And now, see, this one is moving as well. And I'm gonna press U on my keyboard, check all the keyframes. It's only puppet position 1 that is keyframed. And I'm gonna press F9 and then do the middle graph for all of them. So to do that, instead of doing it manually, I'm just gonna do it from here by doing this. Now it is happening manually, which is perfect. So this is what we have, literally amazing. And at this point, our money bag is gonna also animate. So first things first, with the money bag, I need to make sure that the scale is a bit small because it's too big, and that it is coming a bit down like this. We're gonna make sure that the feet and the money bag is on the exact same scale. I think I can make the money bag a bit bigger and have it literally like this. And now I'm gonna do a position of the money bag from here, from up to come here. Look, so this is gonna be how our money bag is gonna come from up, and then at this second it's gonna land. But the graph for this one is gonna be something unique, never done before graph. It's gonna come down very harshly because it's gonna fall. When you fall, there is a direct impact. The second that you fall, the second before it is the fastest speed that you go through in your whole fall. So I'm gonna take this graph all the way back to the second point, and I'm gonna take the first point all the way to the left, all the way to the right. So see, until now it did not come, but when it comes, it's mad fast. You can see that over here there is a bit of a slow movement, which is not something that we want. So I'll take this like even more up, so that when the movement comes, like actually comes fast. Boom, immediately. And I'm gonna add the motion blur on this and the motion blur on the car too. This is gonna remove the motion blur preview though. So this was our motion bag, this was our money bag animation. There is another important factor in the money bag animation as well. I'm gonna add a puppet tool. Okay, one over here, one perhaps over here. And then the money bag is one more over here as well, by the way. So I'm gonna press U just to see. I'm gonna take these keyframes in front, and now I will just take this like this. So now when the money bag comes, it immediately moves, and I'm gonna keyframe this to like come fast once the land happens. So the second it lands, it goes back like this. So boom, that's perfect. We can even have this like sharper in the front. So the second it falls, it happens. Yeah, the second it falls, it happens is better. And then there is also a smoke that comes out. So if I check over here, the money bag falls and there is a smoke that comes out. So for that, I'm just gonna open another tab on YouTube, and I wrote fake smoke effect green screen. I don't know what kind of a smoke effect that is, but I'm pretty sure it was not made from scratch. Yeah, see, this is fog smoke cartoon kind of effect, because I've seen these a lot. These smokes is not the first time that I see them. You can see this is very similar. You pretty much might have taken it from here. Which one would it be? Which one would it be? That is similar to what we want. This one as well. These are like big ones though. We definitely want small ones. Yep, that is similar to what we want. And this one as well. I'm gonna just write cartoon, fog smoke cartoon effect. Yep, here it is, guys. I just saw it. Look, look, look. This. Exactly this one. Boom. This one. Over here, he does have it. Let's see how does he have it. On the fall. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. It is a paid template though. Holy shit. That's unlucky. Honestly, it's taking me so long just to get this smoke effect. So even if I pick an imperfect one, it's fine. We let it slide. That's fine. I'll take this one for example, whatever, and I'll just press download on it. And now I'm gonna add an effect called color key. I think I can literally press this. Let me drag this. Oh my god, that is so imperfect. Yeah, this makes it better. So the effect's gonna come on the smoke exactly. So it should come out like this. Boom, boom. Place it down there. We have to make sure this is smaller. And now what I have to do is literally just create a mask around this, a quick mask. So I'm gonna press on the shape layer and make sure you have the smoke selected. A quick mask like this. Boom, boom. Gonna hide the smoke layer just so I can see what's behind it. So this is a very, very quick mask. It doesn't need to be too accurate. It's gonna do the job well anyways. Boom, boom, boom. I'm also very fast at masking anyways, because I have a very heavy mouse and good pen accuracy and understanding of the logic of it anyways. So yeah, this is a quick mask. Now I'm gonna unhide this and I'm gonna do subtract. So now it's gonna feel like it's coming from the back of it. You can see. However, I did misplace it, so it should be like this. Now I'm gonna select the mask and take it down again. Now this is how it is. I'm just kind of trying out an effect, like giving it that kind of a texture on the explosive and then like having a skip. Now that's too noticeable. Never mind. It's too noticeable. I'm gonna just select my rectangle tool and I'm gonna double tap this. I'll do have it on add, don't worry. Take it below this. And this one I'm gonna basically do a feather. So now when it goes out, it's not too noticeable. I'll make the feather like stronger. And I'm gonna decrease the expansion. Sorry, I know this is getting a bit complex for you guys as well. I'm gonna have the opacity go down for the smoke, like literally at this point. Because we did not find the perfect smoke, so this is what's happening. But anyways, kind of an imperfect smoke effect over here we have. Gonna make this end earlier. Yep, that is the impact effect we got. Let's see what else do we have left. We have the money falling effect. So if I write money falling, I have a lot of money falling green screens. You can see we have a money falling over here, but that is a bit of a fake one, the one that he has. Maybe I do have a money falling fake one. I found a cash fall. If I show you guys over here, not this one, it's this one. I'm just gonna drag it so you guys can see. Perfect. Not perfect, but I don't think we're able to remove. Wait, let me see before I say too much. Color key. I can add feather and make the edge thinner and take all of this below. Now we have the money falling effect. Nice, but it looks a bit poor. You can see at some parts it's like a bit not really doing its job properly. But let's see, maybe if I decrease the tolerance by a bit. And yeah, with the decreased tolerance it looks a bit better. And the money fall will obviously start after the cash falls. So over here, boom. And it's gonna be smaller, so I'm gonna do time remap like this and then drag this all the way back and add this effect, double tap over here, so the slow-mo basically gets not laggy, doesn't stay laggy. So this is what's happening. Nice. Let me just cut our composition at this point. So internet millionaires, this comes, boom. I think the cash fall needs to be a bit earlier, just so we can have everything for a few more seconds and give it like breathing time, you know. Perfect. So this is pretty much the animation that we have. The final things that we have is called final tweaks, you can say. And it's gonna be things like deep glow, light sweeps, and all of these things that we're gonna add right now, as well as post-rise time and the stuff. It's gonna make the animation 10x better. Just wait for what's coming. So first things first, if I come over here, if I take this back a bit, see what happens. Look at this. There is a light sweep. Very simple. Don't even worry about it. Open up the car layer that we have and then add an adjustment layer on top by doing Ctrl-Alt-Y and add an effect called CC Light Sweep. And literally we don't even need to adjust anything. All we need to do is keyframe this from ending to this. So let's have it like this. Center of direction, keyframe from starting, go all the way to the end and keyframe it like this. So this is how it's gonna be. And we're just gonna do F9 on it and make this a bit to the front. Nothing too sharp. I think a bit sharper would be better. Nice. Now if I play it over here. Nice. This is what we have. I gotta increase this width a bit and make the sweep intensity a bit more. The edge intensity lower. Nice. This is what we have. So this is gonna play and that is gonna move. Perfect. That is perfect. Now we add an effect called dust particles. So I'm gonna add dust. I'm just gonna write dust, but it's called film grain actually. Film grain. And I'm gonna add this film grain on top. Take it below the black bars and add an effect on it called screen. So that I can see the dust effect is over there. The money will start a bit earlier, the money fall, rather than have it this late. So yeah, the money fall is gonna start before the cash comes down. For the Internet Millionaire font, I think we'll keep it the same. It's fine. We can change this to like, for example, another font. If I do a font called Inter and I do this, it looks good. This looks good. Maybe I make it medium. This is a good font, pretty much solid font. Gonna size it up a bit more, take it to the middle. Now this is the animation that we have. Very simple and very clean. Just do Ctrl A, pre-compose it first, Ctrl Shift C. And now I add an adjustment layer, Ctrl Alt Y. And on the Ctrl Alt Y, I'm gonna add an effect called Deep Glow. Once I have the effect, this is how bright it will be, but we don't want it this bright. So I'm gonna take down the exposure to 0.3. I'm gonna increase the sped to 400. Take down the exposure to 0.15 actually. So now everything has glow in the layer. And then I'm gonna add an effect called Posterize Time. And I'm gonna make it 18 FPS. I'm gonna enable the preview of the motion blur. And now I think we can preview our edit. Let me just make this in full. And let's preview the edit once the pre-render is done. I'm gonna remove these scales and I'm gonna pre-render it now. So 3, 2, 1. Actually, before everything, there is another effect that I forgot, which is called signal, but I don't know why you can't see it. Signal. Oh, sorry, it's called scan lines. My bad. It's called scan lines. So S_scan lines. If I add this effect, you can see we have this. And what I want to do is decrease the line frequency or increase the line frequency by a lot. You guys may not have this effect, by the way. I'm gonna decrease or increase the brightness of the scan lines because it kind of decreases the brightness of everything. So this is before and this is after. And now let's pre-render it again with the scan lines. 3, 2, 1, boom. So yeah, guys, this is pretty much the animation that we have right now. So I'm just gonna play it for you guys to preview. Boom, the car comes in, and after the car comes in, the money falls. There is a bit of a bug in the cash fall because of the time remap change, but yeah, just ignore that. This is pretty much what we have. Very smooth, very good, and extremely clean. The only thing I'd say that would improve everything is the smoke over here to be more realistic, because right now it's not realistic at all. But yeah, it is what it is. I think even the cache should not have deep glow. So in order to fix that, for example, what we can do is, imagine if I take this cache outside and then I'm gonna take it just like this. So now the cache doesn't have deep glow and it looks way better than if it is shiny. So pretty much that's it, guys. I'm really happy with the output that we had with this video is very close. By the way, if you can't see already, I'm very tired and I'm gonna head to bed right after this video. It's currently 3 a.m. and this is the third video I'm filming today. So yeah, we're up for the grind and everything. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out. Welcome to a new video from Editors League. In this video we're going to be doing one of Ali Abdaal's animations, and I picked an easier one for this video. However, in the next video it's going to be way more complex and something a bit more advanced. This video is advanced but as well as beginner friendly follower. So the animation that we're going to be doing in this video is this. As you guys can see, there is a lot of added on tools and instructions that you guys will understand about the style. And so I think if you guys have reached to this level already, then you are ready to dive deeper into Ali Abdaal's style. So yeah, with that being said, I think we're ready to dive in right into After Effects. This time it's gonna be a bit different. Why? Because in this video we're gonna be doing short form, not long form. So when we set up the composition, we have to flip the width and the height. So let me show you. The width is 1920, right? We want to make this 1080 and then this 1920. For the FPS, I'll keep it 24. Duration does not matter. Just have it on like something general. 6 seconds is good. And pretty much you can press OK. And now you can see we have it in short form resolution. And I want to make one major change to my workspace, which is I'm gonna undock this and I'll take it all the way to the right like this. And now what happens is that we have our short form preview over here, okay, and then we have all of our other stuff over here. So I'm even gonna undock this and I'll plug it up over here. So now we literally have all our tools that we need to use along on this side, and then our main preview is over here. And I'm gonna just save my animation, and now you guys can see everything that usually comes over here came on the right side. Okay, so with this I'm even gonna have to change the position of my face cam. I think here we're fine. Yeah, sorry, my face cam is like literally in the middle of nowhere. I didn't find a better place, but I think this does the job well. Anyways, we literally want to start right into it. So let me show you guys the animation. It's this. We're gonna be doing this part. So yeah, with that being said, I think we are ready to dive into the composition. So first thing what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add my twist onto it immediately, right? So for example, here I have Ali Abdaal. Let me find a frame where there is no caption, if that is even possible, because there is a caption on every frame, obviously. But anyways, let's say I have Ali Abdaal over here. I'm just gonna cut him out as a frame, okay? Just to have him like as a blending point. So don't worry too much about what I'm doing right now. But anyways, I'm just gonna freeze Ali Abdaal's frame and I'm gonna name this Ali Abdaal image. So why I'm doing this is because I want to show you guys one major thing that Ali Abdaal does in his videos. And yeah, this layer I will just delete it because we don't need it. It was just to show you guys the animation. So anyways, I have Ali Abdaal over here. Now the first thing what I'm gonna do before we have the animation, I'm gonna cut out Ali Abdaal and I'll like basically add the animation behind him. So I'm pretty sure you guys might know this trick. If I open up any of Ali Abdaal's previous videos, you can see over here Ali Abdaal himself goes down. Yeah, and to do this, it's actually very simple. You see over here also Ali Abdaal went down, and there is like the animation is behind his head. So how do we do this? First thing what you will need is the roto brush tool. Okay, it's beside the puppet tool or it's beside the eraser tool. Roto brush, and the shortcut is Alt W. So once you do the roto brush, you won't see anything. But once you double tap on your video, you get like another screen that looks like this. And in this screen, you can see we have like this kind of a cursor. And to adjust this, for example, if I hold Control on my keyboard, okay, and then I left click, and I keep holding left click, I take my mouse to the right, this becomes bigger. And it's like a brush tool basically becoming bigger. So I want it as big as this, okay? Now you can see it's very big. I'll make it actually a bit smaller just for precision. And what I'm gonna do is I will cut out him and the mic, obviously. by doing this. See, I'm just trying to make it as accurate as possible. You only have to cut out the corners. You don't need to like really cut out the middle, because the middle will automatically like be cut out. So yeah, I messed up something, so let me redo it. I accidentally pressed another button in the process. So yeah, so now once we have it, you are gonna cut out the mic and you're gonna cut them out. Just do it from the corners, like as accurate as you can on the corners, along with his hair, as accurate as you can with the corners and everything. You don't need to highlight the middle part, as that will automatically like be just chosen. Now see, they selected everything except they did one mistake on this side. So how do I fix this? If you hold Alt on your keyboard, okay, and then you will see this red. Now it's basically becoming minus. So instead of selecting, we want to deselect. So I'm gonna deselect this, doing this, and see what happened is that they made the corners as accurate as possible. And over here as well, I'm just gonna make my brush smaller, deselect. Now I'm gonna zoom in, okay, deselect. It's not that accurate, but once you have it set, it gets accurate. Deselect, select. Perfect, that's good. You cannot do this in Photoshop. Why? Because it's gonna be basically a moving image. But if it was a still image, just like right now, it could be done in Photoshop. But I'm giving you guys a circumstance to do it in a video. Unfortunately, we don't have a video from Ali Abdaal, a raw one. So we can't test that out, but it's fine. We're just trying to make it as close as possible. So you can see, boom, even his ears, make it as accurate. I'm just getting all the pixels right because that's very important. Nice. Now that is pretty solid, I'd say. Very solid. Now, if I go to my normal comp, see what happened? He is cut out officially. And that is also through roto brush automatically. So you can see on every layer, it like propagates, it like re-roto brushes for you for every single layer. Fortunately, here we have an image, so the roto brush is not too heavy. Anyways, we have Ali Abdaal over here, and what I'm gonna do is do Ctrl-Shift-C just to pre-compose them, and I'm gonna name this Ali Abdaal. It's not really important to pre-compose, I just prefer to. So yeah, now our Ali Abdaal is frozen. What we wanna do is have a version of him that's also not frozen. So I'm gonna press V on my keyboard, get over here. I'm gonna basically copy this layer. I'm gonna paste it here again. And this layer that I just pasted, I'm gonna remove roto brush from it. Now this Ali Abdaal image, this one is like basically the background with Ali Abdaal, and this is Ali Abdaal himself. Don't worry too much about it, we'll get more into it. I just had like a backup version. But yeah, now before I mess with Ali Abdaal, let's get to the original animation. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna have these both and I'm gonna lock them like they don't exist. And now we're gonna get right into the animation. The first animation we had was this one, what makes companies successful, as you guys can see, which is the animation that we wanna do right now. So first thing we're gonna do is make a solid. And after you make a solid, the color does not matter. And I'm gonna add an effect called 4-color gradient on it. The green one, I'm gonna make it the blue that they had, which is basically like this, light blue. I can take it a bit darker. And as well as the purple one, I'm gonna make it exactly as this blue. And then the others, I'm gonna make them white, and this one also white. So now we have like a blending in of blue and white. What I'm gonna do is make the blue in the middle. I'm gonna have like white on the outside around this place. So blue is in the middle and white is on the outside, okay? And what we need to do is an effect called wiggle, but only on the white ones, not on the blue ones. So our white point, as you can see, this white point, if I click on here, this point is white and also this point is white. So this is very important to make them wiggle. So what I'm gonna do right now is keyframe the point. Oh no, I'm gonna click over here, go to effects, and then just keep going down, and we have 0.1 and 0.4. And I'm gonna press on 0.1 and hold Alt on my keyboard and press left click. And then I'm just gonna write wiggle, okay? So now we have to add frequency and then amplitude. Amplitude is how much and frequency is how fast. So let's say frequency, I'll have it at 2. And then how much? Amplitude, like 300, for example. So now you can see the white point. Just focus on the white point. You can see it is moving. And if I click over here, you can even see like a visual representation. If I zoom out to see what's happening, I'm gonna make its initial position somewhere around here. The frequency is too much, so I'm gonna make the frequency 1. and I'm gonna increase the amplitude to like 600. So this is what's happening right now. And the exact same thing I'm gonna copy and paste it on 0.4. So I'm gonna hold Alt, go to my 0.4 timer, and then paste the same wiggle. And now both of them are gonna move. So let me just play it, see what's happening. Both of them are moving. Perfect, amazing. Now we have the background set. What we wanna do right now is very simple. We need to get logos for everything. So just to show you over here, we need Google logo, Apple logo, Meta logo, McDonald's logo, MasterCard logo, Amazon logo, Google logo again. So let's make it simple, and I'm gonna just write all big brand logo collection, just so we don't have to take all the logos one by one. That is why I'm doing this. So here I found an image that we can use potentially. What I'll do is literally just copy image and then go to a website called remove background, and I'm gonna paste it over here. I know this is a bit low quality, but it's fine, I think. Or let me find something a bit more higher quality. Yep, this has the old Facebook logo. Perfect, this is a great image, so I'm gonna copy and paste it on over here. Or actually, no need to even paste it, I'm just gonna save it. And then we need a couple other logos. Now that we have these 5, we need like Nvidia logo, Coca-Cola logo, Visa logo, MasterCard logo. So I'm just gonna write Nvidia logo, Visa logo, MasterCard logo. So I have this, I'm just gonna save this image. And then we have Nvidia, McDonald's for some reason, I don't know. Yeah, it's just famous companies. So we have this image, I'm just gonna save this as well. And I think that's it with the images that we need. These were the 3 images that we got, and I'll just import them into After Effects like this. Now what we're gonna do is something very simple. First thing, click on this tool, keep holding it, and then go to rounded rectangle tool, and just get rid of the stroke, go to fill and make the fill white. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do this in the middle of the screen, come over here, go to rectangle path and adjust the roundness. You can also click or declick on this in case you want to review the roundness properly. But yeah, I think 50 would be good. 50 does a good job. 50 is also very similar to theirs. And then we're gonna add an effect called drop shadow. You can see this is the drop shadow that we have. I'm gonna make the opacity a bit lesser, and I'll increase the softness, which is an important one, and then decrease opacity so it's not too noticeable. This is because just the white needs to stand out a bit more. So this is without and this is with. It's standing out a bit more, even with very less drop shadow. And now we need to like pretty much just add logos on this. So this process won't take too long. Let's see. I'm gonna add, like, for example, this image, right? And I'm just gonna select on any rectangle tool. I'll make this image bigger, pan it. I'll go back to my rectangle tool and cut this. Once I cut it, I'll name it, for example, Google. We can do this in a faster way, so I'll tell you how. If I just undo everything, okay, we wanna make this process faster. How do I do it? Is if I undo everything, I have my original version, so I'll name it untouch, okay, and then I will just duplicate this, the untouch, and I'll name this mask layer. And in mask layer, I'm gonna zoom into my screen and I'll go to my rectangle tool and I'll do this, so you can see it is cutting out, but because my untouch is showing the original version, I can keep cutting the rest of them. So cut, and cut. So now I know exactly in the sequence which mask is which. So now I will duplicate this 5 more times or 4 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'll press all of these and press M. And then I'll delete in the sequence. So mask 1, I'll delete mask 1. Over here it will be mask 2 only. Over here it will be mask 3 only. Over here it will be mask 4 only. And over here it will be mask 5 only. So now if I delete the untouch, you can see all of these are in separate masks. So I'm gonna rename this to Google, rename this to Amazon, and I'll just keep doing this. Okay, so now I have renamed all of these, and I'll do Control Alt Home to take the anchor point in the middle for all of them. And now what I'll do is pretty much duplicate the shape layer. Or no, before I duplicate, let me take all of this, do Control, or let me align all of this in the middle, and then I'm gonna make all of their sizes equally big. So you can see the meta one looks a bit bigger. So Amazon is fine. Apple is fine. Meta is a bit bigger, so let me just decrease the size for that. Microsoft is also just fine. So now you can see all of them are overlapping each other. That's why it's like becoming invisible. And now I will pretty much duplicate my shape layer 5 times or 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll take it below each layer. Okay, see what I'm doing right now? I'm taking it below each layer. So now I have Google and its shape layer. And then I have Amazon and its shape layer, Apple and its shape layer, Meta and its shape layer, Microsoft and its shape layer. And what I'm gonna do is mark all of these with like their own color so that I can separate them properly. C form, whatever. This, I'll make it brown. And I will null all the logos on to the shape layer. How? Over here you guys can see we have parent and link. In case you don't see it, then right click over here, go to columns and just click on parent and link. Okay, so I'm gonna parent each one to its shape layer by doing just this. Meta to shape layer, Microsoft to its shape layer. And now you'll see what happens is that, for example, if I move Microsoft shape layer, you can see Microsoft is moving with it. The same with Meta, the same with Apple, the same with Amazon, and now we have Google. And from this far look, I can see that Apple is a bit unaligned or not. Yeah, it's firstly not really aligned in the middle and it's not as big as it should be. So I'm just making this. Let's make all of the shape layers just a bit bigger. So yeah, we have all of these logos and I'm gonna make a backup shape layer version. I'm just gonna name this backup and I'm gonna hide it for now. Take it just in the middle and hide it for now. So we pretty much want to continue this exact same process with the rest of the shape layers that we have. So I'm just gonna hide everything that way. I'm gonna turn on the backup again and I'm gonna repeat the process with the rest of the shape layers. We need 13 logos in total. I have right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 logos only done. So using the backup, I'm gonna do the rest of them. So we also have MasterCard and Visa. You can see I'll duplicate this, make this into a mask, make this. I hope you guys understood the process. You now need to like practically do it on your own. You can see duplicate mask 1, boom. So now both of these are into their own layers. And then I'm gonna take all of this, Control Alt Home, and align all of them in the middle. Now decrease the size for both of these logos so that they both fit. And then duplicate the backup twice, take one and link the MasterCard. So I'm gonna name this MasterCard. And now even link this to its shape layer and I'm gonna name this Visa. And then I'm gonna put a color for them, a color for this as well, cyan. And now we have 7 logos in total. So now you can see if I move the shape layer for Visa, we have Visa. And then we have, if I move the shape layer for MasterCard, we have MasterCard. And we have that backup layer still there. So I'm gonna hide all of this and I'm gonna do with the rest of them that we have. We need McDonald's and we need Coca-Cola, for example. So now I'm gonna drag all of this, duplicate again, the same process. What do we need from here? I can take, for example, Nike. I can take, for example, Starbucks. And I can take, for example, Coca-Cola. And I think that's enough. And then I'm gonna duplicate this 3 times, press all of them, press M. We're repeating the same steps again and again. But I'm going through everything with you guys so you don't get overwhelmed or confused. So now I'm gonna repeat the exact same process. And I'm gonna be back once it is done. So now you guys can see we have all of them. I even put them in different colors. Everything is in its own color. Now we need to do the placement for all of them. So I'm gonna turn on all of them, right? I turned on everything. Let me select all of the shape layers and take them all to the middle so that we can do everything in a sequence manner. So all of them are in the middle. Everything is in the middle right now. That's why it's only showing 1. Now, for example, Google will go here. Apple will go here. Meta will go here. By the way, I'm selecting from here, which is why I'm able to separate all of them. Microsoft will go here. Starbucks will go here. Coca-Cola will go here. Amazon will go here. MasterCard, where is MasterCard? MasterCard will go here. Visa will go here. So now you can see some of the things are missing, like we don't have each and every single thing. So for that, we're just gonna duplicate what we have instead of like making more logos and more logos. So before doing that, let's just fix the sequencing for our layers. So these three will be up and they will like almost touch the corner, or no, not really touch the corner, but they'll be at the border, as well as Apple logo and Meta logo. And see, if I select the Apple shape layer, the Meta shape layer, and the Google shape layer, then I go to align, I can make all of them in the same line, and I can spread all of them also, distribute like equally. So if I do this, see, now it is equally distributed. And I will also make these bigger, because they are bigger actually. The shape layers are bigger, but their logos are not that big. So I'm gonna decrease the logo sizes to be this much. And that is fitting as well. And for the Amazon and the MasterCard, let's do the same. I'm gonna make both of these on the same line and then decrease the size for both of them. The size is gonna be 80. So we have MasterCard. I'm gonna basically make it closer. And what I'll do is I'll take these Google, right? And I'm gonna duplicate it by doing Control. I'll move the Google over here and make this 80 in size, exactly like those. And for example, from here, I can take Coca-Cola and duplicate it by doing Control D for both of them. And take this over here and make it 80 in size. Again, as we remember, 80 in size. So now we have all our shape layers here. I'm gonna select all of these and I'm gonna do all of them in the same line, and I'm gonna distribute them as well. Distribute horizontally. So now all of them are exactly distributed, right? We have the top part done properly. Now we need to do the exact same thing that we did on the top in the bottom as well. So let me check the sizes of these shape layers. They are 122. So for example, this Visa, I'm gonna make it 122. Right, and it became the exact same size. And I'm just gonna take, for example, Amazon, duplicate it and put the other shape layer here, and then make the size 122. I hope you guys like are trying to follow me. I know this is a bit too much, like literally what's happening right now. It's too much, but it's fine. Like you guys will manage. I trust that. I'm just gonna take, like, for example, duplicate the Meta logo and have the Meta logo over here. It's already 122, so that's fine. And over here, we just need to add one more. So what I can add is maybe Apple. Duplicate Apple. I'm gonna make it 80. And all of these also should be 80, by the way. 80. And now you can see we have all of them. And I'm gonna select all of these shape layers. Let me take Apple a bit more on the inside. See, the layers are like getting us lost. But we have to find our way through it to stay organized and to understand what's happening. So I'm selecting all of these, and if I do distribute horizontally, yep, it worked out just perfect. And then I'm gonna do the same thing for these. Let me select all of them and do distribute horizontally. Take them on the same line and distribute horizontally. Yeah, so now we have our setup. This is called just a setup. This was just a setup. I don't know why I completely ignored the Nike logo. What the hell? Okay, I'm just gonna remove the Meta logo from here, and we're gonna replace it with Nike. Let me do 122 for Nike. Select all of these, distribute horizontally. Perfect. The Nike logo is also sized fine. So if there is any sizes you want to fix, you could. But yeah, I see all of them like just fine. Not a major issue with any of them. So now we need to do the animation. Before we do the animation, let's complete the design setup, which said what makes companies successful. So I'm gonna do Control T for my text layer. I'm gonna make the text black. The font can be Enter or whatever. I'll write what makes companies successful, and do this with all of them. Make this bigger. Do Control Alt Home, Control Home. Now I'm gonna select what makes, and I'm gonna select, you can't really select these separately, but yeah. I'm gonna make successful smaller in size and what makes smaller in size. Let's make sure both of these are the exact same size, 15, and this should be 15 as well. It is 15, amazing. So this is pretty solid. I will select companies and make this extra, and I'm gonna select what makes and make this semi-bold. Same with successful, make this semi-bold. What makes companies successful. Now we have the complete design setup, guys. This is the complete design setup. We are on 30 layers right now, literally. And I think we're ready to start animating. So for what makes companies successful, I'm gonna literally take text evo and make it by lines. All right, you need text evo tool, otherwise you'd have to do this manually. Make this position from down, opacity like this, and I'll make the delay like literally 3, so it's like very fast, exactly like them. What makes companies successful? Perfect, that's good. And for these logos, we want to do the same. So I'm gonna select all of these logos, everything over here. I will just sequence all of these all together. So you can see we have all of them like this, and I'm gonna color these, for example, lavender. And now I'm gonna do opacity, and just gonna do opacity on them. I'm gonna have them after 10 frames become completely transparent, and it goes from, and the graph that we will use is this graph. So see what happens. It like comes really fast, and we need to link a null layer to them. So right click, create a null layer, and then take the null layer in the middle of everything like this, and I'm gonna name this top bottom up layer or bottom top layer. Okay, now I'm gonna link all of these, all of their shape layers. Not, make sure you don't include the logos because the logos are linked to the shape layers. All of their shape layers to the bottom top null, and the movement is gonna be position. Okay, so just do position to like this, and it's gonna go from left, kinda a bit more left. So you can see this is how it will animate. One thing is that we need to add another part over here, which I completely forgot about. So just to not overcomplicate it, I'm just gonna take Apple, duplicate this, and take my Apple layer to the left over there, and I think we should be fine. Yep, that's good, that's good. And we want to do the exact same thing, but for example for this layer. So let me select all of this by doing this, and then it will also select the black solid, so make sure you deselect the black solid, and then I will take all of this up. Okay, now I'll make all of them like yellow. Now we want to make a null for all of them, so you guys already know the process for making null. Here I did it, so you can see if I move this null, all of them move. Okay, top bottom will move the exact opposite way. So position, this is moving towards the left, so this will move towards the right like this. Sorry, I flipped it by mistake. So yeah, like this. And I'm gonna do the exact same thing I did. Take the Coca-Cola layer. I can't believe we're still on designing, guys. Like, I literally can't believe we're still doing the designing. This took way longer than I expected it to, but yeah, this is the pain of, you know, everything. So yeah, let me duplicate the Coca-Cola layer, take this, take it over here with a similar gap, and now we have this happening. And then one thing I forgot was the opacity, so I can just copy this opacity, right? I'm gonna go on all of these, press T and paste the opacity, so the opacity is gonna be pasted. That's not a problem. Now that is done, we need to do just the rest for these below layers, the down layers, which is not gonna be hard. So let me select all of these by doing this, and I'll take all of this up, and I'm gonna make all of these like orange color, or no, orange is too similar, brown color. And I'm gonna do the null process again. I named it bottom bottom, and it's gonna be the opposite movement to what's happening down. So yeah, now this is moving like how we want it. This below layer as well. So see what's happening, this is moving, and we want to do the same thing for above. So I'm gonna do this and come back to you guys. And now I am done. You can see we just need to do one last thing, which is the position, not position, sorry, opacity. So the opacity for these is going to be delayed. Let me take the opacity from literally over here, wherever it is, copy. And for these above ones, we want to do that. So you can see all of this is top, paste the opacity. So it's going to start like this. And we want to do the same thing for all of these down ones, paste. So see, now this is what's gonna be happening. Now, pretty much we need to do one last step for this is I'm gonna do Control-Alt-Y and I'm gonna add an effect called transform. And this transform effect, I'm gonna do scale on it. I'm gonna go to around 1.5 minutes. I'm gonna keyframe the scale to be 100, but in the starting, it will go from like 180. And it's gonna be a very sharp start. So let me show you guys how it's gonna look. Okay, it's a bit slow, so let me just take this backward. I can make this like way faster by using the value graph and taking this down. And now I can extend this further actually. Nice. So now you can see this is what we have. I feel like mid movement, the other opacity should come. So I'm just gonna press T on my keyboard and I'm gonna find all of these opacity keyframes and I'm gonna make these like come up earlier, right? Just so it happens like mid animation. Perfect. This is good. Now we have the final tweakings for this animation. And what are the final tweakings? So if you guys preview this, you can see over here there's a fade, a white fade, and above there is a white fade. So that is very simple, and I'll show you guys how to do it. So let me just do Control-Shift-C to pre-compose everything. And then, but wait, I did not do it too accurately. Now to add that fading, it's very, very simple. So I'm gonna show you guys how to do it. First thing you wanna do is like literally make a shape layer this big, doesn't matter. And then while I have the shape layer clicked, I go to mask tool and I do this, okay? So my shape layer is now masked and then I just increase the feather. So see what happens is we have this kind of fading, and I'll just take this a bit more down so it's less. Yeah, that's good. And now I can just duplicate this and take this above so the exact opposite thing happens. And perfect, we have this thing automatically done. That was like the world's fastest way to ever do it. I'm gonna do Control-Alt-Y and it's an effect called S_film damage. And once I get over here, I wanna remove hair and I wanna remove scratches. And I also wanna remove flicker. So now you can see we have this black film grain. I also wanna remove grain as they don't have it. And then over here, I wanna add an effect called posterize time and make it like 16 FPS. So now I think we have the video ready exactly like how they do, and let's play it. Perfect guys, look at what we have. Very similar, very clean, and very good. I think the FPS is gonna be 18 instead of 16. Not a major difference, but something that does the job, I guess. So yeah, let's play this, see what we have. Very clean, very good. What makes companies successful. And now we just have one last thing left for this animation. By the way, I'm gonna make this into part 1 only, and then in part 2 I'm gonna do the second animation I showed you guys. So now I'm gonna name this main animation. I'll take it below Ali Abdaal. You guys remember what we did in the starting? We had Ali Abdaal. So why did I do that? Just to show you guys that we can do this effect basically. So imagine Ali Abdaal is playing, right? And then I'm gonna make Ali Abdaal go down in like the exact same frame like this. However, what this did is that it removed the whole point of the animation. It hid a lot of things, which is something that I don't like that's happening. So what I'm gonna do is something like this, but we don't want the black part. So to prevent that, I can just go on over here with everything, and I can take the black solid and paste it, alright, and take it below everything. So now it doesn't look that bad. Like after he goes down, the animation starts, we can delay it even more. So boom, amazing, amazing. You guys can see what's happening right now. Basically, Ali Abdaal goes down and this animation comes up. We can add a bit of like shake effect on Ali Abdaal, but no need, I think. Just like this is fine. What makes companies successful? So this is how Ali Abdaal initially takes himself down, using the roto brush and everything we did. So yeah, to be honest, this video took a bit longer than expected. So what I'm gonna do is split this video into part 1, and then for part 2 we're gonna do another animation for Ali Abdaal. I know this does not display too much of Ali Abdaal, but it is after all one of his animations. It does have some implementations of his style, like the posterize time and further things. So yeah, with that being said, I'll see you guys in the part 2 of this video, let's take a little break and I'll see you guys then. Bye bye. Welcome to part 2 of how to edit like Ali Abdaal. As you guys can see, this is the animation that we're gonna be going over, nothing too complex. And then in another video for Ali Abdaal, we'll go over the paper style and everything that he has. Right now we're just covering more of the basic side. And this is definitely recommended for professionals as well, or people that are even masters in After Effects. You might learn a thing or two. So yeah, that being said, I think we're ready to dive in right into After Effects. Okay, so in the last video, this is basically what we were working on, this very simple animation. And in this video, this is the animation that we are going to be doing, which is more like, I don't know what the style is called, to be fair. I did this style before, so that is something. And yeah, I think we're pretty much ready to get into it. What I'm gonna do is first thing group my previous animation. So I'll make this animation 1 into another composition, and now I'll make a new composition and name it animation 2. And if you guys don't know how to make this window interface, then make sure you check out the last video, because that is where I even covered this up. So our animation is going to be roughly 3 minutes and 12 frames. First thing we want to do is literally design our animation, and just to show you the design, this is what we have. You can say pretty much for the design aspect. Yeah, I think we can get into the designing, shouldn't be too much work. So yep, let's do that. First thing we'll need is, so just a quick note, someone actually called me mid-recording session, and what I did is I muted the mic, and then when I came back, I forgot to turn on my mic again. So for, you can say 35 minutes, my mic was closed and I was too focused and I was too much in flow that I did not realize. But anyways, here we are. I'm going to continue from the place where my mic went off, but I'm just gonna have this as a voiceover explaining. So don't worry if my face is unsynced. Unfortunately, I did record this in OBS with my face cam already there, so I cannot remove my face cam. But anyways, just focus on my screen share and don't focus on my face, and I'll have this voiceover as a complete guide. So yeah, let's dive in back to the video. So here I opened up Pinterest, and in Pinterest I searched up for old paper texture, and with this you can find the results that you can see on the screen right now. And according to that, we picked the background that we want, which is similar to Ali Abdaal. So this is what I went for, and just download it and then just drag it onto After Effects. Simple. Now what you want to do is do Ctrl-Alt-F. So see, this is what happened, is that it fit up, but here I did it manually just because I don't want my image to squeeze. And now what we want to do is go onto shape layer, and with the shape layer I will create like this kind of a curved shape layer so that I can track matte, or I can make my background in a curved manner. So just see right now what I'm doing. From the corner I'm pinning it to like the other corner kinda, and now first thing you want to align, and then after it, if you press on the rectangle arrow, you can curve it even more. So with that, what happens is that you see the corners are curved. Now I can track matte it. So see what happens if I track matte. In case you don't see the track matte, make sure you toggle the button below, and once you toggle it, it will come up. And now let's track matte it. See what happens once it is track matted. The image is now fit up properly, and this is kind of what Ali Abdaal did, which is why we're doing it as well, to create this kind of a texture. After it, you want to create, you can just add CC vignette actually, and I'm just messing with the settings over here. You can pretty much copy the settings that I have. We want to make like the angle of view lesser, and we want to increase the vignette. So this will make the corner parts a bit more serious, but the medium part is not affected by the vignette. So this is before and this is after, as you guys can see. Now simply we want to work on the design, so just do Ctrl-T and add the text growth phase, and just copy the settings that I have, which is enter font and it is bold, and I will increase it in size and then align it in the middle. So just kind of adjusting the scaling so that I can have it in the proper, and can see I'll just make it fit, and now just adjust the growth phase to be as accurate as possible. So this is where I have it. This is where I have my growth phase text, and I'm just adding scales just so we can have proper measurements. So this is kind of now for the graph. I made these scales, as you guys can see. We want to make it resonate around the text growth phase. Now I'll go to my pen tool, remove the fill from my pen tool, and then make the stroke black and make the size 15. And you can see I'm just adding the top of the stroke here, and now I'm making it exactly according to the scale. So this is gonna make the graph design very similar. And now we want to go to the pen tool, which is basically the line. And once I go to the line, we'll have the exact same stroke settings. Just make sure it is white. And yeah, now I'm just curving it around to make it exactly like Ali Abdaal's. As you guys can see, in order to actually have your pen have like that, you have to hold your left click. And once you hold your left click, you can see you can like kind of adjust the pen to be more curved rather than linear. And now I'm just adding another scale to adjust the ending of the line. But yeah, this is close to what we want. I'm just adjusting the pen parts right now, and you can see now we have this. I will take it below the black design graph so that the corner is hidden, and this is the output that we have. I'll adjust this stroke to be a bit lesser because it was too fat. We'll make the stroke, you can say, around 10. Yep, this is how it is right now. Yeah, now we have a very good output as of now. Now we want to introduce the other text part. So I'm gonna do the exact same settings. However, I'm gonna have it medium, and we want to basically add number 1, number 2, number 3 all the way to number 10. So you can see over here, this is what I'm doing. In order to zoom in like that, you can just use scroll wheel and then use the hand tool, like hold on your space button in order to zoom in like how I did. And now we're just adjusting the numbers, so you can pretty much just follow what I'm doing. Don't worry about the measurement. The measurement can be anything. You can see I'm not caring about the measurement. I'm just duplicating, and once I duplicate, I just change the number to what it should be. So number 4, and the measurement is clearly not right at all, but don't worry, in the end there is a very good trick that will just automate this whole thing. So yeah, number 6, now number 7, number 8, number 9, and finally number 10. And I'm gonna have number 10 in the part where it should end. So the most important thing is that number 1 and number 10 should be in the exact place where it should be. Number 1 and number 12. So number 12 is in its correct position, and number 1 is in its correct position. Now we want to select all of it, and we want to go to the align tool. First thing, just make sure the anchor point is in the middle for all the text layers by just doing Control Alt Home, or just use the extension that I have over here. You can kind of see my screen lagged, but anyways, once you do that, you can now go to the align tool, and in the align tool you can see we have, first thing what we want to do is align everything to be on the exact same line as I'm doing over here. Make sure all of them are on the exact same line, and then we can distribute to the right side, or distribute. So now they are distributed with exact measurements, and see, all of them are on the same line as well, which is perfect. Now what I want to do is I just want to switch all the fonts to a font called Minion Pro to have it like that fancy type of font. So you can see this is how number 1 looks and how the other numbers look. So I'll select all of them and I'll make all of them Minion Pro. Minion Pro, perfect. And once I do that, now it all looks fancy, so that is amazing. Now we just want to distribute again in case, and let's make it all bold because it's a bit too light. And now we just want to add years. So you can see I just duplicated number 6 and added years, and I will just label all of this just so we can know where we are heading at. As you guys can see, I just made it all aqua. Now what we want to do is we want to make the exact same process but vertically. So on this left side, as you guys can see, this is how we want it: 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x, and 5x, which is very easy. It's the exact same process like how we did from number 1 to 12, and I will rotate everything. So yeah, let's do it. So just do Ctrl T on your keyboard, and once you do Ctrl T, write up 1x, as you guys can see, and just have it like that, rotate it to the 90 degrees because that is how it should be, 90 degrees. You can see now I rotated it, and just have it in the right corner. Now just duplicate for 2x, 3x, 4x and 5x. You can see I'm just duplicating for all the numbers right now until it is in the correct position, and just adjust the last one and the first one so that we can distribute horizontally or vertically in the ending. So I'm just gonna make this 5x and I'm gonna adjust everything, 4x, 3x, 2x. Now see, I'm just gonna select all of them and go to the align tool and distribute vertically. Boom, perfect. All of them got distributed pretty well. And now if we see it from the outside view, it should be fixed. So this is what we have design wise. Very good progress. The 5x, everything is correct. Let's just adjust this a bit. Now I'll distribute vertically again. Nice, perfect. Now we wanna work on the shape layers that they had over here. As you can see, for example, this arrow, the circle and everything. So first thing we're gonna start with is the arrow. Very simple. It's gonna be the exact same pen tool. Now you can see I'm gonna press the first click with my pen tool, boom, and on the second click I will keep holding the left so that I can curve it. Yup, keep holding the left and then just drag your mouse down and we have this beautiful curve. And I will just go here, go to path or go to stroke, and I can adjust this to be round cap rather than butt cap. So see, this is how it looks if it's round cap, it's rounded. And now I'm gonna work on the arrow. Just gonna make it in the exact same shape layer. Now our arrow is good. I will make the arrow as well round cap. So let me go into the arrow settings, stroke and round cap. And this is how it is now. Both of them are round capped, which is perfect. Now I can just decrease the stroke to be a bit lesser. Now it looks amazing, bro. The arrow result is amazing. It's so close to what we wanted in the first place. And pretty much what we want to do now is the circle. But before that, let's make our arrow red color. So yeah, our arrow is done. Now we want to do the circle, which is also very easy. Just do it with the pen tool. So click, hold the left button, curve it properly, hold the left button here, curve it properly. You cannot do this with round shape layer, by the way, because you cannot do like this kind of curve. But yeah, wow, amazing, amazing, perfect. And this is kind of the circle that we have right now. You can see very accurate circle. We just want to adjust this to look a bit more circle-ish, and we want to decrease the stroke because it's too fat. And now it looks like so much better. Wow, this is amazing, guys. By the way, I'm doing this voiceover and I'm even shocked with the result. It looks really good. And now we want to do the last shape layer, which is gonna be below growth phase. So it's gonna start from the letter basically end of G, and I'm gonna use my hand tool to go a bit front to the letter S, and I'm gonna have like this little curve. Nice. Now we want to take it kind of back to have like that Z type feeling. So you can see it looks like a Z kind of, or like an X. So even this curve is really good. Amazing, guys, this is amazing. We'll just adjust the corner of it so that it is like going all the way to E. Amazing, perfect. And that is it for the design. Now we just want to do select all, and once we do select all, we want to pre-compose everything. Now just what we want to do is add trim path. Trim path is an effect basically with the animation. So we want to start the animation. So you can see after I've added trim path onto the shape layer, I will go to like half a second and I will add another keyframe. As you guys can see, I added the keyframe and I'll go to the starting and I'll make it start from 0. So this is the animation that we have. Now I'll just select this and go to F9 and then switch my graph to speed graph and do this exact graph. So see, this is what we have. Very smooth and very good. We'll just extend it out a bit because it's fast, but wow, perfect. This is amazing. And now what I'll do is literally select on my shape layer and paste the exact same trim path. So you can see I'm just going to the starting of the shape layer where we want the trim path to start, kind of syncing up in the middle of it. This is kind of where we want our circle to start. And now I'll select the trim path, copy it, and paste it on to my circle. So see, what happens is that my circle starts trim pathing as well. And this is the perfect graph for the trim path. And now we do the exact same with the arrow. You can see the arrow, both of them are getting trim pathed, which is not something we want. We want the arrow, the tip of the arrow trim path to come up later. So I'm just gonna go into the shape layer and duplicate and separate both of these shapes so that we can adjust the trim path manually. So you can see here has shape 1 and second shape layer has shape 2. And now I delayed this, and once I delayed this, I will make them even closer. And this is kind of the graph that we'll go for, nothing too complex. So the second that the ending of it comes, the tip can start. The tip of the arrow, which is the triangle looking part. So yep, not too bad. I guess we gotta adjust the speeds a bit. Amazing. That's pretty decent. Nice result we have over here. And now we want to do the exact same trim path for the shape layer on the growth phase. But before it, let's go to the effect and preset tool and just search up something called typewriter. And once we go on typewriter, you can see the animation has been added. Don't go for blinker console, go for the normal typewriter. And I will just graph this up so that it is faster because it's too slow, kinda. I'll just make it closer rather than graphing this up. Or yeah, just graph it up and do this exact same graph that I have over here. Perfect. This gives it like, you know, the kind of paper vibe that we are going for initially. I'll just extend this out because it feels a bit fast. And I'm just gonna adjust the scale of it, just like Ali Abdaal did, from something a bit lesser rather than from 0. Make it come like from a bigger size. So you can see how growth phase comes, looks amazing because we made it come from a bigger scale to a lower scale rather than from lower to bigger scale. And I will just delay the scale a bit more than the trim path, or sorry, than the typewriter. So it is typewriting first and then scaling. Now we just want to do the trim path onto the shape layer that's below growth phase. So I'm going to copy the trim path from any other shape and now go to the shape layer that is for the growth phase and just do Control V. And once I do Control V, you can see this is what we have. Very clean and good. We can adjust the speeds a bit so it's faster. Now select everything and just press U, and this is kind of the animation that we have as of now, and that is it. Right now all we need to do is literally the final tweaks. As you guys can see, this is what we have. Now we just want to select the shape layer that we had and add an effect called roughen edges. Once we do that, you can see the edges now looks rough, and just adjust on the setting a little bit. No need to go too deep into it. Something simple just so it can look a bit better. So yeah, we want to roughen it up to this point. We don't want to go too deep into it, but yeah, this is decent what we have right now. Just copy the final settings that I have out of this, and I will just go into the pre-composition and scale it up a bit so that the corners don't go out. So you can see now the corners are fit. I'll just scale it up from here as well so that the corners are not like out of the composition or you don't see the black gap. So yeah, this is the output of it. Now simply all we want to do is just to select all by doing Control A and pre-compose everything by doing Control Shift C. And this is what we have. Now basically the last part we want to do is work on the final tweaks. And for the final tweaks, it's very simple. What we want to do is just duplicate this. I don't know why I even duplicated it, but yeah, we're doing this kind of a big scale just so that it can come from a bigger scale. Actually what I did is I separated the background from inside the composition to be outside the composition so that we can adjust the scale for everything, as you guys can see. Now we're just gonna make a slight scale, nothing too serious. Now kind of this is what we have. These are small details, so I'm just doing a bit of scale tweaking on the background as well. I'm gonna make the background come in opposite side, in opposite scale. So see, now the background will come up and the animation will go down. Just see what I'm doing over here. I'm doing this graph. You can see the background scales up, but the animation scales down. So that is a decent confliction between two, and that is actually a very basic animation rule. People used to do this all the time. I used to do this all the time. Bro, I fucking forgot the mic off. We have the turbulent displacement, and what we wanna basically add is like a constant movement. So you can see if I do this, this is what we have, which is initially what we want. So how do I do this? And keep in mind, by the way, we don't want this on the whole thing. We want it on the animation only. So I'm gonna paste it on the animation only, and then I'm gonna go over here and I'll click on this, and then we're gonna do a very simple expression, time by 4. So this is gonna like multiply the number of seconds by 4 and see what we have. Very simple, very clean. I think 4 is too much. If I do 2, that would be better. Amazing. And if I take down the amount to like 2 as well, definitely better this way. And now another thing we want to add is duplicating, or actually let's make this 4. Okay, let's keep this 4. Now we want to duplicate this, turn down the amount to 30 and turn the size to only 2. So this is gonna add this very rough and edges kind of thing, which we don't really need, but I think it's something that is gonna make it 1x better. So this is without and this is with. Yeah, pretty much this is very good. It already feels like it's stick onto it. And now I think one last thing we have is adding an effect called roughen edges on our lines. So I'm gonna go inside this and I'm gonna select this and add an effect called roughen edges. And you can see our line is so thin it just disappeared. So we want to take down the border from 8 to maybe 2, even lesser, make this 1, and edge sharpness to maybe like 5. Our line looks very invisible, so I'll take up the stroke to 3 perhaps, and let's see if that looks better. Maybe I think let's just not mess with it, let's just leave it like that. And one last effect we want to add is called film damage. Sorry, now if you don't have film damage you can't really add this effect, but what this does is like these black particles, you can add an effect called film grain, but this is the one that we want. And in case you don't have it, it's okay, it's very minor, don't worry about it, it's a minor effect, not too much, nothing too much. I'm just gonna remove the scratch, remove this like hairs, decrease the flicker amount, and pretty much remove the grain. And now let's see what we have over here. You can see it's very fast and it does not look good when it's that fast. So we wanna just decrease the amounts to like divide it by 2, so it will become half, and divide this by 2, so this also becomes half. It's still very fast, it's fine. We'll decrease the flicker down a bit, but yeah, this is what we have, guys. You can see it looks very handwritten, very good. And yeah, we pretty much just implemented the style. Yep, so this is the final version, guys. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial and you were able to follow me correctly. By the way, just to give you guys context, what happened is that my mic was turned off mid-edit and my After Effects crashed. So this edit has been a bit hectic to do. But anyways, I will add an over voice in Premiere Pro. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed part 2, and we are very excited to jump into part 3 because that will be the whole paper kind of style, and I usually don't do that style myself because I don't like it, but yeah, we'll get into it. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'll see you guys in the next video that you watch. Peace out.
So who exactly is this Luke Thompson guy, and why is he making so much money from his SaaS? Luke is the founder of a program called the Aim Higher Academy, which is basically how to get more booked appointments with Facebook ads.
Yo, what is up, guys? So in this video, pretty much what we want to do is we want to remake an animation from a person named Thomas Gonnet. So who is this guy? Honestly, I don't know. It's just that the fact that his editing is good, and I think it has potential for you guys to understand more about his style. So yeah, I will decrease the audio just so you guys can hear what we have. It's a really nice animation.
Exactly.
So yeah, let's play
Just
it.
a quick warning, the results are shocking. So who exactly is this Luke Thompson guy, and why is he making so much money from his SaaS? Luke is the founder of a program called the Aim Higher Academy, which is basically a program, a course that teaches coaches, agencies, and consultants how to get more booked appointments with Facebook ads. Now,
So yeah, pretty much I think we're ready to dive into it. The first step that we have is designing the scene, okay? As well as getting some of the assets from over here. So yeah, let me open up After Effects, and the first thing we want to do is just create a composition. Now we want to find the assets. As for the assets, I'll just cover like the process of finding 1 or 2 assets, and then you guys will kind of understand how I find assets. And then after that, you can just like literally just use the assets that's in the description below anyways. So the first thing that I see is these little pins that we need. All right, so for the pins, I think it's an iPhone emoji pin, but you guys see if I just write up crime board over here, we can find a lot of the assets, literally. Not individual assets, but I just mean like we can find a lot of stuff. As well as if you guys like just check up free pick a little bit, maybe if I search up crime board, we could find something potentially. You can see this. And what I'll do is I'll make it vectors, as well as I do have free. I'll just make it premium, or I won't put any filter, like whatever I see. Okay, so I have, for example, this image that I can take for some of the stuff. I have this image I can take for some of the stuff. So, you know, instead of collecting assets one by one, if you can get a lot of things at once, it helps you out a lot. Yeah, you can see the pins over here are unique. They're good. As well as like there is a sticky note that we need. But yeah, initially, I'm just looking through these. They look potentially good. As well as I'll just use Vecteezy to see if I can find some parts of the assets as well. But yeah, initially, what I wrote over here is paper tape, just to see if I can get some type of specific papers. Like this one looks good to me. This one also looks good to me. There's a lot of potential assets that we can use, but the point of our concept over here is we don't want to use too much. So yeah, what I will do is, for example, for let's say this one, you guys can see this one can be put, for example, over here. So I'll download this. I'll just download it, put it in a folder. So yep, downloaded. Let's see if we can find more stuff potentially, instead of, you know, putting in the tape and stuff from our own side. Is like, seems unnecessary to me, especially if we can just find the assets that we need. And you can see he went for such a specific look. Like he was like, okay, I'm not gonna use any torn paper or whatever. I'm just gonna go for like a digital vibe, but integrate this whole look onto it. Which I don't know why he did, but he did. But yeah, now there is a certain detail a lot of beginners would make mistakes in, is that they would think that these are like made in After Effects, so they would put shape layers. But you can see these are very specific. Like there is a drop shadow. This one has like a curve, and most probably he did not make that. It's probably just like stock images, you know? You really don't need to make. So yeah, I found like the keyword for it, which is sticky note with paper, or sorry, sticky note white paper. And I found this as well, so I'm gonna just tap on this, and I have this as well. And you can see these pins look really similar to me, and I like it. Now you can see we found a couple of versions of different pins, and it looks so similar. These pins, they look so similar to what's here. So yeah, let me download this. Well, we cannot download it, so I have like an extension called enable right click. Boom, copy image, pull up over here, go to copy pasta, and now we have the high quality image that we need without having to have like a pro version of it. And yeah, I'll be back once I have all the assets, guys. So yeah, I think we have a solid start over here. Now the first thing that I'm gonna do pretty much is just start with the notepad animation, because things like, you know, the background and whatever, it's easy to get. So yeah, I have like this, for example, and what I need to initially do is start importing the stuff one by one. So yeah, first thing, let's say I have this image, okay, which is the Department of Treasury. So what I'm gonna do is just zoom this down, rotate it a little bit this way, a little bit, and have it on the left side. So yeah, this is a nice positioning. And then I have this image, for example, which is an EPS file. So I should be able to create vector layers from it, but then this is what happens. The shade is gone, which I knew would happen, but I think I know the solution, which is pretty much just gonna be masking. So if I take the black part this way and mask in this manner, now let's see where the black part ends. The drop shadow, basically, it ends over here. Cool. This one ends over here. But the problem is now it clearly looks like, yeah. So what I can do is I can add the drop shadow and externally. That's not a problem. So I have this, just mask it out properly. And then for the tape, what I'll do is I'll just add points over here by clicking G on my keyboard. Actually, let me open up an extension, which is called Key Press OSD. And now let me just see where the tape is, or how it's gonna be. Yeah, cut. Cool. I think this is cool. Yeah, it doesn't have to be too accurate because it's like texturey and stuff anyways, you know. So now over here I'm just gonna fit this in a way that it should work. So yeah, in case you guys don't know how to pick the points, you just have to click on your layer, and if you don't see these points, then you have to click on this, otherwise it will go, and then basically just click on the layer or click on selection tool, and yeah, you can pretty much do. And now if you want to add a point, you have to go to the pen tool, boom, add the point. Now I have to hold V to move it, you see. So I mean, I think it automatically happens. I don't even need to like do it. But yeah, I'll just cut like not too accurate. It doesn't matter that much at all. And now I think we're good. We're good if we link this back properly. Okay, no, we are good, but there is one problem, which is pretty much just doing this. There is a bit of an issue over here. So yeah, basically I just have to link it manually. I know it is a bit stupid. We're not supposed to do stuff like this. I could have just taken a white paper and added tape onto it. But anyways, sometimes shit happens in life. Okay, cool. Now we have this, which is basically gonna go in the center. Alright, I'll have it go in the center. Center as in over here. By the way, I'm not trying to like exactly remake every pixel. It's just, yeah, let's make something. The whole point is, you know, we get close to it. It doesn't have to be pixel perfect. So yeah, this size looks good to me, these positions. Now we need another image, which basically is this one. All right, is this one. I mean, just for you guys to find it. And yeah, basically what I need to do is I need a couple of these. So again, I'll need to mask this out in a specific manner. Just do this. All right, just so we have a good start. Now I'll fix the corners. This goes here, this goes here, this goes here. By the way, ignore the tape. We're just gonna add on tape on top of it, so don't worry. But yeah, scenes like this, we always have to work on the design first, which is, imagine like we're copying this, right? We know what assets to take, but imagine if you're just literally doing this from scratch. Think of how much like these guys kind of have to go through. But yeah, what I will do is I'll go to the mask and I'll just expand it on a little bit. I'll feather it. No, that looks bad. But I just wanted the corners of it, kind of. The corners of the shade and stuff of that sort, you know? Because then there is no point of us taking this. Because now I don't get it. Like, I don't get why we even took this. So we definitely need to utilize the shades that we have instead of creating them in After Effects. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna work unless I go like linear color key and I just move this blue, make it look like a shade or something in some way. Okay, fuck it. So yeah, that means that basically this whole time of finding these sticky notes was useless. Shit happens, it's fine. We should have taken the PNGs of them instead of taking files like these. Let's see if we can find anything PNG. White paper sticky note PNG, because we need a PNG, and I completely forgot that. Yeah, we'll need a PNG. Let's see if this is a PNG. It is a PNG, but it has watermarks. But you see these shades? This is what we need. So there is like a curve, because to curve in After Effects is like a bit of a process, but it's fine. I think we can even curve it in After Effects, to be honest. So yeah, fuck it. Now I'll make one square in this way. So let me go here. I'll go to square tool, make the fill. By the way, another tool that I learned is that if you hold Alt and you just click this, it will switch between what you want. You know, like if I have this and I want to go radial blur, I can just hold Alt. So that's something useful. Anyways, let me just take the anchor point in the middle and rotate this a little bit. Adjust the size inside sizing by just going deep inside like this. Yeah, that's cool. That looks cool to me. I just think we need to, yeah, size it down a little bit. Yeah, that looks cool. Nice. We have this, and we need the last part, or actually before the last part. You really have to be smart about how to find assets, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, that you don't come up with these assets in an immediate way. Like, you go to Pinterest, you look at examples. For example, I would look at crime board and I can like take an image or something like that, you know, fit images in certain places. That is a smart way around it. But look at this. This is amazing. especially because there is so much people that do these crime type of edits. It's really easy to find stuff that are even unique. Look at these assets that I found. These are so aesthetic and we can literally use stuff like this really well. So what I'll do is I will kind of take up what I can from here, or I'll just search up criminal aesthetic, because a lot of people have these criminal vibes and people are weird. They just like the weirdest stuff, you know? So yeah, these are interesting as fuck. I love this, so I think we can use this, even though it looks a bit low quality. I think the low quality is gonna work because of its vibes. But yeah, I think with that being said, let's just dive back into the design. But yeah, anyways, I imported this and import this. So this is a fake fucking PNG. That means we're gonna have to mask it. This is not a problem. But what I'm gonna do is just save time. We gotta save time. So Adobe PNG remover, and literally just use this free PNG remover, which is high quality. And let's see what it does, bro. There we go. Download. I think we should have done this with the other images as well, instead of wasting time. But anyways, now let's get to the actual design, which is gonna be interesting. So I'm gonna take this and put it up over here. All right, put it up over here in this way. And now we have, for example, this image. For this image, I'm gonna zoom it down or put it the exact same rotation, scale it down. Let's check the rotation for this paper, which is 15. So this is gonna be the same rotation, minus 15.9, but I think looks a bit more for some reason. It's not a problem. We sync it. And now I will basically just, you know, put these two as focus and basically go over here and mask it in this way. And now we have a certain one of them done. So we have this one is done. Cool. We have this one also, which is kind of done. We have this one also, which is kind of done. We just need to add the image on these two. So here I'll just like take Editors League logo or whatever. So I took this Editors League logo because I kind of inverted it and stuff. I just basically the color changed, so I just do change to color and it'll go back to being red. But for some reason it's not the brightest red. So yeah, just stuff like this. Take this down. All right, zoom it down. Editors League. Cool. And what I will do is I'll put it above the paper, which is above the shape layer, sorry. And I want to duplicate the shape layer to create that type of, like, yeah, I'll tell you why. So I duplicate it. Now I go for like a very different, just a very less, like almost unnoticeable. So over here you guys can see it is almost unnoticeable. So we have this. What else do we have, boys? We need to add on over here, which I'm gonna put in like my profile picture or whatever, or I'm gonna put like a Iman Gadzhi looking straight. Don't ask me why Iman Gadzhi, but it's been getting scammed a bit. He's been getting exposed a little bit recently. So I guess it kind of makes sense for us to use Iman. But anyways, I think we have this good high quality image, copy image. Just come over here, copy pasta. You can just download and paste, by the way. I just use this because it's faster. Now, boom, take it down just so it fits almost in the middle. What we have to do, by the way, is select both of these assets, put them above each other. And I like to label stuff that are supposed to be linked with each other. So I'm just gonna align both of these in the center just to make sure they're both in each other's center. But yeah, this looks good to me. Obviously, we're gonna be adding a tape. So yeah, we have this. There's some problem in the sizing. Like when I look at this, there's issues with the sizing. These two look really small, really fucking small. So I'm gonna link them to a null. All right, let me just take a null, boom, put it in the middle, and link all of these to the null. Why? Just so I can change up the sizings. Okay. I mean, you can do it individually, but I just like to, you know, not lose control. So I have this. Let me take this image and scale it down a little bit. I think we have one last part, which is gonna be another paper over here. So I'm gonna right camera look at a card, random like that. And yeah, we have this. This looks very criminal and I like it. Yeah, that's a very nice image. Copy image, paste it. I'm just afraid things might not be too high quality, but don't worry too much about it, boys. So what I'll do initially is I want to use this image, right? And I want the shades. I want the shades without having to do the shades from my own side, which is because it gets a bit pain in the ass. So this same image that I have over here, I'm gonna right click and just find it in my Explorer. And now I'm gonna open Adobe, this image remover, whatever, and put it all over here, and it's gonna do a way better job than if we mask. And it will keep the shades. I believe it will keep the shades as well. Let's look. It did not, unfortunately. Yeah, it's okay. Let's just download it and get it into After Effects. Once I get it into After Effects, we know which one we want to use, which is this one. All right. So I just masked that, and now let's size it in its correct position. Zoom this down. It's supposed to be here. Now I take this image, scale it up a little bit, okay, just so it fits all the sizes. And I think I can even rotate it. Now let me just cut it in this way by selecting that file. Where is it? Where's the image? Yep. Put the image above, and basically now we just fit it, just so it's like it's not too much gap and it's not too less of a gap. So cool. This is what we have. Now we are done with the board. We have only a couple of things remaining, which is, first thing what I'm gonna do is find tape from Vecteezy. I'm gonna copy this image, go into Adobe PNG remover, paste that shit over here. Now just download this. We have a couple of tapes now, and bring it on into After Effects. By the way, you guys do not need to follow this process because you guys already have, but I'm just showing you just so you can pretty much take inspiration and just know how to do it next time. Now I need a couple of these, okay? And what I will do is I will just make a duplication and hide it. And then, for example, first thing, we want this tall one, for example this one. Okay, let me just do this on the side. So anchor point in the middle, rotate, boom, scale it down a little bit and just make it fit. And now I will go to this new one and I'll duplicate this again, hide. I'm just doing that so that I have like an extra piece. You guys get me? For this one, I'm basically gonna duplicate it, put it up over here. And for this one, I want to take, like, for example, from here, make sure the anchor point is in the middle, rotate this way, scale it down, take it on over here. Just make sure the sizings for everything are same. So the sizing over here is 8. That means I'll try and have it around like the 8 to 10 range. It depends like how much do we need, but yeah, 8 did a good job. Duplicate, put it up over here this way. Now let me take the hidden one and just change it up so it's not all duplicated. Duplicate, hide. I'm gonna take this one and put this one on the side, anchor point in the middle, set the size to 8, and just move this to where our targeted location is. So you see we have a certain problem over here, as we can see the tape over there. That means that we cannot use this one. So what I'll do is I'll just delete the mask, no problem, and we'll use a taller one, which is gonna be this one, for example. Taller one. And let me just move it and set it in a way where it's hidden. Let's go. That's perfect. Now we have the tapes for over here. We have the tapes for this one. Basically we need for Iman Gadzhi one. For the Iman Gadzhi one, again, let me just go to the hidden layer and I will make this 8. I don't know which one to use here. Not sure what is going to be the best of them. But if we're going to be using, if we want to hide this out, then I have to use a bigger one. So you see, this is why I did not hide. Yeah, this one looks good. This one looks good to me. Rotate it this way, put it, copy. And now let's do the mask. Perfect. Now I have for the Iman Gadzhi one, which looks good. And we need for the evidence one, lastly. So let me just duplicate this because I forgot to have a hidden layer. Delete the mask, and what I will do is scale this down to 8 because all of the other ones are like 8. Rotate, boom, set this in this way, duplicate. This one I'm gonna have maybe the small one. We haven't used the small one, so I like it. So yeah, now let me go to mask, cut it out just like how we need it to be cut out. Boom. Let me go to this one and cut it out as well, the corner. Boom. Now we have, let me view this in fit. We have the tapes. On the car one, we also need to put one regardless. Like, I think for the car one, I can just duplicate and flip it just so it doesn't look too similar, and then decrease it in size just so I can hide this one. Rotate. I think it's hidden now. Perfect. Cool. Looks good. Now we have all the tapes. Now we have the last part of all the design, which is the pins, and we'll be done with like the paper designs. I know it took a bit longer than it should have. But yeah, for the assets, you guys did not need to follow me. I just covered it for 1 or 2 just for that sake. And then everything else, you just find it and see what the file name is, find it and do it. Instead of just collecting assets and wasting your time. Because we want to focus on the skill, not on finding assets. So yeah, here I searched up red pins. And you can see we have a couple of pins, which is, I think, the exact same ones that he has. So save image. Let's see if it has a watermark. I hope it does not. Oh, it does not. It does not have a watermark. That's weird. Okay. And oh, it does not. I could save the image because I had the enable right click on. But if this enable right click is not on, if I have the enable right click off, we cannot save the image. So I completely forgot that we turned that on. So now I can save image. Makes sense. So yeah, let me download this and bring it on over here. And now basically I think we need a couple of those. So I will crop this. What I will do is I'll duplicate so I have a version, and I will crop a couple of these out from the top version. Crop this one out. We need this one definitely. We need this one definitely. We need this one definitely, and this one and this one. Delete the one behind. Now we have these 5 that we can branch out between, and basically I will use my script called mask exploder. So I already covered that up in the plugin section or the After Effects workflow. But yeah, what you can do is you can just duplicate this 5 times and then remove each specified mask so that it's mask 1, mask 2. But yeah, my script mask exploder does the job automatically. So yeah, now it's not too deep. I don't really need to copy the exact pins that he has. Let me just put on this one, zoom it down. Let's have a fixed size for all of them. So let me see a size that is good. I think 9 is good. 9 is good. So yeah, let me just pin this over here. Take this one, put it up over here. Take this one, put it up over here. This one would be in the middle. This one would be in over here as well. This is basically gonna stamp both of them. And then we need one last one, which I'm gonna take, like, for example, a side angle view. So this one, duplicate that shit and put it up over here. So now we have the pins as well. Perfect. We have the pins as well. And we need to create the lines now. So I need to go back to the Thomas Gonnet video to see like how was the exact lines, and so I can copy paste it basically. Not copy paste it, but like so I can make similar lines instead of just making it from my side. Yeah. So the lines were like this, as you guys can see. Cool. So I remember how it is. Basically go to the pen tool, get rid of the fill, go to stroke, make the stroke like 5. Make the stroke all the way red, and I think what we need to do is this pin needs to be in the middle over here, no problem, even though the tapes are ruining it. And now let's go to the pen tool, and basically the line is gonna come out of every pen. So that's the beauty of it. I'll come over here, and what I'll do is once I come over here, I will keep holding the left button and I'll move this. So you see this curve is made. We have a nice ass curve. Boom. So this exact same thing. F2 to deselect. Boom. Over here the curve is almost this much. So yeah, curving it is really easy. I mean, you just select, click over here and hold it just so it's how you want it. Now, nice. Cool. I'll just click over here and move this a little bit. I think we need one more, which is basically gonna be the connection between this one and this one. So this is gonna come out of here and go over here in this way. Now I'll set another point over here just so I can customize it a bit more. Maybe. Cool. This is the lines. Now the lines are obviously really thick. So what I gotta do is make the lines less thicker. And then we have this. And I gotta connect. Some of these are not connected, as you guys can see. So let me see which one is this. Connect. By the way, props to him for really, like, you know, doing a nice design for this one. It's really, you know, a bit creative, or people are creative when it comes to things like these. And what we have to do now is basically just take all of these lines below the tapes. So the tapes are gonna transparent through them, or they are gonna go through the tapes basically. As for this one, this tape, I will decrease the opacity. Or see, there is a problem, is that this fucking background is showing, which I have a solution, is if we take the stencil alpha or stencil luma, no, silhouette alpha, I think. Now I duplicate, this one has nothing, and I can decrease the opacity. So instead of doing all that, basically just decrease the opacity like this much, yeah. We can't really look at what's in the back, not noticeable. So yeah, now there's a couple other things, which is gonna be the last part. By the way, this whole animation is literally like, it's not even a lot of animations. So we need like a wall, and what I'll search up is like a white prison wall maybe. This is supposed to go on a board, but I don't know why he did it on a wall, which is specific. I like it. I like the fact that, you know, you go outside of the box. So yeah, what I did was, actually my mic was muted, so I kind of have to skip it. But what I did was I imported this image and I added CC vignette, this exact settings. Okay, and then I added a background, black background, and I just made the opacity 65. So CC vignette, see what it does. This is what it does. It adds darkness. And then I found this image, which is gonna be in the file already, but it's basically called a cone-shaped pendant light, and I just removed the background using Adobe, and now we have this. And by the way, this is used for depth. So in case you guys don't know what depth is, basically I covered that in one of the animations in one of the videos in advanced techniques, so just look at it over there. But this is used for depth.
If you're anything like...
So I think we need to take this down a little bit just so we can see, to scale it down as well. And yeah, we have this. Now what I need to do is add the tint effect on it, just so it's black and white. Now I'll swap colors, maybe. It fucked up the contrast a little bit, but I think if we go just light over here, I can adjust a bit of settings to add a bit more darkness and things of that sort. But I think I want it inverted, so I want the outside to have the black part and the inside to have the white part. So yeah, basically we need to do this and swap colors. Yeah, that's not too bad. And we need one last thing for the design. Finally, guys, we've been designing this scene for so long. Okay, now we need one last thing, which is basically the yellow strips that you see on a crime scene. So yellow crime scene strip, import it into Adobe, and I'll be back in After Effects. Here we go. Finally, rotate this, scale this shit up, put it over here, and yeah. Now we have the whole camera angle and all of these parts, which is the interesting part. So the animation is around maybe 15 seconds. Let me just make this 15 seconds and take everything and just drag it. It's even longer than 15 seconds actually. I'm just gonna make it 25 seconds, my whole timeline, or this much, yeah. 20 seconds is good. Now we start with the animation, guys, finally. The first thing that we're gonna animate is these lines, all right? Let me just add a trim path effect on one of them. Let me go here, trim path, and then just take it 0. Okay, so you guys can see the line. Come up over here, just make it 100. Now I'm gonna basically graph this, just make it a normal graph. I don't think we need to adjust on the graph. Maybe we need to a little bit. If I make this like 60, 68, both of them 68, so it's like cool. Now I will copy this and paste it on to all of them. So now we have this done. Perfect. I will now just pre-compose this and name it lines, just so it's not messy anymore. And these tapes, we don't need to edit any of it basically. So I'm just gonna pre-compose all of them and name them tapes. Cool. As for the light and these objects, just leave it now because these are part of depth. So we have this animation that we needed. For the Iman Gadzhi image, there is a certain thing that we need to do. Okay, so you guys see Iman Gadzhi's image? Where is it? I'm just trying to look for it. Basically, what I need to do is I need to make a shape layer exactly like the size of the image that we have right now. Okay, and I'll tell you guys why. So let me make a shape layer. It is masking. So yeah, now the shape layer is made. And I will name this Iman Track Matte. Cool. Now just so I can identify what's happening, I'll color all of these to yellow. And this is the Iman image. This is the Iman Track Matte. And kind of what I had to do, what I should have done is basically remove the background. So we have a solution, which is just to go to reveal, and I'll tell you guys why we want to remove the background. Yeah, reveal in Explorer, go to Adobe, this whatever background remover, paste it. I mean, you guys don't need to do it because you already have the assets, maybe, or no, you won't have the assets. Okay, now download this shit and bring it on over here. Okay, wait, actually I need to duplicate, and this new image that I brought in, it's called file 5. I did, yeah, import it over here, and now I basically hold alt and I replace, so you see what happens. Okay, you won't notice because now it exactly places it in its position. So the background, this one, I will just decrease the opacity, or I will not decrease the opacity, I will add like a tint to it. Okay, just so it's black and white, and then I will add exposure to it, and I will just decrease it so that it looks like it's dark. And then Iman himself, I will make sure he's track matted to the layer that's below, and the layer that's below should be showing, and the shape layer that we made is no more needed actually, because now we just have a duplicate. So what happens is, now if I adjust the size of Iman, it just stays the same. Now why did we do all this? So that I can adjust him, zoom him in, put him in this much, whatever, and I can do a wiggle. So now I need to go rotation, okay, alt, add an expression, and first thing write a posterize time, make it 4, and then go to wiggle and make it like frequency maybe 4 or 3, and then the amount should be the amplitude should be only 4. So see what's happening? Perfect. That's exactly what we needed. Amazing, amazing. Now we have this shaky effect that we needed. As for the light, basically, you see this light, we need to take the anchor point over here and now bring it above, okay? And I will add the same wiggle expression. So copy expression, go rotation and paste. But I need to remove the posterize time because we don't need posterize time here. And I will make the amplitude like 7 and the light frequency like 2. No, frequency 2 is also too much. We gotta make the frequency like 0.5 and the amplitude like 12. So see, now it's moving really slowly. It gives the light vibe. The last thing we gotta animate from the outside, obviously. Over here we gotta add wave warp. So this will basically allow us to curve it, okay? So wave width, just increase that so that it is very high. And now if I just pin the phase, see what happens. So I will hold alt on this and I will go time and do by like 8, for example. Okay, 8 is too much. Just do time by 4. It's still too much. Oh, I think we don't even need to do time. It's just automatic. As you guys can see, it's automatic. I forgot about that. So yeah, I just adjust the wave speed to like 0.5. Yeah, cool. That is how it is now, smooth. Now we have the animations that we want, basically the core animations. Now we can start with our camera movement. So before we start with our camera movement, let's just make sure we pre-comp everything that we need to. So we have this images over here, this stuff over here. Cool. So I will name this images. So now look, these are the images. Okay, wait, the wall shouldn't have been taken. So I'll deselect the wall, and now these are the images, and then we have the lines, we have the tapes, all of them are linked, the tapes, lines, and images. Now I will take all of this and I'll just do tapes, lines, images, so just so they're all in one layer, and I'll tell you guys why I'm doing all of this. Now I will pre-comp this, make it background, okay? So because I try to compress stuff on my screen that is not needed to that point, you know? And then we have these lights and whatever. So we're gonna start with the camera movement, basically. One thing I want to do though is take the vignette, take it outside, and pretty much put it over here, just so like I can paste the settings. And I'll tell you guys why I did that, because now I can make the wall bigger. And the reason I'm making the wall bigger is just so we have more space to move, okay? Just so we can like, if I zoom out, then it's not really gonna work. But yeah, I might have put the wall too big. Yeah, this much is fine. So now basically I need to put in the camera, okay? Put in the camera, go for like 1-node camera, 50 mm, whatever. And we need to do a certain thing. Is I'll go to view and I'll show you guys why I'm doing it. But before that, we need to make everything 3D over here. So now you guys can see everything is 3D. Now let's have a look. Look, this is my You don't need to do this. This is just for your just to view. Now, what does depth mean? Depth mean when everything is not on the same screen, right? Like everything should be in different locations, which is what depth means. Now, how to do this? Not too hard. So we have, for example, this, right? What I will do is I will duplicate this and I will just name it preview layer, okay? And now we need to like basically just take this ahead, okay? If I take this ahead around, let's say minus 500, now it became a bit bigger and we just want to scale it down so that it looks like it is on the same layer. So yeah, now I can delete the preview layer. So now see, we have created depth because when I move, this will come up first. This will feel like it's in front when we're animating. Now I'll do the exact same thing for this one. Basically just take and paste it, or just make this maybe like even minus 1000 or minus maybe 600, and then adjust the size just so it goes smaller as to how it was. Now you can see these lights are in front and this badge is in front, and then we have the wall and the sticker. So I'll go back to one view. Now I'm in one view and we can start animating. So what I will do basically is I will go over here and create, or sorry, camera orbit null, and then I will link 4 more nulls to the orbit null. If you guys have motion tools 4, just click here, 1, 2, 3. Now we have 4 nulls. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to start my animation from basically a zoom out. So see what happens. By the way, can you guys feel the depth of like these things being in front, which is why I even made this, you know, so we can feel the depth. I think we can increase the depth, like even enhance it even more. But in general, if I make this like 1300 minus 1300, and then this one I make it minus 900, and now we adjust the sizing for both of them again. I don't even know what was the actual sizing, which is why we need preview sometimes. By the way, I always use depth to do this. Basically, it increases depth without even having to like increase the scale now on all of this shit that I'm doing right now. But yeah, see, if I take this in front, look what happens. We can feel the depth. But anyways, I want to start from a zoom out. So this much almost. I guess I messed it up a bit. Now we gotta make this a bit bigger. Okay, a bit bigger. Okay, now I'm gonna start from a little bit outside, little bit, and I'll take this up just so it's not, doesn't look retarded. This much zoom out almost. Now take this up, bring this down over here. Now you can see the wall, we need to scale it up a bit just so it's not extending out. Okay, this is our starting position. Zoom it in around this much. So this is what the zoom in will look like, as you guys can see. However, this thing should be a bit more, have a bit more frequency, like make it 1 maybe. It feels a bit slow. I think there is a fucking mistake in the rotation. Okay, 0.7, and then just make the amplitude 20 maybe. I don't know, there is a bit of a mistake, so I'm just cutting it and I'm adjusting the light. It feels like it's a bit weird, that's all. Nice. So you can see this is how the zoom in looks. And what I will do is I'll just do F9. So it is, there's a bit of a feeling of like a graph. Over here, we want to do a camera cut. So it's basically going to be zoomed in this much. And you guys can see now, because there is no shade, it feels a bit weird. So how do we fix that? We have to go on the inside, go on the images, take the Iman Gadzhi image, pre-compose all 3 of this, alright, pre-compose it. Now add an effect called CC page turn, make it PNG, okay? Bring on the CC page turn over here, and I think I need to increase the fold radius, stuff of that sort. But it's doing it on the whole composition, which is the problem. So to fix that, basically I come up over here and I have to go on region of interest, and then composition and crop comp to region of interest. So now our composition is exactly this size, and now you can see because CC page turn is added like on the composition or on the whole image rather than only that specified part. So what I will do is this. Let me just change up the angle. Okay, I changed up the angle in the wrong way. Basically, I just need to take this over here. Okay, so we need it to be very less intensity, like not too much, not too noticeable. So yeah, basically I'm just gonna pull this. What we can do is also increase the fold. You can see the fold radius. If I increase it to like 200, it's gonna be less. And what we need is the shade. And actually I think there is a shade from this thing itself. There should be a shade, but I'm not seeing the shade. So what we can do is add an effect. Maybe we can do it from here, blending mode, or sorry, layer styles, and then drop shadow. Now we have this, and pretty much increase the spread. No, not increase. Increase the size a little bit, make the angle as to where we want it, decrease the opacity so that it's not too noticeable. So let's have a look from the outside. Look, this looks a lot better. And we want to do this on all of them. We want to do this on all of them because none of them basically have this. So boom, pre-comp pose, go inside and do the exact same thing. Region of interest, set it as to how I want it, and then composition, trim, comp to region of interest, come back in here. One thing is though, the position changed because we changed up the comp of interest region. So to counter this, we have to fucking add it from inside, I guess. I don't even know. I guess we'll just need to fucking figure it out in a little bit. But yeah, let's focus on the camera animations first. Okay, so we did this cut, and then with basically this cut, we need to take the orbit. I don't even think we need to use any extra animations, to be honest. I think it's just gonna be like a animation from the camera itself. Or no, let me just do it actually. But yeah, let me take this, all right, and basically adjust the sizing, adjust the positioning of this, take it a bit higher of the camera. And now I'm gonna go like, I don't know, 3 seconds ahead, take this up, just slight movement. And then this one, all right, is gonna adjust the position so that it takes us over here to editor's league or some shit. Slight zoom in. I'm gonna extend both of these and do F9. So the cut is gonna happen, as you can see. Obviously there's some stuff happening over here, so it's not too sudden. For this one, we need to add a curve. So you can see over here, when I look at this, there is a curve that I can add. And another thing on top of that, oh shit, look at what happened when I add the curve. So I do rough a crossover, just so it's not that. So now I do F9, and basically we just need to make these 80 on both sides. So take this to like 85 and take this to like 85 as well. And just adjust this so it's a bit lighter, so it doesn't go immediately, like happens like this. Yeah, the curve is gonna be very slight. So yeah, look, this is how it's gonna go pan over to editor's league. However, there is one thing that I kind of don't like, is that when the zoom in happens over here, basically I want there to be a continuous zoom in. But before that, I think we need a bit of wiggle. So if I go to orientation and I like help that, and I go to wiggle and I make it like the frequency can be 2 and the amplitude can be 15. Oh shit, that is not good. Okay, that is not good. I know what I did. I know what mistake I did. Is basically we need to do it on only the Z, or not even the Z. Yeah, only the Z, and it's gonna be a little bit. So wiggle, and for example, the expression will be 2, and the rotation is gonna be 3, so it's very less. But the wiggle is too much, so I'll make the wiggle 0.3 maybe. So it's really less, like we can't even see. And the amplitude, just make it 1.5. So it's almost like unnoticeable, okay? But it gives us that add-on view. You can see there is a curve. And we want to do the same thing with position. But for position, we're gonna have to separate dimensions because we don't want to do it on the Z. We don't want to do it on the Z. Yeah, we only want to do it on X and Y. So X, wiggle, 0.3, and it's gonna be 0.3, and I'll make the amplitude like 9. Now copy this, paste it on over here. Let's look how it looks. Let's see how it looks, sorry. You can see there is a nice wiggle with the position as well. Now the amplitude is really less for the position wiggle. Like we can't even look at it. It's not like rotation, right? So I'll make this amplitude maybe 2. I'm not sure if it'll look harsh. Let's take a look. Okay, 2 is definitely a bit too much. So 0.8, which is like 0.8. Yeah, that looks good. That definitely looks good. Wow, amazing. I think we can just increase the amplitude to like 11. So 11, this will do a very minor difference, but it's definitely some attention to detail. So you can see now we have this nice wiggle that creates a lot of dynamics into our edits, which is something that I love when there is dynamics in our edits. Okay, now I think we just have one last part of it all, which is why did we even zoom in over here? It is because we had a notepad that was needed that I did not realize was over there. So I'm gonna go to the images part, and I already kind of have a notepad that I can use, which is this one. So you can see it has a bit of the shade that we want as well, and I'm gonna add it on over here. I will add an effect called hue on it just so we can colorize it. I colorize it and add saturation, and I make it more of the color that we wanted. I don't know if this even made any difference. Absolutely no difference. But I'll tell you why I did this. Because the tape above should be the same color. So now I go into the tapes and I find the tapes over here, this one, and paste it. So now it's the same color. I go back and look, it looks synced. So yeah, basically I'm gonna add text and make it say question mark, question mark, question mark. I have no idea where it went. I don't know why it went there. That's weird. I'll go for this. Doesn't matter. It's just the font does not have to be the exact same. And I'll just make it black so that it blends in well. Now we basically, I don't know why this is a PNG. Not quite sure, but okay, what if I just do it from the inside? Yeah. So it's from the inside now. And what I want to do is I want to add like a effect. You can see this is how it is. And I want to freeze it on this frame. This is going to be on the inside, by the way, like you guys will find this in the assets section, so don't worry. Or I want to freeze on last frame, so I want to cut it out over here and then time and freeze on last frame. So this is what's going to happen, okay? And then basically I just have to track map both of these and pretty much set it like this. So now it's going to come up in this way. You guys can see. Perfect. Now boom, once the zoom happens, effect of the timing. Once the zoom happens, oh, this shouldn't have been here. I don't know why I put it on the outside. That's weird. Like this. Cool. Let me scale this down. Nice. Nice. So this is what's gonna happen. The zoom happens and then this comes up. And then we go to Editor's League. And what I will do is I'll just increase the sizing just a bit more. Now this comes. There is also an effect on the text layer over here. And I know which effect it is. It is an effect called Wiggly. So to add that, if you go to rotation, for example, and now you go to selector, you go to Wiggly, and then I adjust the rotation to, like, for example, 2, it's gonna happen, as you guys can see. So come outside, we have the Wiggly on it. Perfect. I think we need it to be a bit more noticeable though. Life is good. Nice. This is what's happening. So we come over here, and the last thing is basically, I don't want it to be too long, like, yeah, because we don't have a voiceover, so we don't have a reason to have it this long. So I'll just like scale these down. I'll just make these lesser so that it's just faster and we can finish the animation. So the animation can just be shorter. There is no need for us to have it to be this fast, you know, because we don't have, this slow, because we don't have a fucking voiceover. So yeah, like it's gonna go down. These are basically overlapping, you guys can see. And over here, I'll just do a cut. And I will take this, or I'll just do a cut and I'll bring the normal one. Okay, we can't do that. I will bring this back to the default location. I don't know if that will even work, to be honest, because we have like a... Does this look like default? It does. So now I'll just take this position and zoom out. So this might zoom out, just so the light is visible basically, so you guys can see. And then it goes outside till this much. Yeah, I will take this, do F9 and do this graph. So now let's look at the animation that we have with audio. So you guys should be able to hear the audio. Okay, I don't think you guys can hear the audio. Basically, I just need to adjust the hardware.
So who exactly is?
Yeah, let's listen to it. It's gonna come from my PC audio, so that's fine.
So who exactly is this guy, and why is he making so much money SaaS? Luke is the founder of a program called the Aim Higher Academy, which is basically how to get more booked appointments with Facebook ads.
Cool. Now we have one of the last parts left, which is basically, I think, first thing I'm gonna just have this from more zoom in. All right. Another part of it is I want to add CC vignette and deep glow on the lines. And as for the shades, you guys already know like the process, right? So I don't really need to do it. So just so we don't take this video too long, but I'm gonna add deep glow, okay? And I'll do required for text, and then I always decrease exposure to like 0.3 or whatever and increase the spread. So it almost looks like it's unnoticeable. All right, you can see like it exists, but it's unnoticeable, which is something that I think is better. So it creates like this red vibe. Another thing is obviously this point is not going in the exact location. So basically what we need to do is lock this composition. Okay, now I'm gonna enter another composition and I will undock this. I'll tell you why I'm doing all of this. I'll have it on a side like this. And now see, now once I lock it, right? For example, I'm in this composition. Any adjustments that I do, it happens on the outside as well. I bet you guys did not know that, did you? That's what I'm talking. This is why Editors League exists. This is why this fucking community exists, to teach you guys the secrets that will save you tons of hours. And then they ask me, R7, how do you edit so fast? It's just because I know more stuff. I know more workflow tips. I know more of this stuff. And you'll not find this in other communities, guys. I'm not trying to brag over here, to be honest. I know I sound like a bit of a retard a little bit. But I'm just saying, guys, this is like something that's crazy. And you probably did not know about this before, did you? Let's be real. Okay, let me take this as well. Now you can see we have the locks all fixed up. This one is the last one. This one, let me just move it exactly. I mean, try to avoid things like this in the first place, but when you do this, it's fine. Like, but you see how much time it would have taken if I didn't fucking know this trick? Like, just to adjust the points, I would be like, leave it. And I just did it in 3 seconds right now. So that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, we have this.
So who exactly is this?
And we have the last part, which is pre-compose everything now. Just add CC vignette. All right, add CC vignette. Increase the amount, or sorry, keep the amount same. Decrease the angle and decrease the amount. Okay, so now you guys can see what's happening. Keep the angle more zoomed in, whatever it can be. This much. Nice. So that looks decent. I'm gonna add a bit of maybe posterize time. I don't know if there should be posterize time or not, but we have the wiggle, and basically we need to add an adjustment layer, and this adjustment layer is gonna be like this, just random. Okay, doesn't have to be exactly like this. I'm just doing random. I'm like just with a bit of curves, a bit of stuff of that sort. Just fix it up, do a bit of tweakings, adjust this so that it's not too much on the corners, and you're gonna see why I did this. And I think it's an effect that it's a thing that he might have done too. So cool. I think this is it. Now add Gaussian blur. All right, and now you guys will see what's happening. Okay, it's adding to the middle. Now we gotta invert this. Once I invert it, increase the feather. Increase the feather, make it 300. So now you guys can see we have this background, this blurry side effects, which is really nice. And just take this so that the corners are fine. And what I can do is just decrease the expansion a little bit and then decrease the feather a little bit. So yeah, now we have this blurry type feeling along with the CC vignette. And I think we are pretty much done over here. Let's play the audio.
So who exactly is this Luke Thompson guy, and why is he making so much money from his SaaS? Luke is the founder of a program called the Aim Higher Academy, which is basically how to get more appointments with Facebook ads. So who exactly is this Luke Thompson guy, and why
Amazing,
is he making
guys.
so much
This
money
looks amazing.
from his SaaS? Luke is the founder of a program called the Aim Higher Academy, which is basically how to get more booked appointments with Facebook ads. So who exactly is this?
I love what I did over
Thompson
here.
guy, and why is he
Definitely
making so much
amazing.
money?
That was it, guys, for this video. The raw footage is 2 hours and 10 minutes because a big part of it was the asset collection, and then another big part of it was literally the designing for some reason. But anyways, that was it. By the way, if you guys have a bit of a good attention to detail, you'll see this is not cropped up too well, which has been triggering me in the eyes a little bit. So what I will do is literally just mask around it exactly like how it should be, and just a little, or no, actually, sorry, we don't need to do all this. I'll just add simple choker and make sure the simple choker is above. So simple choker will compress it, you guys see. So this is how it is before before, this is how it is after. So this is what we call attention to detail. Another thing I can do is add Gaussian blur on this one and blur it out a little bit, as well as take this one and blur it out a little bit. Not this much, definitely not this much. Still have a little blur, not too much. And now this blur I think should be like 2, because it's already kind of low quality. And now we have this beautiful fucking edit. Another thing we can do, if you guys like, you know, want to work more on it and stuff, you can add colors over here, make it red, yellow, whatever, just like how he did it. But I think it's the concept of it is unnecessary, because I already covered it with like, yeah, one of them. So you can do this with like all of them now with the colorize and stuff. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it, boys. And I'll see you guys in the next video. I hope you enjoyed. Peace out. Welcome back to a new video from Editors League. In this video we're going to be doing the Vox editing style. Now the Vox editing style is actually way simpler than you think. It's just a bunch of presets and things and way of picking the assets. So the most important thing about it is the font that we use. So more like something that can be used in the paper style font. The elements that we use, something like the grid background, the dots background, paper background, and the effects that we use, for example the hand drawn effect, where we add roughen edges, turbulent displacement and all of that. But anyways, in this video we're going to be doing this animation. As you guys can see, it's actually not that hard and it's very simple. So yeah, with that being said, I think we're ready to dive in right into After Effects. Now the first thing that I will do is very simple. I'll just create a composition. You can have these settings on, frame rate 24 seconds. You can make the video 10 seconds. But yeah, very basic stuff. After you do that, oops, I think I have the resolution wrong. Sorry, it's 1920 by 1080p. So it's gonna be 16:9 resolution. Then I'm gonna go to my normal workspace that I use, and I will just save my file, which is very important. So I'm just gonna name it Vox Video Animation, and here I have my scene. So I have the video on After Effects, kind of what we wanna recreate. As you guys can see over here, let me just break down the elements. So I will zoom this in. You can see we have basically this background, which is like the textured background. We have this grid paper type feeling, and we have this image that has paper on it. We have the lines. So it's a lot of stuff over here to give it that Vox look, which is very, very important. So the first thing that we're literally going to start with is the background texture. So I think Google is where you can find literally a textured background. So I'm going to write textured background white. Let's see what we find. But yeah, we should be able to find something actually similar. Actually, I don't know how to like describe this type of texture, but let's say if I write grainy textured background, yeah, we have a bunch of results over here. I'm just gonna keep scrolling until I find one. Honestly, it's not that deep. I'm just gonna get this one if it does the job, and I'm gonna add it to After Effects. And now I have the background. It's pretty not the best, I'm not gonna lie, but anyways, it's fine. That's not the focus point. We want to get the main assets and the whole design. So over here, first thing we need is, you can say this Federal Bank. I don't know what this is, but if I search up Department of Treasury, let's see if we find the same image. Maybe this is the building of Department of Treasury. Here it is. This is the exact same photo. And so what I'll do is I'll take this, save it, and then put it into After Effects. Put it into After Effects, just make this smaller. Okay, now let's get into designing Department of Treasury part. You can see over here we have like this kind of paper, added on paper, which is actually easy. It's not that hard. So here's what I'm doing. I literally just searched up torn paper overlay. You can see we have this screen overlay. This one is actually decent. I think we're like capable of finding more torn overlays, stuff that looks generally better. So I dragged the torn paper overlay, and now is the most important part of everything. So see, let's say we have this torn overlay, and what I'll do is all like, make this slightly large. Okay, and we have this image as well. So first thing we want to see, where do we want to cut from this image? And so if I come here, I can do something very simple, a very simple mask, just like this, and I'll hold space on my keyboard to move it a bit so that the center is centered. And now I'll press G on my keyboard in order to get the pen tool, and with the pen tool you can see I can fix it up. So I'll like put a pen over here, and I'll do another pen, and what we want to do is like literally just have this non-cut out. So I'm gonna put another one. Generally you guys get my point. So I just want to fix these corners before I switch it to triangle, so that doesn't look weirdly cut out. Boom, boom. Have this like this. Move this. This is something we're supposed to do from before, by the way, before we mask. But anyways, it's fine. I can see we have that part of it done. Now we'll just drag this here and then drag the last point, which is for the triangle, here. So we have this, you can see from here, and then we want to do the exact same in this part. So drag this down and then zoom in, do this, make sure it is how it is supposed to be. Boom, 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 and then boom. So this is initially what we have. From here we want to kind of just fix up this. So I will take both of these, just drag it a bit further, make sure it is straight, and then I'll add my one last pen tool, which will be over here. So you can see if I add a dot, and then I add a dot over here, another one, I'll move this one down, and I'll drag this one here, and then I'll take this one down. Perfect, guys. I think we're done. And now I'll just take the mask and I'll like do a mask expansion of minus, you can say 2, just so like all the corners are fixed up. But yeah, this is what we have, which looks very goofy as of now, but don't worry. And now what I can do is, look, okay, so we have this image, right? And we have the tone paper that's below it. And what we want to do is we want to track matte the tone paper to be exactly like the image. So if I do this, see what happens. After I've track matted it, I'll even link it, I'll like parent it. So now see, just for instance, this is what we have, right? And because it is linked to the second image, if whatever I size the second image, and the first image is the actual, so I'll size the second image, and this is what we have. You can see. So now it looks like we have like this image with the torn paper kind of vibe. And on the torn paper itself, we want to add like a bit more texture. So if I just write paper torn texture, let's see what we find. Not paper torn, or grainy old paper texture. Okay, we're gonna focus on the texture of the paper itself later on, but yeah, this is what we have, plus the background, which is awful. The background is very bad. We'll fix that in the end. And then we want the grid background. So for the grid background, I actually have like one grid background, which is like a white grid background. This will be in the description below, don't worry. But yeah, it's very simple to even recreate if you want to. You're gonna go to new, you're gonna go to solid, make the color white, and once you do that, you add an effect which is inbuilt After Effects. Let me just put this in focus mode so you guys can see. You go to width, height, and sliders, and then we can just fix up everything. Oh, sorry, width sliders is better. So yeah, this can be also inverted, so like this. Basically, this is what we want. But anyways, this overlay is a lot better. So this overlay that I have, we want to add the paper torn texture to it as well. So I'll write paper torn above. Let's see if we can find anything. Or yeah, I'm just gonna write paper torn PNG, and you can see we have like this kind of a torn, which is very, very good. Now I'll drag this to After Effects. Let's see what we can do. So initially what we want to do is basically just have it like this in the upper part, which is very easy. So how to do that? Okay, I have this dragged in. Let me just focus on this, and I'm just gonna put them on focus mode. So my background, the white background, and my PNG wing. What I can do is I can just take this basically below, and initially we want the background, which is the white, to cut out exactly on this. So that is pretty simple. How do we do it? If I just take the track matte and I do this, this is what happens. And basically we want to now show the other half. How? Very simple. By the way, there is more efficient ways, but I'm just showing you guys like easy ways. I'm just gonna duplicate and I'm gonna unmask it, no matte it, sorry. And then I'm gonna take the mask tool from here, the square tool, and I'll just do this. Like I'll just continue from where it ends. So now we have like this paper type, and if I unfocus, see, this is what we have. So now I can move both of them along with the texture at the same time. So I'll just select everything, add it to a null, and I can like even make this bigger. If I do make this bigger, I can take this more down and stuff, so we have more customization on it in general. And now basically you can say we have like the very starting point, nothing too much. We want to do the background. So I find my background, I just write background, for example, white. Let's see what I can find in my own, gallery. So I have this grunge background, which is solid. I zoom this in and I take it all the way down. This is kind of what we have. But anyways, let's say this is what we have for now. We can fix the background anytime in the end. So we have the paper and we have this bigger paper and then we have the background. So this is only some of our scenes right now. What I need to do is actually like I should basically link all of these together, or like at least label them with different colors, just so I can know like what am I controlling. So this part is basically the background. So I'm gonna select all of this and label it to a different color, which is gonna be like fuchsia, doesn't matter. Okay, so after we have labeled it, we want to start with the main part. It's been too long, we're stuck in this. Now it's time to get started with the most exciting and the most intriguing part of this video. So as I said, we had the null control for all of this. So what I'm gonna do is just apply a bit of rotation. Okay, I'll tell you what we need to do. No, actually discard the rotation, sorry. Before that, we want to make lines. Now these lines are very simple. You just go to your pen tool and you're gonna do Control R on your keyboard. I don't know why it didn't work, but anyways, now it worked. And just label up like a line. So I'm gonna go to my pen and let's say I'll make this 5, the stroke. Press here and take it to like before the ending. And let's make sure this is black so it's visible. So now you guys can see this is our line. I think we gotta make this lesser, it's too strong. So 3 would do the job, even lesser. Or actually let's have it as at 3, never mind. Now I'm gonna do Control Alt Home just to make sure the anchor point goes in the middle, or if you have this, just click here. Make sure you check out the workflow module, by the way, it's very important because you need these tools. But anyways, now what I'm gonna do is literally just make tons of copies of this. Boom, boom. Don't worry about the alignment, we're gonna fix that. I'm just doing all of these Control D basically, holding Shift, and then I take it. So if you collect here, you do Control D, it duplicates and it has the new layer selected, so I can just move it using the anchor point, you see. So let's make a few more copies. And now that we have the duplications, basically what we need to do is like squeeze them between this house. So I'll just drag all of this, okay, and you see I'm dragging it, it goes above like this. We need more lines, so let me duplicate this, duplicate the second one. In general, we need a lot of lines. Duplicate. So I'm just filling like, the gaps, you can say. Duplicate. But yeah, we're fine now. If I select 3 and I duplicate all 3, I have a lot of lines right now. So now I'll select all of these, okay, and I'll do Control Alt Home, making sure the anchor point is in the middle, and you want to go to Align. And once you are in Align, you want to do Distribute Vertically. So now this is distributed in the perfect manner, and it's actually perfect. And what we want to do is literally just select all of this and do pre-compose. Actually before we do pre-compose, let me press G on my keyboard so I can select like the pen parts of them, just making sure that the pen part is extended out. Or we can select all of these, because now we cannot select all of the pen parts. I will do S on my keyboard and then I will go unlink this for all of them, and I can stretch it out. Then I'll make sure all of them are center aligned by just going here and clicking on this. Or no, it did not work. But anyways, now they are center aligned. Now I'll do Control Shift C now that all of them are selected, and I'll just write it lines. And now what we need to do is very simple. Just do an effect called Turbulent Displace, and you can see we have like this curve basically, and I just wanna decrease the size actually. We wanna increase the amount. So the curve is like more in this manner, but the amount is less. So you can see the amount is gonna judge the curve, and we're gonna have the amount like very less, and the size will judge how much basically there is as in quantity. So I think this much is fine, to be honest. This does the job well. We don't want to increase complexity. Okay, let's have this just like this for the sake of design. Now I'll take this below the house, or actually I think I gotta take this below everything. So this is how it is gonna look right now. Now we have a very few more elements left to get the design done. By the way, this designing stuff is very simple, but like it has no representation with Vox whatsoever. But then what the final tweakings in the end that we're gonna do, the way we're gonna texturize everything, is the main part of how we make everything look better and in Vox style. Anyways, now I'll go to my rectangle tool. We want to fill basically a rectangle over here to write Department of Treasury on it. And I'll make it like somewhere between red color. By the way, Vox uses always like light colors. He will never use all the way red. He will use this much red, as you can see. So if I do it, if I write it, you can see it's like the red is very like, it's paper looking. I don't even know how to get that to you guys. But anyways, I'll extend this out this much, and I'll do now the anchor point in the middle, and I'll center align it. Once I do center align it, I'll go to my text tool by doing Control T, and I'll write up Department of, make sure everything is capital, by the way. I'm just rewriting Department of Treasury, and now select it by doing Control Enter. Make sure the anchor point is in the middle. Now align it in the middle. Let's change the color to black. Let's change the font to a font that is inbuilt in After Effects, Minion Pro. Center align it again, and now I will size this down. Once I do size it down, and then center align this. We did center align 1,000 times. That's why you need to learn the shortcuts. Control Home, Control Alt Home, basically. So it center aligns always. And now I'll just boom. Let's try to fit this. Make it smaller. We want to fit this like as tightly as possible. And now select both of these and center align both of them, just to make sure that they are both in the middle of each other. And perfect. This is what we have, Department of Treasury. What I would say is that we can decrease the size of both. So I'll link the text to the shape layer, and I'll decrease the size of the shape layer, and I'll decrease the size of the text a little bit. So we have like a bit of a margin, even though it's not exactly like Vox. Now we have like a very initial design done. We have just a few more left. We want to create a kind of a shape layer which is very unique, and I like this move a lot from Vox. So let's go to the pen tool, and I'm just gonna zoom in, and once I zoom in, I will hold space on my keyboard just so I can move it. But let's say I'm gonna zoom in this much, and we want to make like the shape layer. So we need scales for that. So I'm gonna bring up the left scale, and I'm gonna bring up the right scale, and now let's start. So it's actually very simple. I'm just gonna do this first. Go to my pen tool, go to my rectangle tool, choose all the way dark red. Now that we are here, basically what we want to do is go to the pen tool, as I told you, make it dark red, and then literally just do this. Okay, try to set up the upper scale as well, just so we can make sure it is like a rectangle. And now I will take this down here as well. Boom, boom, and I will get to the final version of it. So here, this is what we have. It is a rectangle. We could have made this with rectangle, but here's the twist. We will take this and pull it down. We will take this and pull it up. And actually, this is very wide, so I will now squeeze my scale, select both of these by holding V on my keyboard, and boom. So initially, this is what we have. If I zoom out, if I go like fit, and now while I'm in fit mode, I can like just tweak it more. Maybe we want this a bit thinner, a little bit. So I will drag my scale. We're using these scales, by the way, as a measure. We could have used grid, to be honest, but it is what it is. Too late now. But yeah, look, this is what we have. Amazing. This is the shape layer that we exactly need. So I will do Control Alt Home and scale this down a little bit. And now I will go to my fill, and I'll go to gradient. This is a new concept. I don't think we went over this before. But anyways, once you do go to the fill, you can go to the gradient part and you can just select this gradient, linear gradient ramp. And once you are here, let's say we select on this, what we want to bring up is basically the pinpoint for the gradient. And to do that, it's actually very simple. So if I go to my selection tool and I just select this, then I just enter like here, you can see we see it already. So it's just a matter of entering here so that After Effects knows that now you want it. So I'll just drag this second pinpoint here and the first pinpoint here, and I'll go closer, and what I'll do is I have this close and have this close as well. And then we want to go to the second color, which is this one, and just go all the way red, and that will stay black. So now we have this gradient, which is very clean. And then I'll duplicate this, or actually let me move this a bit here. By the way, this paper, I just realized it's too big, like the paper width is too much. So we need to go on the paper and like squeeze that shit by literally going to scale and dragging it like this. So I'll drag it to, let's say, minus 23, and then I'll take this one as well and I'll drag it. I know it squeezes the grid a bit, so maybe that's not what we want to do. Maybe we'd have to do it with the masking. So I'll go here and I'll press M. I remember we had a mask, and I can just take this part. Let's make a scale just so we have accurate masks. And I'll mask it like till here. I'll do the same thing for this one, mask it till here, and then go to the one above and do the exact same thing. Make a mask. The above one doesn't have a mask, so mask it this way. Perfect. So yeah, now this is what we have. I know a lot of things is camouflaging and it's making it hard to see, to be honest. What we can do just for now is I can like add like CC vignette to this one, which we don't want to add, but it's just for the sake of us being able to see more shit on the screen, because it's too hard to see, you get me? But anyways, we even have like the scale, which I can like use to scale down. So I'll link the second null to the first one, and we can scale both of those down just so it is smaller. The elements on the screen were smaller than I thought, to be honest, so that's my bad. I'm just making everything smaller now, and then I can even like drag this and make it smaller and push it here. So now this is what we have as in the draft. Now let's get back to the shape layer, which I can like scale down as well. And then once I do scale it down, I'll have it like here. Now we can get rid of all these lines, by the way. I made like a whole ass grid in the middle of the screen. So I'm just getting rid of all these lines. Now I'll duplicate this by doing Control D, like bringing it over here. Duplicate this again, take it over here. But now because this is on the left side, we want to flip it. So how to flip it? If I go to my scale by just pressing S and I unlink, I go to my first one and I do minus, it will literally it will flip, because I did minus. It was normal and I did it completely minus. And now that we are here, let's say we want to work on the most important thing, which is the animation itself, because we have the design done now that we are here. By the way, these grid lines are also supposed to be smaller. I like misanalyzed the line sizes. That's fine, it's fine. We'll adjust the sizing later for the lines. Now the last thing we need is basically just to create a pattern of cache. The way cache goes in and out, it's actually very smart what they did here. So you can just write cache PNG, or like one cache PNG. Let's see what we find. We can use a normal one, but let's write illustration and see what we have. We want something like straight so that we can mess with it completely. So this one is good, but it's like too illustrative. I could perhaps open FreePick and search up for cache. Let's see what we find. Cache or single note cache. Single note of cache. So yeah, I wrote single note of cache illustration and I found this again. This one is a little bit better. I like this more. Yeah, let's just get this one. So I'll do copy image and then I'll go to remove background. This is gonna be in the description below, so don't worry about this. Not description, whatever this cool section is. Then I will download it, and now I'll drag it into After Effects, and then I will just tint this. I'll go to the white part and I'll like just take it to dark green. See if that does anything. I take this to white. No, let's just not tint it. If you guys do have an effect called BCC colorize, we can add that to colorize it, like to make it darker green. So like look at the difference. This is before and this is after. But anyways, don't worry too much about it. I'll just have it like this. Now we need to create a pattern, which is actually one of the hardest things on the table that we have. So first thing, to imagine the pattern, we need to create like a shape layer. I'll remove the fill, I'll remove the stroke as well, or I'll just make like a 5 stroke just so we can like view the path. And let's say the path is gonna be, it's gonna go like this, and then it's gonna go like this, and the cache is gonna go. By the way, what we're doing right now is like we're imagining how the cache will flow. So the cache is gonna move, just so I guess can show you a visual representation. See over here, the cache is going to move, and that's what we want to do. So yeah, this is like the pathway, you can say, of the cache. Obviously these lines are not going to be visible, don't worry. And in order to do this, is actually much simpler than you think. So let's focus on the first line first. Okay, if I take my path, and if I go like over here, if I just go all the way down and I search up path, then I cut it, do Control X, and I paste it on my position of the picture. So if I paste it here, just drag this, see what happens. It's moving along the path. And so when it's moving along the path, what we also want to do is literally just go on the image and do Control Alt, I think it's O. Yes, once you do Control Alt O, you get like this auto orient. And if I turn it on, see what happens. It's moving along the path along with rotation. And now we did this with one cache. By the way, let me just move everything further because it's gonna be like a bit further. It's not gonna start from here. And now this is only one cache. And for this one cache, you also want to add an effect called CC page turn. I hope this effect works. Yeah, it's moving along with the image, so that's good. So CC page turn, you can see I can just move this in this manner. I can like boom. So what I want to do, and the best thing is that it's moving with the image. So I wanted to have like starting with a strong page turn. So I will like just control the, I'll keyframe the control and the fold position and everything. And then in the ending, I will just reset it. I'll take the control like this. So take a look at what we have. Basically, this is what we have. I think if we can like intensify the fold a bit more. And I think we want to like remove the light if possible. If I just take my BCC colorize below the page turn, it's not even gonna apply the light, which is perfect. So now this is what we have in terms of, you know, the control. And it's gonna be steady movement, by the way. So practically this is what we have. And now I will like just tighten this because it's too like slow. Drag this like way more. So it's way faster, as you guys can see. And literally we want to just make duplications now. We want to make duplications and delay them by like, let's say 5 frames. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, page down 5 times. And let's see what we have. No, we need more gap. So let's say 10 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. Now that's not suitable. Let's do like in the middle. So this is the gap. This is a good gap. So let's count how much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just literally duplicating this over and over again. And so this is what we basically have. And it will keep going the whole time, by the way, guys. So I'll just make like way more duplications. Control D. Take all of this above. Go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now I'm doing it in like bulk, you know. D. Control D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I will move it again this much. So see, this is what we have. It's now constantly going. So it is constantly going and we want to loop it instead of duplicate it like this whole time. So let's think about it logically. How will that work? If I just do Control Shift C, okay, we know that our last copy started here. You get me? So let me get back to it. Now I'll duplicate this and I will drag this exactly to where I am and I'll go 7 more frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'll drag this. So we have like a completely new loop right now. Now like just put a marker just so we know, you know, the margins. So see, now it's gonna be a complete loop. Just see. Wait for it. Here, boom, boom, boom. See? Perfect. It's a perfect loop. And we just did it with like a pre-composition. And because there is a marker, I can like literally duplicate this again and go on. But anyways, this is the first of what we have for this cache part. And obviously this cache part is gonna be below the house. So let's see where the house is. Here, perfect. So initially this is how it is gonna be, but it is too big. Let's see if we can like decrease the size for all of them, and I'll take it to like 20. Let's see how it looks now. I think the 20 is too small, so let's do 28. Boom. 28 might be a good number. 28 is a good number, but now what happened is that the delay for all of them is messed up. Like everything cannot be 7 frames anymore. So I'll just revert back to what the normal size was. We'll tweak it in the end, like whatever we want to, that's fine. And now we want to make the other path. So by the way, I can delete the shape layer now. It's no longer needed. And now we have this path. So let me go inside and just so I can copy the cache, and I'll remove the position from it obviously. And now for the shape layer, I'll go here and I'll adjust this, just so like if I go and I adjust this, by the way, if you do alt over here and you do this, this is very important, so the curve stays like, so the rotation stays on this. Auto orient works that way, is that you need to have like these curved out. So let's make it go on the lower bases, and I can just drag this down, by the way. It doesn't need to like necessarily be here. I can drag it down, make it look like it's coming from. Alright, so now again same thing. If I go search tool and I write a path, or you can just keep like going down and down and down, you'll find path, and then Control X, okay, and then I'll go to my cache, Control Alt Home, make sure it's in the middle, and I go to position and I paste it. Now see, perfect. This is how the position is. And now we want to make sure the pacing is exact same with all of them. So over here, let's see how many frames we had, like how much did we make it. It is 20 frames. So if you see I did Control Shift arrow right twice, so it is gonna be 20 frames. It's gonna be this much, so I can drag it and then I will cut it here, and it's the exact same thing. So if I go on the page turn effect over here and I copy it, then I paste it, so see now it is like reverting. And I can delay the page turn, by the way. We can delay the page turn, just so like you want to imagine it's coming. This is where it will appear initially, so we wanted like this, and I'll just tighten the page turn a bit more. Perfect. And now again the same exact thing, we just want to duplicate this. And now because we do know that we wanted to make it lesser, I will just make this size smaller, 25. Okay, so see we have like way more margins now. Now we'll duplicate this, and let's say we want to do like 3 frames. 1, 2, 3. I will drag it. No, they're too close to each other, as you guys can see. So obviously we wanna make it 5. Yep, 5 is a good one. So I will just duplicate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Duplicate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Duplicate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will come back to you once this is done. And now you can see I ended it over here. So let's say I will just take all of these, recompose it. I hope it's not getting too complicated, guys. Recompose this. I will name it Cache Movement 2. Cache Movement 2. Then I'll place a marker. Now I'll go 5 frames again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll literally paste this. And I'll press on my left squared bracket so I can drag it like this. Now we have this cache movement as well, and we want to make the last cache movement. By the way, take both of these and drag it down. As I said, make sure they're all labeled so like we know what they are exactly. And now we want to do, I can just delete the shape layer because we no longer need it, and we want to do the last one. By the way, let me show you what happens if you don't curve out this properly. If I take my cache and I do the process again, as you guys know, very simple. Go to path, cut this shit, paste it onto position. It is actually not bad. I mean, even though it's not too curved out, but I think if you curve it out like more, you can adjust everything way more, you know? But yeah, I can just like tweak this and have this like come in more, you know? As in they're both coming from the same place. That would look amazing. By the way, when you select this, you have to do the selection tool. This is mad confusing. But let's check the sizing. What was it? What was our fixed sizing? It was 25. Yeah, this is already 25. And now this is the movement that we have. I will do the exact same thing, which was like 20 frames. Control Shift right arrow twice, like this. The page fold, it's gonna be like this. So now, perfect. This is what we have, so you can look. And now I'll do a cut and the exact same process again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, duplicate, drag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, duplicate, drag. And if you don't have like a keyboard shortcut to do it, then you can just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or you can just look here once 5 frames happen. And then duplicate, drag this. So I'll be back once I do this. And now I did it, pre-compose, place a marker, duplicate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and drag it. So now, guys, we are done with all of the cache movement. Let's have a look. Perfect. So if I label both of these, it's a green color, and I drag this below the house, see what we have. Okay, these two are way too delayed, so this goes in, and the second this starts going in, these two can start coming out. So I'll select both of these, and I'll literally like do this. And now see, like once that comes in, these two start going out. Perfect. Amazing. And by the way, one very important rule is that you see it's like cutting out here, right? We just want to make sure that does not happen. And by the way, like I kind of messed up the cache. You can see the cache should finish a bit earlier, like it should finish a bit further than the square so that we can mask it. But it's okay. Wait, how to deal with fuck ups? There's two ways. Is that you either like go there and adjust each one of them, which is like too much, or you drag this, you change the actual design. So I will do this, you can see, and now I will select what I have, which is the cache movement, and I can just make a mask. Why am I making a mask? See, if I do this, I don't even know which movement is cache movement 2. That's how lost I am. This is why you need to like label. Cache movement 3 is this one. Okay, correct. So okay, what we need to do is, you can see when this one starts, this one needs to cut. So I cut the previous one, or I think we gotta like make it continue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we can cut it in the end. I'm not sure when can we exactly cut, to be honest. Maybe end of movement. Okay, basically what I'm trying to do is we need to cut the previous layer. And so to cut the previous layer, how do we do that? Or do we even need to? I don't know. Okay, let's say we don't need to. We actually don't need to. So I'll go to my pre-composition, and once I am in my pre-composition, now we want to make a mask. We want to make a mask to make sure that after the shape layer it doesn't appear anymore. And that is very, very easy. So if I select any of these, so for example we have, if I hide it, this is the lower one. And I go to my rectangle tool, I have my pre-composition selected. I just do this, for example. Now see what happens is that it feels like it's going through. And why did it bug out now? Like, why is it not anymore the same? It's because we have a new layer which doesn't have the mask. So I can just copy and paste the mask on it now. And the lower one is done. By the way, let's rename this and name it lower right cache, just so we know what we're like dealing with, right? Lower right cache. And this one is which? This one is left. Okay, we also gotta adjust the left sizing because it's fucked. The left sizing is messed up. But now we know that this one is the upper right. Again, the exact same thing. Very easy. Do the mask and make sure it is like the ending is at the shape layer over here. Boom. Select and paste it on to its duplication as well. So now you can see this is working out just fine. By the way, we want to take these shape layers and put them below the cache so that looks like it's going through the red. And now just once the animation finishes, we gotta make a cut just so it doesn't stay. Sorry, I know my face cam is in a random position now. I realized it was kind of ruining the timeline. Actually, let's just not stress it because I want to make this beginner friendly. I'll just take this back up, okay? I don't want it too complex on you guys. So we have this movement for the cache right now, which is perfect. The last tweaking that we have is literally just adjusting the cache size for these ones. So for this one, we'd have to like not remake actually. We just have to redo some parts. So you can see over here, if I select all of them and I do like the size 25, what happens is that because the gap is 7 frames, there's a lot of gap, you can see. So we want to make everything 5 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, drag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, drag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, drag. So it's just like that, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then drag it the opposite way. So I'm gonna get back to you once I do this for these. And now you can see here is where I finished. So I'll go out and you can see we have this duplication, which I'm just gonna remove. And I'm gonna duplicate now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and drag it like this. So now the sizing for this one is also perfect. And we just wanna mask this just like how I said. This is gonna be from this to here. copy, paste onto the duplication as well. So perfect guys, this is what we have as in the animation for the cache part. You see we have a bit of a bug. Let's check which one is it. The bug is here by the way. It's like showing when it shouldn't. It's not the lower cache right, it's the upper cache right. So to fix it, very simple. I could just drag this mask like this, just to make sure that doesn't pop up from there. Now I'll take this mask, copy, and make sure it is pasted onto the second one as well. Perfect, now the bug doesn't occur anymore. And you guys probably did not even have this bug, so don't worry about it. Now we want to start with the animation, which is the most exciting part and what I'm truly excited about. And it's actually very simple guys, the animation, everything. So we want to make an adjustment layer, and in this adjustment layer we just want to bring up an effect called transform, and it's just a simple scale. And now I'll go like around 2 seconds and do another scale, but it's gonna start with this much zoom in, let's say. And now I will do F9 and I will do this sharp graph, and see this is how it comes up. Let's do it more, and then I can go to value graph as well. In value graph I can drag this one and I can like put it up more down, and so it's gonna be way sharper when it comes to value graph, which is what I want initially, to be honest. Let's say for this paper that's behind, it's actually very confusing, the project that we have right now. It's very unorganized. I should have worked on the organization, to be honest. That's not my fault. But yeah, I have this null control that I created before. As you guys can see, we have this null control for the paper, and we want to do something very simple. We just want to go position and rotation, and let's say like 2 seconds in, keyframe them again. And so it's gonna be like a rotation like this. It's gonna come from down, and basically this is how the rotation is gonna be. Make sure we do F9 and we go to speed graph and drag this all the way to the left, and we drag the first point all the way to the left as well, just by dragging it like this. So we have the rotation done, which is very slow. I don't like it that much, but anyways, that's fine. We have this one that we want to animate, the shape layer, Department of Treasury. Let's find that. This is its shape layer. You can see, by the way, it's messed up a little bit because our transform tool is like, it doesn't show the transform. It shows like pre-transform. So I can just turn off the transform for now if you want to view it in an actual manner. And I will go to like my scale. Okay, we want to drag the anchor point to the left, by the way, first, all the way to the left. And if I unlink the scale, we can do this. You can see this is what we're able to do, but we don't want the text to get affected. So I'm gonna unlink the text which we linked before, and let's say it's gonna start from here, and then like 1 minute in, it's all the way to the left. And then we do the exact same graph, which is F9, drag this all the way to the left, drag this all the way to the left. And so this is how it's gonna look. For the text, very simple. I will go here and I'll write typewriter. I will paste it onto the Department of Treasury text. We make it start from the halfway through as well, like this. Okay, just so it's a bit better, I will do an F9 graph, do the exact same graph here. And what I'll do is I'll make this initially start from here. So only the treasury part is like keyframe, and I'll drag this all the way inward. So perfect, this is what we have for the Department of the Treasury. Wanna just to start a bit earlier. Perfect, amazing, perfect, I love it. And then last but not least, we have these lines. So if I go to the lines, I'll just adjust the mask. Okay, you can see this is the mask that we have. If I make a mask, I can like literally keyframe this. And so I'll like keyframe the mask. I'll go in the mask, do mask path, go 1 minute in, another mask path, go before, and drag this all the way out. F9, the exact same graph. All of them are gonna be the exact same graph because we want to sync everything. See? Perfect. I can just drag this out a bit further, by the way. Perfect, amazing. And now at this point, we want like these shape layers, you can see, to appear out. So to make them appear, we want to select all of them. Okay, actually select this one. Take the anchor point to the left by doing here, anchor point mover. Or you can just go Y, press Y on your keyboard and move it. So once I do this, what I can do is I can do a scale. I can make it come from the left side. So I will unlink the scale. I'll go like 20 frames in, do another scale, and go in the starting and make it 0. So see what happens. This is what we have, which is what we want. And then I'll do the graph you guys know, which is all the way, the first point all the way to the left. So I will not be doing F9 every time over here and showing you guys. I'll just, when I click here, I want you guys to know what I did, okay? When I click here, you guys would be able to see the graph as well. So this, and then for this side, it's gonna start, let's say 10 frames after it. Exact same thing, Control, Shift, right arrow, right arrow, right arrow. So we jump 30 frames, go back to the starting, take the anchor point to the left, unlink, make it 0, and then do this graph. So perfect. I can now just copy this. Damn, that is a lot of copy, and paste it on to this one. So now you guys can see, basically this is gonna be synced as well. Add one more thing, like I kind of forgot, which is very minor, that's fine, which is literally the part that says taxes and the payroll and everything. So if I just like write up taxes, my font, I'm gonna make it enter, for example, enter medium, let's say, and I'll make this caps, be smaller the size, drag it like this, smaller, smaller, boom, duplicate, write up payroll here, duplicate, and make it programs here. All right, and when will these pop up? Very simple, with the shape layers. So for these we want to do actually as well like typewriter. So I'm just gonna like typewrite it, and I'm gonna do this graph, pull it in. So at this point the taxes part comes up, and when the program comes up, again typewriter, drag this closer and do this graph. But this one we want to like flip it. So I can just like flip the starting by going to keyframe assistant and do this, and then I have to make the end 0. So what happens is that this is flipped. So this is how the programs will come up. And then I think we can just copy paste the range selector instead of like doing it over and over again, you know. I'll paste it here. Perfect. Yeah. Now this is like, let's say the animated version. I will go to my adjustment layer and have this turned on. The animations are actually very delayed in general, so we need to like hurry everything up. So let's see what is delayed. The part that is delayed is the shapes. Okay, so I will just check where the keyframes for the shapes are. For the text is delayed, and all of the cache movement is delayed. So all of this, I like just make everything earlier. This comes up, and then the cache movement that can like start early. Cache movement can start early. There's nothing to wait for. So see. Perfect, amazing. So this is, let's say, the animation that we have. Okay, let's have like a proper look at it. Okay, as you guys can see, perfect. Now we want to do a few more movements. So for those movements, it's actually very easy. So while the movement happens, so let's say we give it a bit of time. So it's like, this is what's happening while it's zooming out. I will add another transform, by the way. So transform, let me add another transform on it. And this transform, you can say, is a constant scale down. So it will constantly scale down. Let's say our animation is gonna be 8 seconds. So it will take it from 100 to 85, for example. And because we don't want this to happen, we can make the first one and that like 115. No, that's not gonna be suitable, unfortunately. So I'll make it from 110 actually. Let's see if 110 is fine, to like 100. So this is gonna be like a constant scale down. No, it's not gonna be fit, unfortunately. Alright, so if that's the case, what I will do is I'll drag this out so that it's way further. I'll do the graph that we wanted, which was this graph. And meanwhile this is happening, let's say I want to do like a zoom effect that they did, which is actually pretty simple. So let's say I'm gonna cut my transform, and then I'm gonna adjust everything in my transform. We want to like zoom this in. I'll show you guys what we're heading to do, right? We want to zoom this in, not that zoomed in, this is too zoomed in. And so I can like kind of do this. And then for the background, because you can see it's not fully going, I can just extend the background out by doing motion tile, an effect called motion tile, and I do 3 3 3 3 3 3, and so the background is extended. I can remove the CC vignette now, by the way, we don't need it anymore. And I hope you guys are seeing what's the purpose of me doing this, is that basically we want to zoom into the taxes text. So this is how it's gonna go, and then this one is gonna scale down as well, let's say like until here. very slight, so see what happens. Perfect. And then another cut. We wanna like basically take it to payroll part here. We wanna ensure the scale is the same, just so we're not like messing up. And I can take now this and like literally just reset it. Drag this again. So see what happens now. Look at the animation that we have. First we have this part that comes up, and then it zooms out from here and zooms out from here. So this is like a this effect. I don't know what it is exactly called, but it's very good. I fucking love it. And now I can take the adjustment layer back here, the scale that we have, and literally just drag the like, now it goes like back to default. So boom, we have this Department of Treasury, taxes, payroll programs, and again we're back to the normal scene. And now we have, let's say, the part that is called final tweakings. And for final tweakings, it's the most important part when it comes to, in general, like to replicating this editing style. So first thing I'm gonna do is literally just pre-compose all of this. But actually no, forget that. Let's not pre-compose. We wanna go to, let's say, let's make an adjustment layer that will have these ball action, an effect called CC ball action on it. And see what this does is this. And I will just decrease the grid spacing, I think. No, forget CC ball action for now. We want to add an effect called noise, which is very important. So if I do noise, see what happens automatically. We already have like a way more textured, and we want to remove use color clip noise, obviously. I'll make the noise 13%. For these programs, payrolls, and taxes, let's make this a bit more bold, so semi-bold. For these shape layers that we have, we want to add deep glow effect to them. So deep glow, make sure it's required by text. Exposure 0.2. But see what happens when we do required by text, this part becomes white. So we cannot do that. We cannot like add deep glow. We can just add like another type of glow, that's fine. And I added like a normal glow, which is pretty ass, but let's see if we can like fix on this. Yeah, actually it's not that bad, I'm not gonna lie. We can like spread it out a bit more. Glow threshold, fix this up. Glow radius, very important one. So this is without the glow and this is with glow. And then I will just paste on all of the shape layers. So this already makes it way more aesthetic. And for the background that's behind, that we have behind, basically this background, if I put it on focus mode, it's actually very bad. So let's see if we can find a better background, as I promised you guys starting. So textured white background with dust and grain. Let's see what we find. I want something a bit more like less intensified, but also pretty decent. Look, for example, this one is amazing. I love it. And if we flip this, if we like invert this, it's gonna look amazing. Let's see if we can get this. We can't. To be honest, even black works. This is too much. Like even when we invert it, it's gonna be too much, way too much. Or okay, let's do black. Okay, it's fine. Let's see what we find with black. Immediately I find like a very similar thing that we want. But bro, iStock is like, they're so annoying. They have all these assets and then you can't even download them. This one is very good, free pick. It is premium, but let me see if I can just download this and drag it into After Effects and then take it all the way down. And then once I do take it all the way down, add the effect called motion tile on it and then invert it. Nice, but this is too intensified. So let's see if I can like blend it in with original. So what I'll do is I'll like make a white background. Okay, new, solid, make a white background, put it all the way down, and then I go blend with original, or not blend with original, I can just decrease the opacity. So that doesn't look too intense. And now see something very, very important and something so strong. If I take this solid that we have and I duplicate it, I take it all the way up. Okay, I'm gonna remove everything we added onto it, and then I'm gonna make the opacity like 100. And now if I go to mode, by the way, if you don't see mode, just click here and I do add, see what happens. So this is without, this is with. So it adds this texture on everything, which makes it look like it's blending in with the background, but it's actually not. And then I think we can like just adjust the intensity a bit because it's too intense, but it creates this very good look, very amazing look. And I think we can like literally just add it below the transform tool as well, so that it looks like it's moving. No, actually it was a bad idea to add it below the transform, but see, this is amazing, guys. Like the texture is actually adding on. Perfect. So now we have a very good look of, you can say, the element. By the way, I'll just do like a thing that might like add on a bit more nice looks on it. So if I go to if I go like to pen tool and I go to stroke and I make like a yellow stroke, and with it I'm just gonna make like a nice pen type of thing, just something like this. Okay, let's make this a bit smaller because it's too much, and then I'll drag this down below, you can say, the cache, and decrease its opacity, and then I'll like do an effect for trim path. So trim path effect, and 1 2 3, so kind of this. And with this trim path effect I can like even make it just end a bit afterward by keyframing the start. And so see, this is the movement that happens, but it's too fast, so we can make it slower. Perfect. So it's going like there is a movement mid cam movement. So boom, this white part, amazing. It's like, it's very smooth and it's good looking. And then we can like literally add on this effect on over here as well. But anyways, let's not waste any time further because we've taken too much time, and I know you guys have things to chase on in your day. We can do the exact same thing like for the parts over here. And so to do it, let's just do it. It's gonna be a simple one. I'm just gonna remove all the transform just so we're able to view our shape layer a bit more accurately, which we had. So it's this shape layer, right? Yep, this one. And I'll duplicate it and I'll like create another path. One path would be like this and one path would be like this. So this is gonna happen for here as well, as you guys can see, and it's pretty much automatic. Like I just added in shape layers on it. So perfect, amazing, very nice. Now let me turn on again the transform and see what it looks like. Amazing, very good, very cool, I love it. So yeah, this is what we have. We're pretty much like done with everything. I'm just gonna pre-compose everything, and now is like the very final part, which is very simple. And in this part we want to add an effect called hand drawn. It's a preset, like it's an automatic inbuilt preset. So you can see this is what we have. We will keep the roughen edges, we'll remove the turbulent displacement, we'll keep the wiggle amount, we'll keep effect speed. But yeah, this is just like a very simple look. It's very low intensity but good looking effect, so as you guys can see. And then I can add like an effect called posterize time, and I'll make it like 16 FPS. So see, this is what we have with posterize time. It looks very good, very clean. I love it, to be honest, guys. This is a very good Vox animation remake, and as you guys can see, this is kind of like what we have, even though it's like a red themed, you know, not really Vox exact themed. It's very good. By the way, my After Effects is crashing, but I hope you guys saw the preview before my After Effects crashes. Perfect. Okay, it did not crash. That's good. That's good news. I love it when it doesn't, because it scares you and then it doesn't happen. It's like a savior, you know, and then you know that, oh shit, you gotta fix up all the settings. Another thing we can do, like imagine if you guys want to switch the color theme, we can go to hue and we can, like, for example, make everything green. But red is very fitting in this situation. It's like made for this situation, the intensity and everything, even the cache and the way we did the other stuff. Yeah, guys, very nice look, very nice animation. I love what we have over here, the way we were able to texturize everything, the movement, and yeah, one of my favorite remakes for sure, and definitely one of the best remakes as well in the whole community. Like, I haven't seen anyone do, you know, a remake this good. By the way, I'm just trying to be like, drink water. But anyways, this was the remake. I know this might have been a bit complicated and a bit overwhelming in general, but don't worry about it. The project file is going to be in the description below. All the assets, everything I use is going to be in the description below, so don't miss out on that. And yeah, with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out. In this video, we're going to be covering this paper style animation. Now, as you guys can see, this might remind you of the rescue event by Iman Gadzhi that was around 1 year ago. And that is because this editor took inspiration from the rescue event itself. And so we're gonna be covering everything all the way from getting the assets to making this final animation. So stay tuned for that. But before we dive into the video, I want to tell you guys about my newly launched editing community, Editors League. In Editors League, we cover everything from the beginner's guide, the advanced techniques, how to build a crazy personal brand, editing like all these influencers, and deep dives of how to edit like Iman Gadzhi. And most importantly, obviously, a like-minded active community, which I've built to 135 members almost in just the span of 4 weeks. So yeah, click on the first link in the description below and take your next best move. So yeah, with that being said, if you guys want to follow the progress, then I put up the assets in the second link below, and now we can dive right into After Effects. So by the way guys, I get a lot of requests for, you know, these motion tools, this and this. Everything is in Editors, like whatever you guys want to find, just join up Editors League. I have like a very huge list of all the plugins and everything that you need, so that's gonna be there. But anyways, the first thing we want to do is create a composition. So click on create a composition and pretty much just make the frame rate, for example, 24 FPS, and everything else just leave it like this. And then I have the raw footage, so what I'll do is import it, and we're gonna basically be covering 2 parts from it, right? We have this part, now we have this Alex Hormozy part, okay? And then in Editors League I covered like 3-4 more animations. But anyways, let's start with our first literal scene. The first thing I want to do is get like a cracked paper texture. So I'm writing cracked paper texture. You guys can see we found something similar in FreePic, and obviously there's a lot more that we're gonna find. We have this, which is not bad. I don't want to spend too much time on finding, you know, something like the texture. So once I find like, you know, a suitable result, I'm just gonna use it. By the way, for you guys, you can follow this, but just click on the second link in the description and you'll find all the assets completely for free. So here we go. I found, let's say, the texture that we want. Similar, not too similar, to do the job. But it does have a watermark, as you guys can see. I guess it might go away if I do invert. No, it does not. So I'll find another one. Alright, I found this, which is slightly better. Now what we want to do, right, is we want to add a bit of whiteness to it, just like how he had. And I think with curves, we might be able to. If I just go to curves over here, add a bit of points, see, add a bit of more whiteness. However, it's not as much as we want. This might do a good significant difference. And then maybe if I add, let's say, okay, so we have this. Let's not overcomplicate the process and keep it simple, right? We have this. And what I want to do over here, first move, is we want to add our text. And the text is going to say 13th of July 2021. So 13th July, all right, this is gonna be it. And then I will go here and check out our color, make it this color, and you just want to make this bigger, right, so it fits this much. And then we want to change up the font, or actually I found a similar font. It's called Autographer, and let's change this font to Autographer. You guys can see, very similar font, very nice looking. And I would just want to select 13th, just want to select the text 13th, and kind of want to adjust this by taking it down and then taking it up, perhaps. Or we can make this process simpler. It's just write up 13 July. I don't know why it changed up the font, but yeah, Autographer font. Have this in the middle, select this, make it bigger, add one more space, all right, just so we can fit in the 13th. So we have this. So it looks like this Autographer font does not support numbers, so that's weird. That means we're gonna have to find another font. Scratch that part. Okay, so now that we have the font, which is Bendungan, I'll just write 13th July, all right? I already wrote it, but deleted it by mistake. But anyways, so now we have this, as you guys can see, and I just want to add a bit more gap between this because it's too close, right? It's a bit too close, 13. And what I want to do is I want to take this and kind of change the font for that one. And now you guys can see it is like this, 13th July. Now to add this 13th July above, basically you want to go and alter this one and take it up like this, as you guys can see. And then we can even kind of adjust where it is. But yeah, 13th July, this looks good. All right, 13th July. And pretty much what I want to do here is duplicate this, change it to white color, and right up 2021, scale it down, place it over here, decrease the gap. By the way, this gap is too much. Not sure why the year is 2021, but it is, who cares. And we want to kind of make this a bit more italic by just doing this. Cool. Maybe bold this out a little bit, as you guys can see, just by doing this. Even bold the part above a little bit. Not sure if bold is needed, actually. Yeah, like this looks cool. Looks cool. Now we want to add like another paper type thing over here. And I already had these tapes, you know. So I'll just search up a sticky tape and let's see what we can find. No, not this. So just go to Google, search up tape PNG. You guys will already have this, the assets. So you guys will see the file will be named as file. And what you want to do is pretty much just take this down and mask out whatever we need, like this part, for example. All right, mask the shit out, scale it down, place it almost over here and take it down. All right, so we have this tape and now we want to pretty much just write up our text on it. So the text is going to say new business era. Obviously this thing is messed up, so I'm just going to reset character and pretty much use a font called Far from Homecoming. Make it all the way black, rotate it around the anchor point. Just check how much does this have. This has -10, so I will copy and paste it. And now just have it like this. And I can see it looks like it's stamped onto the paper, which is something that I fucking love. So new business era will say this. Just make this bolded out so it's easier to read. And boom, we have our nice text like this. And would you believe me if I said this was all for the first scene? No, because it's not. So first thing, parent the new business era to the file. All right. And what we want to do is we want to do a handwritten effect, which is something that's really nice effect. And the way it works is you want to put this in focus mode, for example, and I will show you guys a trick on how to do the handwritten effect better than anyone else. So you want to go here, you want to go to your pen tool, make a stroke size, I don't know, 10, 15. All right, make the stroke any color. I'll just make it red because red is easy to differentiate. And pretty much what you want to do is you want to do this. Okay, you want to cover the text like how you guys are seeing in this way. And so what happens is we are going to do a certain trick, which I will cover. I'm just smoothing this out, you know, I'm basically redrawing. So it is done manually though. So you have to redraw, you know, this stuff one by one. I'm redrawing this, boom. This, by the way, takes significant amount of time, honestly. But it does make a very nice handwritten effect. And you can do this in another way, which is with the stroke effect. But I just like to do it this way because it is a bit more accurate with results, right? It is much more accurate with results. However, it does make the process a bit longer. So I'm just redrawing all of this, you know, in this exact same manner. You guys can pretty much copy what I'm doing with the pen tool, just the way I'm doing all of this redrawing. It's not the first time I do this, by the way. I have done this before in one of the tutorials, but I don't think you guys will identify or find or know where I did it exactly because I don't remember myself. And now we're almost coming to the end, to the July text. Okay, I'm not gonna hand draw everything just so we can save a bit of time over here. I mean, I am gonna hand draw, but I mean, I won't show everything. But because you guys know the process for hand drawing by now, and pretty much I'm just cooking some shit over here, cooking some nice stuff. Boom, boom, boom. This is done. Go here, deselect, make the U. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. L is easiest letter almost. Very easy to do. By the way, make sure you don't accidentally select like any mask or something. Then you'll realize that it's not actually drawing. So you have to deselect the way I am. You can literally just click here, deselect, and then create a new shape layer. So every handwritten thing, I'm making a new shape layer instead of having all of them on one shape layer. I will be covering how to do this in another manner in one of the other videos, which is actually kind of easier. But right now, I just want to show you, like, guys, a method that I like. So now we basically redraw this, right? And what happens when we redraw? We wanna do something. And what is it that we wanna do? Okay, you guys can see. You wanna put both of these in focus mode, and we wanna add trim path. So go from here, from from below the first text, you want to go here, press on the arrow, add, and trim path. And the trim path is basically going to be around only 12 frames. So it's going to be really, really fast. Make it from 0. So you guys can see, basically we're drawing, right? We're drawing. And you want to go do F9 and just do this graph. Just do this graph. And then you want to copy this whole trim path and paste it around all of them. So now you guys can see. But however, we want to sequence it. So let's see where we want this whole thing to end. Considering, for example, let's say we want our thing to end here. Now we want to sequence this one by one. So I think it's going to be 2 frames. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm just doing it in sequence. And now you guys can see it is basically doing this. And it's amazing. And pretty much we have the last part of it left, which is recomposing all of this, naming it as shape reveal. All right, shape reveal. And then track matting. If you guys don't see the track matte, click over here, do this and link it to shape reveal. And now see what's happening. Our actual text layer is revealing text. And this is an amazing trick, done very efficiently and done very fast. Boom, amazing. I love it. Pretty much we want to do the same for the 2021 text. So you guys know already how to do it. I'll just do this quickly and I'll come back. So now pretty much I have done this, all right? And we want to do the last thing, which you guys remember in the starting, we parented our new business era text to this file PNG, right? What we want to do is go over here on rotation, okay? Add a wiggle. Let's say frequency is going to be like 2, and then the amplitude is going to be very less as well. So you can see this is moving slowly. However, we want this to like push rest time, so for it to lag, to feel like it's giving laggy vibes. So I'll make this 4. So now you guys can see this is how it is. Amazing. That's exactly what we wanted. Now we want to add our last freaking effect on this, which is also very, very easy. You just want to go here, animate, let's say position, go to add, and then make it selector wiggly. Just take this a bit higher, and now you guys can see there is this little wiggly effect happening. But actually I undid the wiggly and there is a certain problem. But to fix that problem, basically I just want to wait for this animation to finish, and I want to do a cut immediately. All right, even for the shape reveal layer, I will do a cut and I will untrack matte this. It doesn't need to have any matte. All right, and go here again, do the same thing, animate, position. I'll tell you what this wiggly thing does, right? It's really amazing. Go here, wiggly, and in wiggly, or not in wiggly, just do this position. All right, and see what's happening. This moves. However, this is too much, so we want to make this by like barely 5, so it will move a little bit. Okay, this is like a little wiggly effect, which is really easy to implement. But I want this to build up instead of like happening randomly, because it feels like there is a cut. So I'll do from 0 to 5, and then the wiggly happens, right? We can even increase the wiggly, make it like 8 maybe. But I'm thinking to maybe add an expression to this for posterized time. I want to see what will that do. And I'll have the posterized time, let's say 5. Okay, I don't think it does any much of a difference, because the actual expression is going into the wiggly, not here. So I can just remove this, get rid of the expression. I'm not sure where it will go, but anyways, it's fine. So here we have this little wiggly. The same thing we want to do, copy this animator one and literally just paste it for this shit. And now you guys can see even this one is moving. However, because there is a little shape layer, this thing is happening, and now you guys can see all of this has movement, which is pretty much what we wanted, right? We just wanted this to happen, and it's very easy. Like, this is all we need. So I have this little reveal thing, which basically I will put it up over here, and you guys can see what this reveal will do. It will reveal our thing in a very specific manner. And what I want to do is I want to scale this down. Okay, scale this down so that it fits the tape. And you guys will understand what I will do now. And just wait for this to fully reveal, and then do freeze. Actually, do a cut over here and then do freeze on last frame. So now you guys can see this is how it will reveal, which is exactly what we want, right? And I will just parent this to our file, and then I will use the file to track matte basically through this reveal. And now you guys can see this is what's happening. And even the new business era is gonna track matte through that. So this is how it is revealing. Amazing. And just to indicate that these are all the same, like the same hierarchy, I'll just mark this. And I actually can just pre-compose this, right? New business era, just so it's not confusing. I have this as new business era, and then all of this I will just make it 13th July text. And so now we have everything organized in this manner. Perfect. Now we have, just the camera movement left, which is going to be in the next scene. So what I will do is pretty much just cut all of this because we don't need it, and pre-compose it, and it's going to be this much. And now in this over here, in this part, we want the new Alex Hormozy scene. As you guys can see, this is how it will look. So all of the assets are already in the description. I'll just find them and import these. So I just searched up for a quick like Rockefeller house, whatever, old house, New York, and I'm just gonna copy this and take it into Adobe Background Remover and import it. So that's what you will already have the version for. So I'll just take this bigger, do this. I'm gonna add like a little curves effect. Okay, and what this curves effect is gonna do is give us contrast. Okay, what we need is contrast, like this, exactly. And then just make this significantly bigger, I mean. And this is gonna be covered up, alright, over here by Alex Hormozy or whatever. I'm not sure what brought all the buildings, but that's like the style that he went for. And then we have this PNG. By the way, we wanna add hue saturation and curves as well. And in the hue saturation, we just wanna decrease the saturation to 0. If it has any saturation, either ways. So now this creates this nice effect. So we have the airplane, we have this. Just decrease the size of the airplane. So we need this building, which is basically Empire State Building, I think. Obviously, ChatGPT told me what building it was. I think it is Empire State Building. And I'm just gonna write PNG instead of having to cut out anything at all. It looks like this is gonna work. So free download, import this shit. You guys can see, here we have the import. Just fit it in this way and do the exact same things, bro. Paste. And now we have this nice building. Maybe we can contrast this building out a bit more. Okay, cool. And then we need the Alex Hormozy standing on stage image, which is basically this exact same image, just as I compare it. Go here, save this image. Yeah, we don't need to really cut out anything. Again, you guys have these assets. I don't know how many times I keep mentioning that because I'm retarded. And there is this file called file 4. And pretty much this is like a different frame of Alex Hormozy catching, the book. So what we want to do, alright, is just cut this part out because this is all we need. Do it like this and then place it in a way that it looks almost unnoticeable, as you guys can see right now. Perfect. This makes significantly more sense. So now I'm just gonna link this, or I'm just gonna pre-compose both of these. Alright, let me scale. First thing, I'll parent, then I'll scale this down and pre-compose both of these. Now we can rasterize these layers, so act like these layers are on top and scale them up a little bit. Cool. Now, wow, I mean, this guy, he spent some time on this fucking scene, bro. I'm telling you. We want to go on the inside on Alex and pretty much, hue on him. We want to colorize him a little bit and then saturate him. So make sure he's less saturated, but make him more towards the yellowy side. So you guys can see it's not exactly black and white, it's actually like a tone of gray. So you can see it will kind of stand out on the outside. We can make it a bit more significant, that's fine. Here we go. And then we just want to add contrast to the curves effect we had. But this curves is not good. So first thing, take this down and then we want to, yeah, it is similar, not exactly the same. Cool. Now this is how it looks. And this curves, it was supposed to be done on the inside, not outside. So like this, yeah. So this is what we got, boys. Now we have a couple more things left, which is, the very last part. The assets is the biggest problem, which I felt like I fixed it for you guys by just providing all the assets. However, in the process while I'm making this video, it is taking me time to literally find these assets, which is annoying. So first thing, we have this hand, another hand, which does have a fucking watermark. So I'll remove it. So we added this podium also. I mean, it's not that great of a podium, not like what he had, but unfortunately I couldn't find what he had actually. So it's fine. What I want to do is I just want to mask out the microphone by doing this and then subtract it. And pretty much just do the same thing we were doing, which is copy and then paste the contrast and the curves we needed on the podium. So we have almost like a lot of things done from here. Obviously this looks a bit messy, so I'm gonna do this, and over here the contrast is gonna be significantly higher. You guys can see, same for this case, but not that much. I just think he picked like a, you know, a black hand. Meanwhile over here we have a white hand. That's fine. And this one is gonna be a lot more contrasted, as you guys can see. And then I'm gonna increase the lightness a little bit, so you guys can see this is what we have. And then let's say we just need 3 more assets over here, which is going to be the thing that is holding, you know, the new offer era, and the images taken over here. By the way, these assets, they take a lot of time, for fuck's sake. I hate the rescue style just because of how much assets it has. And then there is this little microphone thing, you know, it's file 6, and pretty much just cut it out and put it up in this way, make it go below the podium. By the way, I'm just renaming the files because I'm lost out on over here. Podium, just for me to look at for the podium, it took me some time. So yeah, this is pretty much what we need for the microphone. Scale it up a little bit, and again the same contrast and curves thing, copy paste this shit. For this one we want to add a bit of saturation to it. I'm gonna colorize it and take it to the color almost this, and then saturate it a little bit, so now you guys can see. The podium also we want to add the same hue, so you guys can see. Now this is how it looks before, this is how it looks after. Okay, now we have just a couple more things left, so you guys can see. This is kind of the vibe, paparazzi taking picture. I don't know, it's weird, but it is what it is. So just save this shit, put it up over here, put it below the podium, below almost everything actually. I'm just gonna do a cut like this, alright, just like you guys can see. You want to cut this guy out. It doesn't have to be that accurate, by the way. Pretty much we just want to give it a kind of a shaky look. So boom, do this and cut. So now you guys can see this is how it looks. Obviously it looks not that good, but what we want to do is we want to kind of cover it up. So I think all of this I will delete. I will make new points to make this subject to be able to be the one that is on the sides. So in this way, again, it doesn't have to be that accurate, just in this way, because we're going for a papery style anyway, so if it's not accurate also it's fine. I'll extend this out and I'll move it to the left side, so now the podium will cover it out. I'll do this, and cool, this is how it looks. Now another thing I want to do is just for the building to show more, I'll do this type of cut as well. So now the building has to show a bit more, you know guys. Maybe I'll cut this guy out. Not sure if I cut that guy out. Maybe just take this down a little bit. Doesn't have to make that much sense, honestly. This is how it looks, right? So the building is showing a bit more, and let's take this building and scale it up a little bit and do this. So now we have almost everything. We just have the last couple of parts left. So one of the last things that are left is just a sign stick. There is a few more assets that he kind of has that we might not have, but fuck it, it doesn't matter. The whole concept is that just we want to replicate this style, and yeah. So let me just add the sign stick and we complete, you know, the poster part, and then we will get into things like the movement, the stroke, and all of that, which will be amazing. So add the same curves effect to the sign stick, and pretty much you want to add the text that will say new offer era. I'm gonna go with the font Far From Home because it is similar. Scale this shit down, make it all caps, add a bit of more gap, make it bold, and pretty much do this. And what we want to do is go to paragraph. Okay, so paragraph will be somewhere here, and make this in the middle, just so this is placed in this way, and then I will just parent this so they're stuck. Okay, new offer era in this way, and then you need this old Vecteezy paper, whatever I named it, and pretty much, you know, what we're gonna do is, instead of, because we don't have sides on our podium, I will just stick this over here and put it below the hands but above the podium. And what I will do, okay, is let me scale this down a little bit more, and I will add an effect called overlay. So see what happens when we overlay. Basically this will happen. However, I don't want it to overlay actually, but rather create a bit of a texture, so you guys can see the difference. If I do hard light, it feels like it's stuck onto it, And that's pretty much what I want. The podium in this, I'll change colors just so we can identify. Let me put both of these in focus mode by clicking up over here, and I will take this text, duplicate it, which says new offer era, and just bring it on over here and write up the Bible or the offer design here, whatever, you know, it doesn't matter what we write. Boom. I want to see what happens if I overlay this. You guys can see this is also gets stuck onto it, but that's not what we exactly want. I'd rather do hard light and just decrease the opacity a little bit maybe. You can see if I do normal, it's like this. If I do hard light, it's like almost blending in, so that's also good. This is great. And boom, let's get rid of all of this. What I want to do over here is this. Basically, we want to like start animating everything, right? So before we do that, I will just pretty much pre-compose all of this. Okay, so we have it in a new pre-composition. Boom. All of this is in a new pre-composition, right? And now is the main part of everything, the most important parts. So first thing, for example, we have the airplane, which is going to be the easiest movement. And the airplane is just going to be a position basically from here, like until the end of animation. So our end of animation is going to be here. So I'll just take it until the last keyframe, and I'll tell you guys the trick that I do. I'll bring this out from here and do F9 and pretty much just push this, okay, and then pull this upwards. So this will come up, but you can see the movement is very slow in the ending. So what I want to do is actually I will pull this so that it comes in faster, okay, and then just for the sake of movement a little bit, I'll just do a bit of movement. So what will happen is that it will come fast and then it will still consistently just keep moving very, very slowly. It's almost unnoticeable like this. So this is just for the sake of flow, all right? I just do this for the sake of flow. And then, you know, this new offer era thingy, this too, I just want to do an animation, okay? Same way, like bring this down. Oh no, I did a mistake. No, I did not. Okay, bring it down from here, pretty much. Do the same graph, F9, boom, and boom. So you can see this is how it will come up. This is the starting movement. However, we just want to delay this so it comes a bit later. And then the hand, pretty much we're gonna take all of the three hands, okay? Do position, take it this far, bring it from down, and then the exact same graph as I showed you guys already. Now you guys can see the hands will come up, but I did one thing, is that this should actually be all the way to the left. And then the hands are gonna sequence out. So this will come, and then this will come, this will come. So it's gonna be like this almost. And we wanna pull these closer because it's too slow now. So it's gotta be closer. It's gotta be faster, I mean. It's gotta be faster, boy. So like this, boom. With the airplane, the movement is cool. Now, before I go into the more deeper stuff, we wanna add one thing that can make the most significant difference to all of this. We want to add a drop shadow effect. Now I'll tell you how to do this drop shadow effect. It's very, very easy. So for example, let's say we have this building, right? Or let's say we have this certain thing. I want to go here and I want to go layer styles, okay? And then go to drop shadow. So once you have drop shadow, copy these settings. So now you guys can see these are basically the settings for drop shadow. And then I can just change up the angle. So if I change up the angle, you guys will see this will pop up over here, just like how it is now. So this drop shadow effect is amazing. Basically, you just want to make sure the spread is not high and stuff like that, and the size is 0. And just copy this layer style and paste it in all the places that we need. So for example, this building, I'm gonna paste the drop shadow and change up the angle just so it is on the right side. Okay, so now you guys can see the drop shadow is nice. We need it on the hands, very importantly. Paste it on each one of the hands. Let me go to hand number 1 and fix the angle and stuff. So I want it to be towards this side, obviously. I want the distance to be a bit more. Add a bit of noise. We'll go to hand number 2 and do the same thing. And just adjust each one of them one by one, right? So hand number 2 is also nice now. Hand number 3 is good. So we have the drop shadow in the places that we wanted. We also want it on our building, which is, I think, this file. Yep, paste it, and now we have it on our building as well. Now we want to add the shaky effect that we did at the very starting, if you guys remember. So first things first, what do we got? We have this thing. I'm just gonna pre-compose this. All right, so I'm gonna name this board 1. I'm gonna name this hands. We want to pre-compose just to clean stuff up because it's way too dirty right now. I want to have this as podium, pre-compose. Now we have these. Okay, so the microphone will go on the podium as well. So podium again, just undid. And then we have Alex Hormozy, we have the plane, we have the building, we have this, and we have the background. So now I'm gonna go on the board. Okay, pretty much on the outside, you guys are gonna see this anchor point. You want to take it up, down to over here. Just bring this down a little bit and go to rotation, wiggle, add posterize time first. The posterize time can be 5 or 4, whatever, and then the wiggle can be, for example, 1/3. So you will see this is moving right now. Maybe we make it 2/3, all right, and I will decrease the posterize time to 4. So yeah, now that looks good. So I want to take the same rotation and have it in a couple other places. For example, the hands, paste it on each one of the hands. You guys can see now the hands are moving also. We gotta paste it on the airplane. Now the airplane is also moving. We gotta paste it on our building. Now the building is also shaking, and we gotta paste it on our this little thing as well. Now this is also shaking. Now the building, you can see some things feel like it's too much, especially like the building. So over here we want to adjust the wiggle. We want to make this like 1/2, so it's almost insignificant. And the same thing for like this building in the back. We want to make this 1/2. So this is just for the sake of flow and the unnoticeable human eyes that, you know, will not really recognize, but it will feel like something is happening. So you guys can see this is the movements that are happening. We don't want to do too much. Again, I even want to paste it on this little paparazzi thingy. So copy, paste, but the anchor point should be in the middle. So this is the whole point of the rescue event type of vibe, right? Is everything like literally shakes. And then the last part of it all almost is the Alex Hormozy hands, or Alex Hormozy. But before actually Alex Hormozy, we want to go on this thing on the over here, and we want to do the same drop shadow effect. So go layer styles. Now I don't have it copied anymore, so I kind of have to do it from scratch. White, make it white, and just make the size 0, make the opacity 100, decrease down the angle a little bit, and decrease the distance out a little bit. And now it's also over here. Okay, cool. So now almost the last part, we go on to Alex Hormozy's hands. Okay, we want to pre-compose these all even on the inside. And over here, I will rasterize the layer by doing this. So now you want to do something, right? Is I'm gonna pretty much go onto this puppet tool. Okay, add a couple of puppet points. Don't worry about what I'm doing. You're gonna know now. So boom, just add points randomly in different places just to make sure they don't move. So like this, okay? And then we want to add our last, like our one puppet over here and one puppet over here. So now you guys can see this is what I can do. I can move this, all right? And this is exactly what I wanted. So now I will pretty much just make it start from here, go like, let's say 1 second ahead, and do this. And then just press U on your keyboard, go over here, add an expression called loop out, and the loop out will be ping pong. So now see what's gonna happen. It will go right, and it will come back. And on top of the ping pong, we want to add posterize time. Make the posterize time like 4, so it's not actually like too smooth, it's shaky, right? And we want to just make this closer so it doesn't feel like that slow. Okay, maybe make the posterize time 8. Okay, 4 is too less, 8, and then extend it out. And then I will F9 and just do this graph. Yeah, that's cool. I like this. I like this a lot. So now Alex Hormozy's hands are moving as well. Not sure what's happening on the outside. Okay, so over here we want to de-rasterize the layer, and so it's gonna be fixed now. Perfect. So you guys can see this is what we have. Very simple, very clean. The only thing that took time from me is finding the assets. And pretty much now what I will do is import these 2 random paper textures, and I'll tell you what we'll do from these, all right? They're gonna be very, very useful. So I'm gonna take this paper texture, go on the inside, and go on any layer that I kind of want to texture out. So go over here and import the texture, and just place it in the middle. Do Ctrl Alt F or just scale it up. Add curves, all right? Trust me over here, add curves, and you want to make this basically black, right? And so how can we make this black? Or you want to make like the black part pop up more. So this is how it looks. And what I'm gonna do now is add hue and saturate it so that it becomes like this. So you can see this became black. And pretty much now I will add an overlay effect. So you can see how Alex Hormozy looks. We want to decrease this overlay effect, and I want to track matte it. Then I want to turn on the Alex Hormozy layer. So see what's gonna happen when I turn it on and I turn it off. You can see a bit of texture, and the more I intensify it, the more it happens. And then you wanna basically just add the motion tile. There's a couple of ways you can do this, but okay, I'm gonna add a motion tile. Go to mirror edges, like just turn on mirror edges, and then go over here, do push rise time, maybe by 4, and then we can do either wiggle or we can do like a random position. So random position would be better. So do random and then position, and then see how it's moving. So it's really nice. And then this adds like a texture on our thing. Now you can see basically Alex Hormozy has this texture, right? So this was one of the textures, and then we have another texture which is even better, and I like it even more. So this, for example, on the building, on these buildings or something, I can add it, or maybe I can pre-compose all of these, okay, and literally add it on all of this. Then pre-compose it again. Now go onto this layer, boom, go onto Alex Hormozy's layer and just copy paste everything we did, okay, and then track matte it and add overlay. Turn that shit on, decrease this texture by a lot. And now you guys can see we added like this little movement, which is basically how, you know, they do this effect, and it looks really nice. I love it. And just to not ruin the contrast, I can do this, and it's more significant. Now you guys can see there is a movement on this stuff as well, like a texture movement, and so it gives us more of the rescue vibe. And then the last part of it all, you can say, is literally, if you guys remember the reveal that I had, which is this one, I wanna do the same trick, do a cut over here, all right, go on to time, freeze on last frame, and pretty much just reveal this. And so this is how it's gonna reveal, and then extend this out, make it pre-revealed, and this is how it's pretty much gonna get revealed. So my partner Yazid actually gave me this reveal back then, and pretty much you guys can see this is the exact same reveal that guy has used. I don't know who edited that video, but it's actually good. And just do a cut over here and do freeze on last frame, and you guys will see now, or not freeze on last frame, sorry, actually it is freeze on last frame. I'm not sure what I did. So it's gonna start over here. We just want to extend it out a little bit, and we want to take this, you know, both of these above, so it's like blending in. Want to pre-compose what's above and basically track matte it to what's below. So now this is how it is. You guys can see the other part is gonna go, and this is going to reveal just like this. So now you guys can see this is, we have 13th of July 2021, and then pretty much this stays for a few seconds, and this scene comes up with the Alex Hormozy scene, and that is pretty much it. Now we just want to do a very slight camera movement, which is gonna be simple. All right, and it doesn't even need camera movement, to be honest. I can just pre-compose everything, right? And I will do a certain trick, as let's say I will scale this from here until like over here, okay? Let's say it's gonna zoom in this much, around 110, okay? So you guys will see. Let's just start from 100. So it's gonna start like this. It's gonna zoom in to 100 and actually more than 10, like this. And then it's gonna pretty much zoom out to 105, let's say, this much. And the part where the reveal happens has to be in the middle point, like this. So now I'm just gonna go F9, boom, do this graph, take this in the middle, and take this as well in the middle. And now you guys can see the zoom in is gonna happen. Let's show it. The zoom in is happening, as you guys can see. It has to be a bit sharper though. It's happening. The zoom in happened over here, you guys can see. And then it's gonna pretty much zoom out, okay? And just so we don't have the movement stopping, I can pretty much pull this up. So what will happen if I pull this up is that the movement will never stop. It will just keep going consistently, okay? So now you guys can see it is consistently zooming in, okay? And then it's gonna pretty much zoom out, boom. And it's gonna go to like 100, just so it's more significant. And I'm just fixing up a little bit of things. So boom, this is how it is. And then it's gonna slowly just go up to, let's say, 110. So boom, and then now it's just gonna slowly go up. Okay, not even 110, 105. Cool. But before it, something I forgot is all of this has to be like a pusherized time. All of this has pusherized time. It has to be laggy. 12 FPS scene. So 12 FPS. So this is how it's gonna be. You guys can see now it's a lot laggier, and pretty much this scene is also now significantly better with 12 FPS. And then with the zoom happening, it looks really clean. We just have, I think, a few more things left, which is just the final tweakings. Okay, nothing too much. So we want to go on the inside layer, which is going to be this layer. We want to add CC vignette to it, as you guys can see. CC vignette in this manner. And then we want to go on the outside layer again. We want to add basically Gaussian blur. Okay, and make the Gaussian blur around this much, and then just do the trick that I will show you guys right now, is add a little bit of a mask around the corner in this way. So boom, this, do minus, press M, go and do subtract, and then we want to go to the feather and just make the feather very high. So now there is like very slight blur on the sides. Okay, and it creates this very aesthetic type of zoom. However, it feels too much, so I'll just make the Gaussian blur 10. Now it's almost like unnoticeable. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the video. By the way, this shit took 2 hours and 30 minutes of filming, guys, because I'm trying to find the fucking assets at the same time, and it was pain in the ass to find these assets. It was pain in the ass. However, you guys got the cheat code. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I covered 3 more parts inside of Editor's League, so make sure you don't miss out. And with that being said, I'll catch you guys in the next video. Peace out. Welcome back to a new video from Editor's League. In this video, we're going to be covering video 2 from basically, you can say, the rescue style or the collage style, as it has also been trending, let's say, over the last few days. Now, I just uploaded the first video on YouTube, and basically we are now going to cover video 2, video 3, and video 4. So in this video, let me show you guys a quick preview of what we're going to be doing. Over here, you guys can see this is pretty much what we're going for, and let me play this with audio.
I decided to build my business around a set of rules. So rule number 1, sales calendar is empty. Rule number 2, working only every day. So that I love, like, working out. And finally, rule number 3, my business has to be. I decided to build my business.
So yeah, it's a very simple animation. Pretty much it's like this, papery style, and the whole point of this is that we should be able to replicate the whole paper look, which is not hard at all. And so the first thing that I'm gonna do, right, is literally just start up with the assets. Now you guys will need the assets in order to follow the progress, and finding these assets were not hard. It was just a process of, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes. I came over here, I did like basically a dark wooden texture search. I found kind of the image, and then I did, collage, hand gestures, vintage, shit like that. This is all like the searches, and then I found it. And then what I did is I took everything on over here and I removed the backgrounds instead of having to do it manually inside of After Effects. So that's one thing. But anyways, with that being said, the first thing we want to do is create a composition. Go for 1920 by 1080p, make the FPS 24, and make the duration around 20 seconds, alright, because the animation is pretty long. So this is how it's gonna be looking, but I did a mistake. This is supposed to be 1080. Okay, cool. So this is how it's supposed to be looking like, and pretty much we are ready to get started. The first thing we'll need is, if you come up over here, you're going to find this dark texture background. You want to import this. This is going to be the first thing that we'll need, and you'll see it's pretty big. So you just want to scale it down until it makes sense, and then maybe I'll flip it. I don't know. I don't think we flip it. Yeah, I can just do Control Alt F, by the way, and it will fit everything. So yeah, let's say this is what we have. Now what I want to do is basically pull up curves. Okay, so curves, just to adjust, the brightness of it. Added it to the wrong layer though. It's gonna be here, and reset it. And then now we want to make this a bit more whited out. We want to add a bit more, like, let's say, contrast with, not much, don't stress too much about it, but yeah, we want to bring out the whites a bit more. All right, we want to bring out the whites a little bit more, just so it's like this, almost grayish, you know, it almost turns gray. And then I want to add CC vignette on top of this basically, and just make the vignette this much. All right, so now we have the background set. Okay, we have our background set. CC vignette, actually we're not gonna add it now, let's add it later. And pretty much what we want to do now is add, I think this is gonna be the file. We have this and then we have this, right? I think this is what we want to use. We also have this, but yeah, just to not overcomplicate it, I'm just gonna be using this. By the way, I don't have like the exact assets, but the most important point is just like we're able to replicate this whole style. You get me? So let's say I have this, and what I want to do is I want to have like a sort of a text on this. So scale this up around this much, zoom this in, and pretty much we want to go do Control T. Once you go do and Control T, you'll bring up the text tool. We want to use a font called Far From Homecoming. It can be any font, by the way, it doesn't matter. I just use this font because it's the only font that is available for me. I do have other fonts, but it is what it is. So I'm gonna write business rules, okay? And we gotta make this black. Now, once I make this black, you wanna scale it up and just match it in a way that it fits, right? So scale this down, rotate it a little bit so it makes sense. And then pretty much I'll duplicate this and I'll write AR7 or AR7, for example, over here. And by the way, this business rules, we wanna basically make it bolded out. And then this one, we wanna keep it the same. And the AR7 is gonna go over here at a smaller text size. Now, pretty much that is it for this, but there is one more thing that we gotta do. We gotta add like a bit of a stroke effect, and I'll tell you guys how to do that. So in the YouTube video, I covered the first method, which is with the shape tool, like you use shape layer. So if you guys watch my latest YouTube video, which is about the collage animation, that's where I covered it. So over here, I'm gonna show you guys a little bit of an easier way. Okay, so zoom in, all right, and go onto your pen tool and just start, like, let's say masking. Okay, do this, select the text tool again, let's mask this. So basically you just want to follow the path, all right? So you just want to follow the path, and this path goes exactly from the place you want it to like start from. So it's gonna start from the yellow, and then this, and then pink, and then the green, as you guys can see. And the way you move these pen tools is pretty much by selecting and then you hold, and you can bend it however you can see. So I'm gonna do this, and it's very easy. Select this again, we have a new one, select this again, and this is the easiest one. And so now let's say pretty much we have all of these penned out. You can see we have like basically penned this out. And just to explain this to you guys a level deeper, so I'm gonna make it easier for you guys. I'm just gonna write up a simple text. Okay, this, for example, let's say we want to path this out. Okay, and just to not overcomplicate it, I'll just do one letter, or LE for example, or LO, or it can be anything. Okay, LE better. I can explain a bit more in depth for this one. So now again, the same thing, you want to select your pen tool, go over here, and basically you just want to path this out. See, it's like I'm trying to redraw basically, and you want to keep this in the middle as much as possible. And then for text that you cannot really like do multiple ones, in this case you want to do like basically path by path. So I'll do, for example, let's say this, we forgot to select the shape layer. I'll do, let's say, from left side, for example, to the right side, like this. Okay, select it again. Let's say now I want it to start like this, and then it goes this. Now we covered everything, but there's one part of it left, which is this one. So gonna do this as well. And now you can see pretty much we have this path. And now I'll add the stroke effect. Okay, like this, stroke. And you want to basically do all masks, tick all masks, and make it, I think it's gonna be reveal original image. And now you can see what's happening. It's basically created a stroke. And you want to increase the brush size so that it covers the actual text. Increase the brush size and make the blood hardness, I guess, 100. Increase the brush size as much as it fits. So this is how much it fits basically. Over here we kind of want to push this a bit more forward. You can see if I do this, see what's happening. So you want to just fit this, make sure everything's fit. And now it's the easiest part of it all, which is basically animating this. And you can see once I animate, this is what happens. But there's a problem, is that because of the brush size, it's also revealing what's around. So I want to decrease the brush size in a way, but it's only revealing what's limited. But this is the problem. This is why I don't use this shit. Is because now you can see it's very inaccurate, and pretty much this is like the reason why I don't use it, why I do it with shapes. But when it's very small, it's almost not visible, so no one's gonna know. And basically now what you want to do is you want to keyframe end, okay, from 0 to starting 0, and then go 1 second in front, for example, make it 100. Do F9 and go for this graph. So see what's happening? See what's happening? Yeah, this is how it's going. So pretty much we want to do the exact same thing. I'll just cut the stroke setting, and I already did this mask, and I will paste the stroke. But the stroke size is fucked up, so I just want to fix that. Yeah, the stroke size will be 4 in this case. So see now, look at it now. Look at how AR7 is gonna reveal. Very good, smooth. So yeah, when it's fast, it's almost not noticeable. That's the thing about it. So if you want to have very accurate results, then you don't do this. You understand? Now this is perfect. In my opinion, this is perfect. Like, there is no problems with this. So yeah, we're good to basically move on. And now what I'm gonna do, alright, is pretty much just pre-compose these.
I decided to build my business around a set of rules.
So paper 1 main, for example. So we have this paper 1 main. Okay, now let me hide paper 1 main, and let us go for the other papers. So we have this one first paper, and then we have another paper, which is this one. Now I'm debating which one should I use, but I think we use this one, because yeah, we use this one. So file, basically it's file.png, and I'm gonna import this. What we want to do is make sure these are like similar colors. So I want to add curves onto this and adjust it a little bit. So you can see I'm pretty much adjusting it a little bit, very less, nothing too major. Cool, looks good. So this is without curves, and this is with curves. We just like brightened it out a little bit. All right, now let me hide that shit again, align this in the middle, and zoom, scale this up. Okay, and now what we want to do is we want to have text again. So over here it's gonna say no sales call, okay, and go for the black text, scale this shit up so that it fits, and I decreased the opacity a little bit and I made it hard light. That doesn't really make any difference, but anyways, duplicate this and write my calendar is empty, and then for here I'm gonna go with a font called SF Pro. SF Pro, basically it's gonna be regular. Let me get rid of this and scale this down, and then make these closer. So SF Pro font is one of my favorites, by the way, because it's by Apple. See how clean this shit is, and pretty much place it in this way, so you can see looks clean. But we want to move this a bit to the right. Looks good, looks good, nice. And then do the same thing, make this 80, yeah. And then pretty much the last part, which is bringing up the hand. So I want to go on here in iStock photo, whatever, bring this shit up. But I think we have a version with, yeah, no background, yeah. So this one, bring this shit up, and pretty much you want to do the following, right? You want to move this, scale it up, okay, just so it fits in this way. And then I'm gonna track matte this onto the paper and then reveal the paper. So basically it's just gonna cut out the part that we want, and then I'm gonna mask this out to make sure the other is not showing. So this is what we have, the hand, this is the paper, and this is the hands. All right, and what I want to do with the hands is I want to switch this so that it looks way better. So first thing, we want to tint this, tint it out like this, and then go curves and pretty much adjust these colors. So bring out the dark tones a bit more. I'm basically contrasting it, right? That's what I'm doing, and you can see now it's much more contrasted. So this is without curves and this is with curves. See how much better it looks. And then we want to add a bit of a wiggly shake effect. So go over here, rotation, press R on your keyboard, hold Alt and left click on R, and then add posterize time first. Make the posterize time 4, and then add wiggle. Make the wiggle, let's say 2 frequency and 3 amplitude. So you can see this is shaking, but one thing though, the anchor point is not set properly. So if I do this and I take the anchor point here, see what's gonna happen? It's gonna shake from down, and that's what we want it to happen, is we want to shake it from down. So yeah, this rotation is perfect. One last thing over here is go layer styles, drop shadow, go drop shadow, make this normal, make this white, make this 100, and make the size 0. And then pretty much you can see we can adjust the distance. And then I want to make it like this, but the distance is too much, so decrease it and change up the angle a little bit. Cool. So this is how it looks with basically the hands. Move the hands so that it's a bit in the middle. Nice. Lovely. Very lovely. We pretty much finished this part, and you can see these are the fundamentals, right? It's this shaky effect, it's the way we do the handwriting, it's the little, you know, hard light effect to make it look like it's blending in. It's these little things, it's not much more, like it's very easy. And now what I want to do is pretty much just pre-compose all of this and name it paper 1, and you want to have an extension, or actually it's going to be paper 2, sorry, paper 2. You want to have an extension called TrueComp Duplicator, which is in the community already. You guys should be able to find it. It is, or I don't think it's in the community, but it's a free extension. So just go over here, write up TrueComp Duplicator, and you're gonna find it because it is a free, basically, you know, thing. Just make this 0 and add to your cart and download it. So there's no need for it to be manual. And then pretty much copy these settings, which is suffix make it a, increment last, and the other things are not needed. And then select your file, right? We want to go over here, reveal this in project, select the file. So we know that duplications are gonna have a on it, and duplicate. But one mistake I did is that we want 2 more duplications, so I'm gonna make the copy 2. Select the paper 2, and you can see paper 3a, paper 4a. So pretty much now I can just import these, and that's the best part, is I can import and I can adjust those however I want. So what I want to do is I want to go on to, let's say, paper 3 and adjust the details over here. First thing, it's gonna be saying few hour week, few hour work, and here I have time for things that I love. And you can see this is a bit messed up, so we want to change this, and we want to make the paragraph out to the left side in this way. And then this one is going to be replaced, and the replacement is going to be very easy. You want to basically flip the mask in this manner and just bring this onwards, and then move the anchor point so that it's here. So you can see that was a very simple replacement. The same thing goes for paper 4. Paper 4 will say simplicity. I make this to the left side. My business has to be simple. Again, make the paragraph like this, decrease the text. And by the way, I think we need to make this semi-bold instead of medium. So let me go here and make this semi-bold as well. And then I'll go in paper 2 as well and make it semi-bold as well. So now we have all of the papers, and I can just import, and you can see we have these perfectly set. Now is the simple part. Basically I'm just gonna hide all of this and I'm gonna bring this up. The way it's gonna happen is it's gonna start with a position. Wanna scale this down a little bit. So the position is going to be, let's say, until over here, so not too high on the table but not too low either. And it's gonna start obviously almost from here, and then go F9 and do this graph, and pretty much this is how it's gonna start. Look at this. Cool. And then we want to add the null onto this just so we can overlap. So add a null and pretty much position with a rotation. So bring this on over, like over here, and then make the rotation in this way. And then what I want to do over here is I want to have a bit of a curve. So how do we make this curve? Just by pulling this in this way. So you can see this will pretty much curve now instead of going randomly. And then I want to basically
Rule number 1.
Take this F9 and put this around 78% and this around 78%, whatever, like percentage does not matter. And now look and see.
Rule number 1.
But the curve is too much, so let's make it a bit unnoticeable. Okay, it's way too much. And look at it now. Let's have a look at it now. So see, this is how it's gonna go pretty much. Just wanna make this a bit higher. Cool. All right, now we want to have the rest of the papers, right? So this is how it's gonna come up. By the way, we want to have a starting rotation a little bit for it to already be like this almost. So now we want to bring out the papers. All right, so let's have a look. All of them are popped up, and you want to scale this down first thing to ensure they are all on good sizes. So sales call 1, and then few hours week is basically going to go on top of this. By the way, it's going to be flipped, and then this one pretty much in this way. Their final positions is what I'm gonna do first. So this is how it's gonna be the final position for this one. Oops, I think I flipped it. Lol. Oh no, I did not flip it actually. I forgot to change this to number 3. So I'm gonna do that, not a problem. And then I'm just gonna first thing adjust this a little bit. Have it a bit of rotation. This one is gonna be opposite rotation. Basically paper 2. It's gonna be like this. And so now this looks really fucking clean. You can see this is how it looks. Very clean. I love it. And we want to do an animation. By the way, this is gonna go below paper 1, and we want to do an animation. The animation is going to be very simple. So first things first, let's start with the animation of this. The whatever 5th text we have. So it's gonna end, let's say over here. Do position, take rotation, and take, let's say, scale. No, not scale, sorry. Do not take scale. And pretty much move this behind it, and then make the rotation this much. So you can see now this is how it's gonna go. And then for adding a bit of movement, we wanna do this. And then you can see this is how it's gonna go. You can see very clean. Obviously we wanna set the graph and take it to the middle. So I've already done the graph in front of you guys once. Now you should know what graph it is. Cool. We wanna make this a bit less intense. Nice. So the same thing is gonna apply for all of them. Position, rotation, this is gonna be the final. Bring this shit on over here, just the rotation, and then fix this up a little bit. For this last one, almost the same thing as well. It's gonna start, let's say, from here. Yeah, now we take all of this and make all of the graphs 80 in the middle and see what's happening. By the way, we want to cut so that this doesn't reveal from before. You can see. Amazing. Very freaking simple. Wasn't hard at all. And now we're basically done with major part of like the animation itself. You know what's the hard part about this is coming up with the idea. It isn't even like about doing the animation itself. But yeah, now I want to go and pretty much before doing the camera movement, open up each one of these papers. Okay, go on to fucking paper 2. From here we want to do a simple text animator. Go into animate, go into position, or not position, sorry. It's more like gonna be, or not, no, we don't even need that. Just right over here, typewriter, and you want to bring in this typewriter effect and make it even like lesser than a second. So from 4 seconds to 5 seconds. So this is how it's gonna be. And then you want to go F9, and once you do F9, do this graph. So it's gonna start with this base, or I don't know if we do a graph anyways. It's gonna be like this. Yeah, my calendar is empty, and I just want to select the same exact animator that we did and paste it on to the other places. But the most important thing is that we just do it on their proper timings. So for this one, it's gonna start here and extend this out a little bit because it's a longer text. So this one, go on to whatever, paper number 3, which is simplicity, and paste it. Yeah, extend this out a little bit, and we are pretty much done with the fucking animations as well. And the last part of it all is the camera movement, let's say. By the way, this is popping up kind of sudden. I think it's this paper 2. Yeah, cool. Now what I'm gonna do, boys, is pretty much it's going to be the last part of it all, which I'm gonna pre-compose all of these papers. All right, all of these papers, and I'm gonna add a little wiggle to it by adjusting the anchor point in the middle. The wiggle is going to be very light, by the way. First thing is going to have push-rise time on it, and then push-rise time is going to be 4, and then the wiggle, make it literally 1 by 1, so it's almost unnoticeable. It's going to be very light, so you can see this is just for very slight movement. Very slight movement. The same thing goes for the same paper over here. Do the exact same fucking wiggle. So you can see now the wiggle is very slight, so it adds kind of life to it. All right, and now what we want to do is pretty much introduce a camera, and this camera doesn't have to be very complex. It's a very simple camera, and we don't even need null layers for it. So I'm just gonna do it from the camera itself. First thing, the camera is gonna have a bit of a zoom in. By the way, make all of this 3D. That's one thing. A little bit of a zoom in from basically the starting to the end, around 3 seconds, and you wanna push this so that it happens at the very beginning. So you can see it's happening in the very beginning, and then over here we wanna just delete this camera and bring on a new camera, and this new camera is going to be zoomed in around this much, and it's going to be pretty much just consistent movement, position, and let's say around 3 seconds maybe, or 4 seconds. So from here till let's say here, so it's gonna be in this way. You can see how it's consistently kind of moving, and then we're gonna go another like this many seconds, whatever, into the middle point, and then go into the ending around this much. And now pretty much you want to select all of this, and you want to make the middle graph for all of them, F9 and 80% on all of them. So the way it's gonna move is like this. You can see it's gonna move very slowly, and as you guys can see, this is how it's gonna basically have movement onto it, as you guys can see. And by the way, the background is cutting out, so just for the sake of that, I'm gonna make the background a bit bigger, okay, just so it doesn't cut out. That's very, very important. But yeah, this is the movement. And one thing we can do just to make sure it's consistently moving, we can have these points and take it a bit upwards. So what happens is that the movement never stops this way. This is an old trick in the books. A lot of you beginners will not know what this does. So now you can see, if we play it, you can see that it will be consistently moving and it won't stop at all. As you guys can see, even when it comes to this point, it literally does not stop moving. So this has like a constant flow in animations, and it's a very old trick in the book. People do this in a very inefficiently way, to be honest. By the way, we want to add a bit of orientation to it in the ending when we're going towards the ending, and we want to like orient it this much just to have it feel a bit more like, you know, it's rotating or something like that. So once we go over here, basically it's gonna orient on a very, very small case. You can see it creates a very nice orientation. And now we are on to the final part. This was a very simple animation, by the way. Just select all of this, pre-compose it. First thing you want to do is add an adjustment layer, make it push rise time around 12 FPS. I hope my After Effects did not crash. I don't know, my PC has been very, very slow in the last few days, which has kind of been annoying, which is why I haven't been filming too many remakes. Almost After Effects crashes 4 to 5 times per project. So I think the parts are getting old, PC starting to die, even though it's a very, very heavy used PC. Gonna have to change it up. So here we have After Effects back open. Not a problem. Just add push rise time, make them 12 FPS, so everything is gonna be a lot more papery style that we're going for. However, the wiggles now look kind of slower, to be honest. That's fine. So along with this, we want to add CC vignette, and CC vignette is gonna be smaller, and then basically the angle of view, I think the angle view is gonna be small, and the vignette itself is going to be less. And so what happens is that it creates like a kind of an effect in this way, and it's not too heavy. Or actually, I think I shouldn't mess too much with it. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. And pretty much we wanna do same thing with a blur. So imagine you wanna add CC vignette blur version. Very easy. Go onto adjustment layer. Pretty much do this, circle around. Or do this almost, yeah. I do this in another way, but I'm just trying out like a new method. Let's say a new method. And you want to add camera lens blur around 5. And then you want to flip this, subtract, go on here and add feather. Make the feather 200. So you can see what's happening is that the corners are getting blurred, which is adding this very, very nice fucking effect, and I love this so much. Like, it's one of my favorite freaking effects. I learned this from a guy named Tom, who was in Iman's team back in the day. Thomas Woodcock. he basically made this effect, and then a lot of people started doing it. But yeah, pretty much for the animation, boys, this is what we have. Let's play it in like a full preview.
I decided to build my business around a set of rules.
It's basically pre-rendering so that we can play it.
Business.
Okay, now we should be able to play it in full.
I decided to build my business around a set of rules. So rule number 1, no sales calls. So my calendar is empty. Rule number 2, working only a few hours a day so that I can go do the things that I love, like working out. And finally, rule number 3, simplicity. My business has to be... I decided to build my business.
Yep, that was pretty much it for the animation. It was very, very simple. Yeah, I'll catch you guys on animation number 3. I'll see you guys over there. Peace out. Welcome back to video number 3. And in this video, there's going to be a bit more of a complex animation. As you guys can see, this is pretty much that we're going for. It doesn't mean that we're going for the exact same thing, but the whole point is that I'm gonna make an animation that is similar to this. But anyways, I think with that being said, we are ready to start. I already have all the assets and everything. Now, let me tell you guys something. Fucking assets is the biggest problem of it all. But anyways, in this video, we're going to be using the font Paul Jackson, which I found on the font. And then we have a couple of assets from here. So what I'm going to be doing is literally just export or import all of this inside of After Effects. And first thing you want to do is create a composition. Like by now you guys should know how to make a composition. And I'm just gonna hide this person. By the way, his name is Tom Youngs. I don't think I emphasized enough on who this is. And the editor did a great job, to be honest. The editor fucking crushed it. So first thing that we would need is to set our background. Now the background over here, I'm not sure which one it is. It should be one of these. Yeah, it's this one. So we're going to be using this background, which is again not exactly like what he had, but that's because we're going for a bit of a different type of, you know, look, even though it's going to be the same animation. So yeah, we have this background, and we have these puzzles that we would need. We have these typewriters. So for this typewriter, I'm going to import it, by the way. And what I'm gonna do, the first thing is just set this typewriter to be over here, make this big enough, just in this way. So the typewriter is basically just like I don't know, an extra element on the screen. It's basically made for depth, let's say. And now we have these arrows. Along with these arrows, we have these little, you know, notebook. So this notebook, I went for something a bit more vintage-ish. So this notebook is gonna pull up over here. I like this notebook a lot more than what he had. And what we wanna do is just kinda adjust this. So you wanna go to curves and contrast this out a little bit. Take this down and contrasting it out, but without like fucking making it look weird. That's the thing. So yeah, no, we cannot do contrast on this one. And so I'm just gonna delete it. Let me see if we can add contrast on this one. Yeah, this one needs a bit of a contrast, and what I want to do is tint it before I even do the contrast. And then this white color, I want to make it towards the, or this black color, I want to go on like the browny tone and just add a bit of color to it, very slight brown color, so that doesn't look like it's completely black. Same goes for that one. Copy this shit, paste it, there we go. So this is pretty much what we have in terms of the notebook and the typewriter. Nothing much, very, very simple. Now what we need pretty much is the next part, which is the puzzles. But I feel like these sizes are too big. Let me just decrease it down a little bit. Cool, looks good. Maybe I could rotate this a little bit so that's like this. Nice. All right, now what we need is the puzzle. So the puzzle should be somewhere over here, which is over here. And these puzzles, what we're gonna do is just mask it out. You can even make puzzles, by the way, in After Effects by yourself. It's very easy. But yeah, mask the shit out, and then we want to mask the other one out as well. By the way, I'm masking this way so that I can make these straight. So yeah, this one is masked as well now. And I want to duplicate this, delete mask 2, delete mask 1. So these are separate layers. And now what I want to do is I want to make these straight. So make this one straight and make this one like this. So these two are colliding. Cool. And pretty much I want to pre-compose both of these, go onto the layer, and we want to do some things here, right? So let's say this is how our layer looks. First things first, I want to make these on the exact same line so that it doesn't look like half retarded. So you can see now these are almost on the same line. If I just take this a bit higher, cool, there we have it. These are on the exact same line, and I can pretty much make this a bit bigger, I think. Yeah, now what I want to do is I want to add our texture. So I'll tell you guys why we're doing the texture. Pretty much just add up a texture, make it in this way, scale this shit up, duplicate, and first thing we're gonna do these first two. So it's gonna be the left puzzle and this one. And what I want to do is I want to track matte, and so the texture is gonna go on the inside, as you guys can see. And I want to go ahead and basically first things first, add tint to our texture. And with this tint, I want to take it to, let's say, this yellowish color, and I'll take this to white. No, not white, actually make this black. So you can see now we have a bit of a texture with this type of vibe. And I want to go and add curves, and basically you want to adjust the curves so that the black pop out more and the yellows pop out more as well. I want to take this yellow and tone it towards a bit of a lighter side. What we can do, by the way, is flip this, because I want this white part of the texture to be like this. So I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna take the tint below, and then I can pretty much adjust it. Wait, I just think I did nothing there. So yeah, don't ask me what I'm doing, I'm just cooking something up. So yeah, this is how our texture looks. What we can do is scale this texture down and make it this way, and pretty much you want to do the same thing, the exact same, like copy this, paste it on the shit, and track matte it on the layer below. And so now you guys can see what's happening is we have this texture that's going on these two separate layers. And then I'm gonna name this puzzle 2, and I'm gonna name this puzzle 1. Now both of these have like different texture, and we want to animate it, by the way. So let me take puzzle 1 and do a little animation. So it's gonna be position and rotation, position and rotation. Come up to around 2.5 seconds. Do a rotation like this and bring it on from down. F9, boom.
You could have the best offer in
So this is how it's popping up.
You could have the best offer in the you could have the best offer in the world. Get your client.
Cool.
You could have
So this is how it's gonna pop up, and then we want to do the exact same shit with the other one. So copy this position before we do that, and just the anchor point, and then do the exact same positioning. Let's make this come from down, and F9, boom.
You could have the best.
So these are coming up at the same time. So what I want to do is I want to just pull this a bit backward, so now this will come earlier, or we want to make it a lot earlier, like this. Yeah, so you can see this is coming up a lot earlier. And pretty much now we have the text part. So if you guys remember, we had like an arrow that I kind of made, which was this one. Yeah, it was this arrow. And what I want to do is invert this arrow so that it's white. Okay, and now we want to do a very simple animation. Scale this down, rotate this, scale it down even more, rotate it even more. This arrow is really nice, by the way, I love it. And you want to bring up a text saying the best offer, and we're gonna go, you know which with font? The Paul Jackson font, which I just downloaded. Paul Jackson. So you can see this font is pretty decent, and you want to make everything caps, but that looks ugly, so fuck the caps. Yeah, this looks mad ugly for some reason. Shit, I expected a lot better. Yeah, so let me just make this normal without any caps. No worries, we don't need caps. So it's gonna be the best offer like this, and both of these, let's say, are gonna pop up around here, the best offer. And then at this point, this will be almost like this, and it will say incredible client results, but it looks too big, so I'm just gonna write client results, and we wanna pretty much do it like this. So you'll see now it looks equally divided. What I can do is adjust this a little bit, and now this looks significantly better. Cool, this looks really nice. So we designed both of these, and what I want to do is create another puzzle. So instead of creating the puzzle, what I will do is open up noun project, for example, and let's search up for a puzzle. So search up for puzzle over here and let's see what we can find. And I can find a couple of puzzle outlines. We're looking for a good one, something that has all 4 sides almost. This one, amazing. So I can just probably get this icon. Instead of downloading it, I have an extension called basically enable right click. Now I'm gonna right click, but I still can't seem to download it. So it looks like I will have to log in. So boom, imported this, and I want to add, let's say, a fill to it and make the fill this color, and want to scale this down, rotate this, obviously mask this out so that the other text is not visible, and I will scale it up a bit. And now I'll do a trick. Okay, I'll add an effect called simple choker, and it will basically reduce the outlines in this way. And just to make it not look like it's buggy, I want to write a hand drawn effect, and we want to just adjust the things. So for example, the roughen edges, decrease it by a lot, and yeah, there's not much to decrease, so now it doesn't look that bad. And basically this is the middle piece, and we want to take the puzzle 1, move this a bit to the left, take puzzle 2, move this a bit to the left, and what I'll do is I'll have all of these selected and like kind of label them so we don't get lost. So even this, I will label it orange, and now you can see we have decent gappings, right? It's not like very tight whatsoever, so we have decent spacing, and we want to pretty much just animate. So we did this part. Now I want to do a little animation on this, which is very simple. So you guys remember in the last tutorial I did an animation, same, it's gonna be the exact same way. Go onto the pen tool, boom, boom, okay, and then boom, pull this to the middle. This is a bit tricky, but it still does it. And you want to add the stroke effect. Go on to all masks, take it, reveal original image, increase the brush size. Don't make it too high, just make a brush size where it's fitting. Make the brush hardness 100. And now if I do the starting, you can see it's gonna happen. I want to just pull this a bit backwards, so this is how it looks, right? So I want to do the start to the end, keyframe, and make it 100 till this point. F9, boom.
In the world, get your
You can see, perfect, amazing, love it. So this, and then the best offer, this thing we should pull up as well. And then we have this grunge FR16 thing. Basically now, if I put this, you're gonna know what it does. It reveals this with a grunge. So if I scale this down and I fit it like over here, all right, let's see what it fully gets. Come over here, do a cut, go time, freeze frame, and pretty much reveal this and see what happens. Oh, not freeze frame, I did a mistake. It should be freeze on last frame, okay? Because now that I did a cut over here, it's gonna start revealing. And pretty much I wanna do this and see what's gonna happen. This is gonna reveal, and this is exactly what he did. So this is how this is going to reveal. Best offer. And then we wanna do the exact same thing over here. Now instead of me having to remake this, I will just duplicate and copy this so that I don't have to remake the whole stroke, because stroke is some pain in the ass, bro. So now I will just delete this one and I'll bring this file downwards and I'll make it orange. So go to around over here and bring this up front. So this is how, and you see the exact same thing we had here. Duplicate this, reveal it, bring it on over here, bring it above incredible results, label it still as orange, and now I will do this and see. Now even incredible results basically reveals incredibly, doesn't it? So this is what we have so far.
You could have the best offer in the world, get your clients incredible results.
Amazing. So over here we want to do a little effect, and for this effect we have to hide our middle puzzle. And so I want to take this middle puzzle file, hide it, and I want to take these two puzzles, puzzle 1 and puzzle 2, and do position on them, okay? And you're gonna know why. But before I do position on them, or actually yeah, just do position on them, come up over here, add another position, and go back and paste this position. And I will tell you guys now what we need to do is we need to collide them. So bring this on in the middle and bring this on in the middle. So these two are gonna collide in this manner. Now select this, do F9, and the graph is gonna be like this. Do this, do this, do this, and do this. Now see what's gonna happen.
Grow if you can't get attention.
You see? They hit each other. And so now let's play it.
You could have the best offer in the world, get your clients incredible results, but you'll never grow if you can't get attention.
Amazing. Now they hit, and once they hit, okay, once they hit, the middle one will start revealing. So let me put this middle one. You can see it's here. It's pretty much gonna start revealing from here. So I'm gonna do a cut. Imagine this is what's gonna happen, but instead of coming in like this randomly, it's gonna actually reveal. And by the way, the speed is way too much for this effect, so I want to go here and make this 4. So this is a lot slower, and I want to go here and make it 2 actually. No, now make it 3. Amazing. And let's say we are almost done. All we need to do is redraw this. So pull up over here and let's redraw it. You can see it's very easy to redraw. You just need to know how to use the pen tool. You just need to know how to curve, click, hold, and just try to have this consistently in the middle at all times, boys. And you can see you can even adjust it. Like, you can always keep adjusting. You don't have to be so restricted, right? I'm adjusting it here, and so now I'm consistently adjusting it, and I'll be back pretty much once I'm done. Here I am, pretty much done. And now we just want to add the stroke effect, the same exact shit again. All masks. I don't know how there is multiple masks either ways. Reveal original image, increase this so that it's perfect, and make the brush hardness 100%. Increase this so that it fits. And now we want to go here, keyframe and 0 to around over here, and make it 100. And then the graph is going to be this graph. So now see, I don't know what takes so long to start though. What the fuck? Because I did a mask, you can see what's happening is it's even doing this on other masks. So we want to actually untick this and do it on mask 2 only. And so now the first mask is not counted. Amazing. You can see how clean this fucking is, bro. I love it. It's so clean. And we have one last part of it all, which is I will just duplicate all of this, copy paste, put this in a different color, make all of these, let's say fuchsia. Take this, bring it on over here, and this little arrow over here is going to aim in this way. So you can see the arrow. I will have to flip it by doing minus 32.5, the exact same minus that it had before, and it's gonna be in this way. And this consistent client results is gonna be consistent leads. And pretty much now we wanna make all of this consistent lead and whatever start here. So this is how it's gonna be. You guys can see this is how it's gonna be. Very, very fucking easy. Let's view what we have.
You could have the best offer in the world, get your clients incredible results, but you'll never grow if you can't get attention and pull in a consistent stream.
Amazing. When this hit happens, we want to create a bit of like a stars pop effect, just like how he did it. Now I know he used an overlay, but we're just gonna do it a bit manually, just for the sake of learning for you guys. So I'm gonna take like a little star, okay? I'm gonna make it white, and what I'm gonna do is scale this around 10 frames, just move 10 frames or 7 frames, and do from 0 to 100. Make sure the keyframe is in the anchor point is in the middle, and then you want to go and make opacity from 100 to 0. By the way, he did it in a different way. Like, I can probably do that in the exact same way if I copy it, but that's not the point. We just want to make a pop effect. So look at this now. This is how it's gonna be, but I don't think we have to F9 it. Yeah, I don't think we have to F9 it. Pull this a bit backward, and then just make a duplication. Duplicate, make this, let's say, black color, and delay it. Duplicate, make it gray color, and delay it. Delay it by 1 frame. I delayed it too much. Yeah, in this way basically. Yeah, And now I'm gonna just pre-compose this and fix its position. And then I will duplicate it and I'll make another copy of it, which is gonna be a bit bigger. And I will rasterize the layer so the quality doesn't drop down. And so this is how it's gonna look. This is how basically the pop is going to be looking. And I will make this like a frame earlier. So the second it hits, this happens. You can see now the pop effect happened. It's not that great to be honest, but it is pretty decent. Now what we want to do is add small other details for our text layer. Basically the whole animation, this scene, this is why we're doing it separately. This whole scene, right? Because this is basically the whole animation. So want to go on the best offer text. You want to go to animate, go to position. All right, I'll tell you why. And then add the selector and make it wiggly. And now if I go position, see what's gonna happen. This is what wiggly does. And we wanna have this around 10. So this is how it's gonna move. And I wanna make this 2 actually. So you can see this is how it's moving. And now I can just paste this animator in all of the texts. Consistent leads, and what else was the other text? Was client results. So you can see now everything will move. And it's creating that type of vibe that we're going for. However, I think the wiggly is too much. So I'm gonna undo all of this and I will adjust the wiggly over here and make it, let's say 1.5. So yeah, that looks better. And now I'll paste it again. So yeah, that's a lot better instead of having it so much. Cool. So we have the wiggly done, boys. We are pretty much, I think, done with this. One thing is we need to go into these puzzles. So go into puzzle 1 and go into puzzle 2. And what I want to do is add rotation wiggle. So posterize time, make the posterize time around 6, and then wiggle this and make it 1 by 3 or 2 by 2. So no, I did it on the wrong thing. This is supposed to go inside, you know where? Copy expression. It's supposed to go inside of the puzzle, and I did it inside of the texture itself. So the puzzle is going to shake, but the texture won't actually shake. So you can see what's happening. And that is what we want to do. And I can make this, by the way, like 3 by 2, and I can increase, I can make the posterize time 4. So this looks nicer. And if we want to make this more noticeable, then we can go amplitude 3 as well. So it's more noticeable. And I can pretty much just copy this expression, pull up over here and paste the expression by doing Control V. So now this expression is also pasted on over here. And now these puzzles are shaking, just like how we want them to. Now I have another thing that I want to do. All right, is I want to add texture to all of this stuff. And so how we're going to do that is I'm going to take all of these puzzles and I'm going to make all of these puzzles like in a color that is very, very bright. So let's say I'm going to make it sandstone, or not sandstone, dark green. So we can clearly see it's dark green. And I want to pre-compose all of this text 1 by 1. So puzzle 1 elements. And I'll tell you why we're doing this. Puzzle 1 elements, puzzle 2 elements, and puzzle 3 elements. So now each element represents like this group. Okay. Why? Because we want to add an halftone basically texture. So I opened up Victeezy and I searched up halftone texture. And I didn't have this from before, so I'm gonna download it now. Now I'm gonna import this and I'll tell you guys what I want to do. If I go into puzzle 1 elements, I'm not sure how exactly this is gonna work. If I take all of these elements, element 1, element 2, element 3, and I pre-compose it, I name it all elements, okay? And then I paste the halftone texture and I make the halftone texture overlay, and then I basically track matte this halftone texture to all elements. See what happens? These elements have this halftone now onto it. And because it feels way too big, we want to decrease the size down to make it look more realistic. And we want to decrease the opacity down as well. Make sure the all elements layer is turned on. And now you can see this is what's going to happen. Now, one thing that I like is this halftone texture. We can pretty much add like a movement to it, right? So I'm gonna add an effect called offset, okay? And I will go here, shift center to, hold alt. I will do first thing posterize time, let's say by 4, and then I want to add a wiggle, and the wiggle is going to be very heavy, so it's going to be 50 by like 100 amplitude. So see what's gonna happen? You can see it's moving. The texture inside is moving. So it's creating this very nice texturous effect. And like this is so nice looking. So these are like small details basically. And yeah, this is what we have. Now we go on the outside on our main layer finally. And here is where the final stuff sets off. So first thing we gotta do, the camera movements are really easy by the way. Like camera is my favorite part because it's really easy to do always. So come here, do a camera, and the first thing that we're gonna do is do a position zoomed in around, make all of this 3D, always forget that step. So make it zoom in around this much. It's gonna zoom out, and while it's zooming out, what I want to do is you guys can see these layers that we have, which is this and this. I will make the position of this, I'm adding depth, I'll make the position of this around 1500, and now I'll scale it down. And I'll bring these back here. So this is like a manual way of doing these positions, and this is just for adding depth by the way. And so now see what happens, it looks like these are popping out, but I think I did too much position. 1000 is too much, so we want to actually undo everything, make this around 500, and then scale these both down and bring them back to their position, original positions. And so what's gonna happen is these are gonna act like a layers of depth. So you can see it's how it's popping out. It's called depth. Anyways, do F9 on this, go for this graph.
You could have the best offer in the world. You could have the best offer in the world.
See how this is popping up?
You could have the best offer in the world.
By the way, you guys can see this is laggy, and the mistake over here is that the puzzle, whatever expression and everything, shouldn't have been added on the inside. It should have probably been added on the outside. So I undid the thing. I'll just copy the expression. Now I'll undo now, and then I can just select the puzzles from here and do it from here. So it's gonna shake from here, and so when it comes, it's not laggy.
Have the best offer in the world, get your clients. You could have the best offer in the world, get your client. You could have the best offer in the world, get your clients.
And I just want to get rid of the posterized time, or I want to make the posterized time like 12, so it's not gonna look bad. Or actually just get rid of the posterized time for now, because it's gonna be added on the outside anyways.
You could have the best offer in the world, get your clients incredible results.
And now let's see from the outside how it looks.
The best offer in the world, get your clients. You could have the best
okay, cool.
in the world.
Looks decent. What I want to do is add curves onto our background. Just whiten it out a little bit. Now over here I'm gonna do a camera cut, and you want to zoom into this camera. You want to add the null, and through this null layer we're gonna animate. So animate through the null from left to almost this much. So look at how the animation is going to be. It's gonna come out like this, like this, and the exact same graph always. This, and pull this upwards a little bit. Pull this a little bit upwards as well. So look.
Get your clients incredible.
And then another cut over here. Cut this, delete, make a new camera. Make sure the position zoom is the exact same, by the way, just so we have the same zoom. And now I will adjust this with a null as well. Do this from, let's say, this much up, so that client results is revealed. Same graph as I told you guys. Pull this, pull this, pull this, pull this.
Incredible results.
So see what's happening.
Get your clients incredible results, but you'll never grow if you can't.
And then basically we're gonna have our last camera that we're gonna introduce. There is way too many ways that to do this. I'm just doing this in one of the ways. There's so many ways to do this thing. You can do it in whatever way you like. Okay, so from zoom in to having the ultimate zoom out. So it's gonna zoom out till this much, and the exact same graph.
Never grow if you can't get attention and pull in a consistent stream of qualified leads.
So look at this, guys. Let's have a look at what we made.
You could have the best offer in the world, get your clients incredible results, but you'll never grow if you can't get attention and pull in a consistent stream of qualified leads. You could have the best offer in.
Okay, over here I'm just gonna cut this. By the way, these books, I did a mistake by adding depth into it. So I will just make these 0 again. I'll fix their position. So this is going to be in this way, and this typewriter, fix its position. Zoom this shit in. So you shouldn't add depth. Fuck the depth, have it just normal human.
You could have the best offer in the world.
So this is how it's
get
gonna
your
be.
clients incredible results, but you'll never grow if you can't get attention and pull in a consistent stream of.
This does not look too realistic because of the table, but you can always make it look more realistic. Now what we want to do is we want to add, basically, I'll tell you what. At this point we want to add a solid, which is going to be black. Take it below the puzzle, make it 0, and this is going to go opacity 0 to this much. So everything behind the puzzle is going to dull, just so we can focus on this.
Stream of qualified lead. You could have
So you can see how that's put in as focus point.
pull in a consistent stream of qualified lead. You could.
Now that's pretty much it. We're gonna do the exact same effect as the last video, if you guys remember. Just add post time, make it 12 fps, make all of this 12 fps, CC vignette,
You could have the best offer in the world, get your client.
and then pretty much add an adjustment layer. Okay, and do the same Gaussian blur. This is how I usually do it. In the last video I did it in a bit different way, but yeah, everyone has been copying this in the community right now. I think a lot of people loved it. Anyways, I don't edit, so this is like one of the secrets that I had that I did not want to tell anyone, but right now, because I stopped editing, I couldn't care less, and I'm not a gatekeeper. I was never a gatekeeper. So yeah, just adjusting the sides a little bit, and now you guys will be able to see through this what I'll be able to do. So if I add camera lens blur, okay, increase it, make the camera lens blur this much, go here, subtract, and then go onto the feather and increase the feather. Look at what's gonna happen to the sides. The sides are blurred.
Get your clients incredible results, but you'll never grow if you can't get attention and pull in a consistent stream of qualified lead. You could have the best.
That's pretty much it, boys. That's pretty much it. It was that easy.
But you'll never grow if you can't get attention and pull in a consistent stream of qualified lead. You could have the best offer in the world, get your clients incredible results, but you'll never grow if you can't get attention and pull in a consistent stream of qualified lead. You could have the best offer in the world.
That
get your
is pretty
clients
much it, boys.
incredible results,
Very
but you'll
easy,
never can't
nothing
get
too
attention
much.
and pull in a consistent stream of
As you guys see, very simple, all goody. And gotta clear the cache because it's on 95, and I'm gonna show you guys, this is so satisfying. Like, it goes from 0 to 95 GB immediately. So yeah, with that being said, that was pretty much it for this tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. It actually wasn't that long, and that wasn't my intent either. And then in the next videos there is greater and greater shit coming. So yeah, with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out.